though, continues to absolutely light it up. And he's heart and soul of this team for sure to go with Malkin and Letang and Karlsson. That's a big four, but Crosby's a guy that really gets it done every day.
Red Wings put their lineup in first, Dylan Larkin starting, along with DeBrincat and Raymond. And what does Pittsburgh do? They counter with Sidney Crosby.
What's going on, everybody? John here with you. I know we're going to get Alec Nava in here on this broadcast, so let's do that now. And I'll go ahead and give you the starting lineups. One more break, and then we'll essentially be getting into the play-by-play in the game. So first, head coach by Derek Lalonde. It's the Detroit Red Wings, 38-32 and 8th in the Atlantic. Their line sounds like this: Dylan Larkin, Alex DeBrincat, Lucas Raymond, Ben Sherratt, Moritz Seider, JT Compher, David Perron, Patrick Kane, Simon Edmondson, and Jeff Petrie. It's Joe Veleno, Robbie Fabry, Daniel Sprong, Austin Zarnik, Zach Aston Reese, and Christian Fischer with Oli Mata and Shayne Gostisbehere. And for the Pittsburgh Penguins, head coach by Mike Sullivan, 36-30 and 12. Again, both of these teams are tied in points just outside WC2 by one. It's Sidney Crosby, who's just been voted the most complete player in the league and well-deserved, Drew O'Connor, Brian Rust, Pierre-Olivier Joseph and Chris Letang, Evgeni Malkin, Michael Bunting, Rickard, Marcus Pettersson, and Erik Karlsson, Lars Eller, Riley Smith, Valerie Puustinen, Jeff Carter, Jesse Puljujärvi, and Emil Benstrom with Ryan Shea and Jackson Avani. Alex Nedeljkovic should be the goaltender of record today. And for the Red Wings, Alex Lyon. Alec, this is one of those times, my friend. I'm going to try to be as partial as I can on both sides, but it's both of our favorite teams going up against each other for one spot available in the playoffs. How do you see this one today?
I don't know how to feel about this. I'll be honest, given that we were down by, 9 points in the standings before we got to this point, and going on a winning run all the way to getting into contention for a playoff spot. I don't know how we did it, but we are here. I don't know how we did it again. I don't care how we did it. Mm-hmm. The fact of the matter is, there is a shot at playoffs after it looked like we were going to be in contention for a top 10 pick. But now, it's now or never for playoffs. Top 10 may be out of the conversation at this point with New Jersey and Buffalo soon to be out of it.
Right.
As a playoff hunch. But now that we're in the spots, if we're going to leave this season with happy smiles on our faces, it's make the playoffs. If we don't, then we're seeing our top 10 pick go to Sharks because the Erik Karlsson trade.
I'm right there with you. And I think if we were to ask each other at the beginning of the season what the goal would have been for the Pittsburgh Penguins, I know it's an easy answer. Playoffs or bust. And that's certainly where they are. Let's break down a little bit how they got there. So 6-0-2 in the last 8 games. I've given them points at least in 8 straight games when teams like Detroit, Philadelphia, Washington, and the New York Islanders are kind of falling back for WC2 control. So as Alex said, Pittsburgh's in reach again. This game is very massive, and I expect myself, the Penguins, to play very well and even get a win. That's what I'm going to call today. They've had Boston, Nashville, the New York Islanders. That's all that's left. I know that sounds like a rough landing, but keep in mind, this is who Pittsburgh has either beat or gotten points against during this 6-0-2. Colorado, Carolina, New York Rangers, Tampa, and Toronto. So it's a great run for perspective. They've been playing well of late, and I expect that to continue.
Yeah, especially with the last 4 games of the season. Not only tonight, but we check who the Penguins have in their last 4 games. Mm-hmm. It's at home against Nashville and Boston. It's not consecutive back-to-backs. Then our season finale is at Long Island where we face the Islanders. It's very doable at this point with the hot run we've been going. Carolina, Toronto, Tampa. If we beat them, we can basically beat any opponent at this point. Well, Boston basically is a questionable one considering that we went head-to-head and we lost one. But even though we beat them 6-5 previously, it's still very doable in beating the big bad Bruins.
So let's say Pittsburgh gets in and they get the final wildcard spot for WC2. The way that Pittsburgh's been playing, would you give them a chance against anyone that they'll match up with, at least be able to take a couple games in the series and provide a scare?
Saying that they press all of the right buttons,
mm-hmm.
I could give them a fighting chance on going to the second round. I'm not sure about deep run, given the way that they're built. But perhaps a series win would be sweet for the Penguins. I'm not guaranteeing it, but it would be sweet.
I think I'm right there with you on that side. So It's a Red Wing, former Panther, against a former Carolina Hurricane, Red Wing, now Pittsburgh Penguin, Alex Nedeljkovic. So I'm also might bite my tongue a little bit. I do want to see Alex Nedeljkovic play well. He hadn't had the great defense behind him when he was in Detroit, and now this is going to be a completely different situation. So Alec, I know that we're probably going to split this cast a little bit. We're going to split between the Frozen Four. So I'll start it, you take the second, and then I'll let you close. And if the game gets completely out of hand, we can kind of flip them between the Frozen Four. But this is a huge game for us. I imagine we're going to go all the way through with this and then probably catch Michigan and BC in progress. And then we'll also give you updates on BU and Denver. Last I saw, that game was tied in the third period, as this is now flipped up in the air. Lucas Raymond trying to send this back around as the Red Wings will pick it up. And again, for me, for Detroit, I wanted to see them go out and take something, win a game of meaning. I understand what Wings fans are going to say, that some of them are happy to be in the spot that they are because it wasn't expected. Look, I understand that, and I'm a patient man to a fault at times. But this has been about a month and a half of struggle, and it's not time to do that anymore and think about what could be. It's right in front of you right now, so you better go take it and rise to the opportunity. That's just where I'm at.
And that applies for both of our teams, not only the Red Wings, also the Penguins, going and taking the opportunity when presented. The Red Wings, of course, that WC2 is right there. Same thing for the Penguins, even as high as the M3 spot.
Absolutely, because again, the Islanders, that is no guarantee, and you're right. It doesn't really matter to you. I don't think it really matters to me who they play as long as they get in. It's kind of shameful that there's only one spot available, which kind of stinks for both of us, but hey, that's why you watch this time of year. So this is off the half spin. On the right side, Penguins will get this off the drop. Aller tried to send it across, and that was blocked on the front by Perron, but good puck movement there for the Pens and Sullivan squad. As they got this now near the right side, here's a wrister through the traffic. Alex Line didn't see it, and now Patrick Kane, opportunity off a drop pass while everyone else to get settled. Again, a little bit unconventional a couple days ago because Charlie Lindgren was kind of standing on his head, but the Red Wings had a couple costly turnovers in that second period, which ultimately sealed the game for Dylan Strome and Alex Ovechkin. So they're going to start turning the puck over again later against the Pittsburgh Penguins and what they can do. They're definitely going to be in that same situation. As this is in across the red line, Joe Veleno will go ahead and flip it in. Alex Nedeljkovic will just handle this and hold on.
My worry about Nedeljkovic is if he's getting overused by the Penguins as of late, especially for this winning run. But as long as he's been delivering so far, I feel the Penguins may be comfortable starting him down for the stretch. And it comes to the question of who's going to be starting come playoff time between him and Tristan Jarry. Either ride the hot hand or go back to your starter.
Did you expect Alex Nedeljkovic to play as well as he had of late?
Given the downturn that we've been having as of late, before the winning run, I didn't, honestly.
Yeah, because again, I think both of us, and I hate to keep piggybacking on this because it's so important as this whistle is blown dead here, but you could say the same thing about Alex Lyon. He's definitely been overused because James Reimer hasn't really been available, and Bill Husso has been hurt all year. And now you're kind of wondering the same thing, at least in the back of my mind, Alec, for you. Tristan Jarry is someone that you normally can turn to around playoff time, and you expect good things because he's done it before.
And he's been a reliable playoff goaltender when he's given the proper opportunity. But he's shown flashes. I mean, just flashes. 2021, I can write as a one-off. But the last time the Penguins made it to the playoffs, he only played one game, and he was physically injured when playing.
Right. So this will be sticked away now for Lyon as the Pittsburgh Penguins try to keep this puck possession. Shayne Gostisbehere put it in around the kick play. This is stolen by Letang, and then right to the Red Wings now. On the right wing side, they'll shoot this one. I thought it was going to go wide, but Alex Nedeljkovic will have it. It's going to bother me a little bit in between both of these games. I'll try not to trip all over myself. We got a pair of Alexes, and then we'll have a pair of Jakes in between the Boston College side. So first names are definitely the same.
And Nedeljkovic, Lyon, Fowler, or Shevsky. I mean, it can be confusing at times, John.
So they showed on the Bally Sports Detroit feed the Andrew Copp high stick. Again, he's going to be out probably for a considerable amount of time. He's not going to be relevant for the regular season here for the rest of it, 4 games. As Trot will have this around the end boards. They're already without Michael Rasmussen, so some grit and sandpaper for Detroit. That just means there's more pressure on the top six, and that's kind of how it's been. Rust off the drop. And this is picked up off the backhand. Rust will flutter it toward the net. Sid's got it off the half spin. Sweet move, Rust. And this is hands in the air for Rust. Pittsburgh say they score, and I think they do, but we'll see what the refs say.
Well, we're getting to call on the AT&T Sportsnet feed as it used to be called. Well, the officials, they ruled it a goal. I think it's going to go to the Dr. Drew O'Connor and Sidney Crosby.
Yep.
He's done it again. Feed in front. Initial shot from Bryan Rust. Of course, O'Connor playing that Pascal Dupuis, Patrick Hornquist role, in which we thought Michael Bundy was going to fill it on the top line. But once again, it's that top line striking once again. Immediately, Crosby making the plays one more time. They're going to look at further review at it, though.
I will say this for Dylan Larkin, and again, it's tough. I wouldn't say he got abused by Crosby, but Crosby, even at 36 years old, just showcased his skills off a sick half spin in behind the net as they're going to go to the iPad and see if there's any sort of goaltender interference. If you're Detroit, I think you have to challenge this because this is your season on the line. And if you're Detroit as well, you cannot allow number 87 to make those dance moves behind the net. What a sweet set of hands off that pass, too.
Yeah, he had eyes on the back of his head.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm Detroit, if I'm a Penguins fan seeing Detroit challenge this, I would have blamed them for doing so, given that how close O'Connor was to Wyatt. And he poked that semi 1, 2, 3 times right towards the net. We don't know if there was contact between the stick and the pad.
That would be quite light to me, Alec. And again, I'm being as neutral as possible here. I think this should be a good goal that should stand. And unless you're really blatantly pushing Alex line in the goal crease, which O'Connor didn't do, we'll see. We're going to get the call right now. So they're going to give it. They're going to let it stand here, Alec. Yep. So Pittsburgh Penguins, great play. And all of a sudden, the Red Wings are down early in this game, 17-20. They have to find some answers here, Alec, because they couldn't find it on Tuesday. And this game is just as important.
Yeah, this is not a challenge by the Red Wings early on. I feel this wasn't an official review. It was a ref-initiated review to see where the stick was at. But if there was contact, it was pretty light. And I don't think it was really that obvious.
No, I don't either. I completely agree with you there. It's amazing to me, and again, I shouldn't even say it this way, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway, that no matter who Sidney Crosby plays with, you've had line mates go up and down across throughout the years, and everybody continues to provide production as you get a goal there from O'Connor. Here's a rush now for Rickard Raquel off the wrist, and this one will go up into the netting.
Yeah, I mentioned Dupuis and Hornquist previously among the list of Crosby teammates that found success on his line and anywhere else on the line. Chris Kunis, another one of those guys. Yeah. James Neal, Drew O'Connor, you can bring him up on this discussion. Bryan Rust, too, and Rickard Raquel.
And again, I think that's why when you're voted on by the NHLPA as the most complete player in the NHL still, I think that's warranted because you talk about those line mates going up and down throughout the years, and it really doesn't matter. Crosby is the engine that makes everything go still, and now he's got his team on the front foot here against a desperate Red Wings squad who's been struggling. But Crosby now, power move off the backhand. Here's a drop for Letang. Letang patient, work his way to the middle of the circles. He might get it back as the stick gets knocked out of the hand of one of the Red Wings. Now they'll try to pick it up as this will be an off and out stretch pass to DeBrincat with a flip. And again, you kind of wonder where Alex DeBrincat is on the score sheet side of it for number 93. They really need him. Again, it was a hot October. Loose out in front. Scores! Lucas Raymond, we're tied.
Well, LA 09, here we come, it seems. Lucas Raymond off the bouncing puck from the slot. Nice feed from DeBrincat. Going right up with Delkovich and a sweet find by Raymond to lift that backhander. I think it was not top left, it was bottom left, just right between the catching, not the catching glove, it's the blocker side. Just fit it right between the blocker and the right pad. Raymond ties it up 1-1. It feels like the Red Wings and Penguins, they're just going at it like it's 08 and 09 all over again by this point.
And we talk about it. I just mentioned it during the live play-by-play alongside Alec. What about Alex DeBrincat? Well, he gets a key steal, forces a stick lift, sets up Raymond off the rebound, And there you go. It's a 2-2 game. Almost split near the left side circle with a backhand. And this one bounces up in the air. So these two teams going right at each other right now. And I guess I'll blush a little bit. Still 16:05 left in the first. And this might be a track meet between these two teams. I might not, I don't know how I feel about that, as this is picked up off the backhand now. I think this is going to be a difficult game to broadcast, but we'll see the way it goes. Tripping call against Detroit. It's an easy one. Fabry going to the box.
Yeah, Erik Karlsson drew that one. Smart play by Karlsson to fake out Fabry and generate that penalty towards the Penguins to get a power play. That was a smart move by Karlsson to go back, forehand, backhand, and completely fool out Fabry and get into a trip. In the meantime, Boston University wronged the post on one of their shots that was so close to being 2-1 late in the third.
Thank you for that, Alec. Again, try to throw out those updates whenever you can. I appreciate that. We'll give you that across, and when we switch over or we get into commercial breaks, we can also go to that side of it too, because there's a lot to do today here, Alex. So I was going to try to do a double feature. I'm glad that you joined me here for this. I'm going to be white knuckles the whole way through, I guess. Rost with a wrister. That's a good save for Lion, but what a shot that was.
And meanwhile, what a sweet move by Lane Hudson on a spinorama around Denver. That was sweet.
Lane Hudson is also another one of those guys on Team USA. You saw a couple of the head coaches there. One of them, I actually forgot the name because we're doing this live right now, but he was the head coach of Team USA. I think that was the head coach of BU, as this is sent back around for Alex Nedeljkovic and Karlsson. We'll start this one again right to left here for the Pens. They are in the home blacks with the yellow, and the Red Wings in the road whites with the red pants and white stripe, as this is with the Evgeni Malkin. Now for Sid, you try to go back to Evgeni. Here is a bounce. It goes off a wing skate, and now number 71's got it. They'll stretch right back to the other 71 and Larkin, who flips it down to Nedeljkovic. And Pittsburgh will start again on their first power play. A minute 10 left to go in it. With 15 minutes into this first, long clear for Alex Line. He'll send this all the way down himself. John Ott alongside Alec Nava. It's a Red Wings fan and a Pens fan on the broadcast, but we'll be civil about it. This is a gigantic game for both of these teams that are looking to get into WC2. There's only one spot left. This is bounced. Goes in behind the net now near the right side red line. Is off the drop. Eller will send it across. Here's a wrister. It'll get blocked. Picked up off the backhand. Rickard Raquel. Now for Eller, as he's patient near the right side dot. Looking to survey now, still with the puck near the right dot. Give it back in the high slot. Here's a one-timer. This one will get flubbed. Picked up off the bounce. Red Wings just get the blue line. As this is now across the Pens logo. One will chase. Alex Line going to get back in his goal crease. Eller will send it out in front right to Detroit. Cleared all the way down to former Red Wing Alex Nedeljkovic. This will start again. This is showing Simon Evanson on the bench here for Valley Sports Detroit. As it's flipped in, Alex Line will survey it around again the boards. As O'Connor off the half spin now, Lucas Raymond. As the Red Wings return to full strength, Larkin out there with a first line. He's behind the net for Ben Sherratt. Now for Robbie Fabry trying to go right to left. There's a soft speed. Larkin right down the middle. He went for the top left bar. Larkin now off the half spin has to absorb a hit. Still trying to stay with it, trying to leap for Lucas Raymond, as this is bounced near the right side boards before Panoli Mata. Spun around now, Karlsson. We'll get this one ahead, and Pittsburgh now try to gain the entry to the right side blue line, fire it in. It bounces off a stick of Alex Lyon, and we'll get a whistle.
I think it's offside. I'm not clearly sure what the whistle is for, but meanwhile, Boston University has been plagued by penalty after penalty. They get another one. This one is boarding on 13 Peterson.
Geez, so I got right now, Alec, 1:13 left in the third. 1-1 is the score line. If that continues to hold, by the time this goes in the first, we can flip back over and we call some overtime here for these two teams. I think you and I were pretty clear about what would happen in the second game. We're both taking the Eagles. But for Denver and BU, is this what you expected?
Yeah, I think this is what I expected. A close and tight game where both teams are going onto a grudge match against one another. Remember, these are hockey blue bloods in the NCAA. by nature, you would think that they don't like each other, but it is Dylan Peterson getting called for this penalty. They were reviewing it to see if it's 5 or 2. They have ruled it 2 minutes, even though it looked like it could have easily been 5 minutes by the nature that he has hit it. But still, I felt that BU would have the edge based on their talent. Denver, they do have the depth on their side, and they're going to make it a defensive struggle on Boston University. But I feel the Terriers pull it out in overtime.
I wanted to jump onto your point here because I know I had some of these for BC, and we mentioned it. I said of recent highlights, they went 3-1 to BC against BU, but the only contest they played against Denver, they lost 4-3. And this is a Boston College Eagles team in our next game that's 33-5-1. So they've had losses to the teams that are playing now in BU and Denver, so we'll see how that goes. They're definitely probably the powerhouse 3 teams, and the Michigan's probably the distant 4th. They're the only unranked team to get into the tournament side and find their way, but sometimes that's what you got to do this time of year, and we'll hopefully get a chance to check out the OT.
Yeah, sometimes we think of how much good can each one of these 4 teams can do. Michigan's doing their damage on the power play. It didn't show against Michigan State that much, but still, this is a very dangerous power play that can be very lethal. But they're facing their biggest test in Boston College's penalty kill. That's very elite.
Yes, it is. And again, that's how we'll figure out how that's going to match up. Alongside the depth, I think, is probably another big piece there for the Eagles over the Wolverines. When we get to that, about an 8:45 puck drop. This will be sent for Malkin. He'll drop this one back, and this one will go wide. Now Patrick Kane, find the entry. Here's a good feed as the Red Wings find the zone near the left side dot. They'll backhand this around the end boards, but this should work out nicely here for the Pens. It'll be an opportunity to gain the entry off the drop. Rickard trying to make a sweep move to Malkin. And Malkin around the end boards now. We'll settle this one back up for Michael Bunting. Bunting will put this around the end boards here for Letang. As Malkin will watch this one. Michael Bunting back out there. Again, I can't help but think of him as a Toronto Maple Leaf as this is flipped like Kris Letang. This will stay here for Shayne Gostisbehere and Oli Mata. Oli Mata now. Watch this one. Carousel right to the Pens with Letang. They try to make a 100-foot pass. It'll bounce a couple times. And now the Red Wings defensive core for Gostisbehere and Mata. Pick it up around the inboards again. This is flipped easily. Glove down for Letang. They'll look to be able to start this one again. You got Crosby out there on the top line. As this one's flipped, Letang with a reverse hit falls down. Pittsburgh with the puck. Behind the back pocket pick here for Detroit from Alex DeBrincat as this one's cleared in. But I will say this, Alec, here. Very noticeably, I'm noticing Alex DeBrincat on defense, and I like what I see so far from the Cat.
Normally, we don't see these 2 words getting put in the same sentence about the DeBrincat and defense, as that role may be more entrusted in guys like JT Compher, Andrew Copp, Michael Rasmussen, perhaps even Christian Fischer and Zach Aston-Reese, as you mentioned, as they're more defensive-focused forwards. But DeBrincat playing defense may be an encouraging sign for Derek Lalonde.
I agree. You got to see it now. Again, you got to see everybody step up here. You can say the same thing for the Pens. A lot of the same narratives we throw out there. Both the teams are in the same spot, so you can use them interchangeably. Here's a chance. Rebound centered out in front for Pittsburgh and too far for Rust. But this will be a good interception here. Pittsburgh fired again. This one go up in the netting. Couple turnovers there. Pittsburgh got close, but it was blocked in front.
And I want to touch back on the Penguins with what the Sportsnet Pittsburgh feed pointed out earlier with the number of injuries to this team. Noel Acciari, Matt Nieto, Ryan Graves, Jansen Harkins. I feel it's no coincidence that once the Penguins put in some younger talent up at the more top lines, like Drew Connor, Valtteri Puustinen, Emil Bemstrom on the bottom 9 as well, that it feels that the winning started to show on the results. P.O. Joseph, Ryan Shea, for example, on the defensive side.
Gets tipped just wide. And again, I want to piggyback on that too, Alec, because again, you can think about where these teams are, especially for Pittsburgh. It's kind of playoffs considering where the core is. But if you have that young talent alongside your core of stars that you know that you can depend on, that's exactly what you want this time of year. And going forward, that also gives you in some particulars to say, hey, I think Pittsburgh can still be in a good spot as they continue to transition and still try to build into the team that we know them to be over the decade. As this is sent back around the end boards, because again, I can only think of Pittsburgh and Washington interchangeably. We talked about that many times. And again, we're seeing maybe the last stands, but I think Pittsburgh probably slightly ahead as far as everything else. Good hit near the right side boards, wipes out one of the Red Wings. And this is a reverse. Now here for the Pens. They'll get this on the right side. Here's a drop right through the middle. Here's a chance off a short side wrister. This one will get blocked. Daniel Sprong trying to locate it as he falls down. Bodies are going everywhere right now. Joe Valeno finds the entry for Ghost. He gets all turned around. Pittsburgh forces a steal. And again, I mentioned a breakneck pace earlier. Maybe we're getting more of a settling in period now. And Alex Nedeljkovic will settle this back around for the Pittsburgh defensive core. And they'll look to start it again. Now on the right side, it's Kane. Forces steal. Kane can seem, if he wants to, try to find a break, and I thought he was hooked, but now it's Kane near the right side wall. He tries to keep it alive, but this is just picked up, and now we'll get a whistle at 9:38.
So yes, we're going to go to break here with 9:38 to go in the first period. Whoa, Patrick Kane, I thought he was slowed down for a moment. I don't know if he tried to slow down to find his teammate to do so. Maybe he did so, but still, you want to have your big name players show up in the biggest moments. Speaking of which, that should be exactly the case for Boston University and Denver, namely Maxwell Celebrini and Jack Devine on the offensive side. Denver has 47 seconds of PowerPoint time left. They're 0 for 4, however, on the man advantage.
We will continue to watch that. We're going to be going to overtime, and we'll see what happens with the power play. As Alec just mentioned, there's a lot to do in between this game and between the NHL side, which is also full bore of the schedule. I think we also have to keep an eye on the Caps who are playing today, my friends. So there is a lot going on, or maybe I got that one wrong. I know there is a lot. It is Caps and Sabres. That one is 0-0, 6:57 in the first. And who would have thought maybe a few weeks ago that the season might be in control for Pittsburgh and Detroit, but it also might depend on what the Sabres do.
It might. It all depends. I feel the Sabres, they are the wild card controlling a destiny all around for any one of these four teams. Even though they're not fighting for a playoff spot, they still can control anyone's destiny. The Flyers, we look at them, they had an 88% chance of making the playoffs just last month. Now that number's down to 4%.
That's crazy. And then the Tuesday side, when I saw that dismantling, I saw John Tortorella in a right arm cast when he was given his post game during one of the ones, I think a few days ago. But then what did they give up? 8 goals to the Montreal Canadiens on the Tuesday side? I mean, I can't imagine how upset he is.
Yeah, when you give up 9 goals
9
to a team that is at the bottom of the standings and is rebuilding, yeah, you have a right to be upset in every facet. That could be a season-defining loss at the end of things, and it effectively can take you out of playoff contention.
Absolutely. And again, I think for some of the comments for Tortorella is you got to find a way to learn how to win and step up this time of year. You're going to go home. And I thought his comments were pretty poignant. That's really not verbatim. That's pretty much what he threw out there. This goes off the backboards. Red Wings will get a power play out of this, so that might have been from the DeBrincat hook that I thought that was going to be called. Maybe not more so on Kane. That looked more standard. But either way, the Red Wings have a power play opportunity. They've been good through most of the season on this, but against the Caps, they couldn't find any on 2 opportunities. But this is a big one here. Patrick Kane, and that's some miscommunication there. That'll work out well for the Pens. And obviously be Ghost have to start it as Alex Line will set it back down. And now the Red Wings have it in their own end with Dylan Larkin. Number 71 lives for 88. Kane hits it off the backboards to Larkin now. Larkin trying to drive around the end boards. This goes near the left out for David Perron. It's been pretty silent on the power play side. Here's a turnover, but Ghost is there. Good forechecking there for Kyle Dubas's Pittsburgh Penguins as it's Perron. And now Kane. Fake a slapper here. High slot for Ghost as he'll settle it down near the right side dot. Red Wings still trying to move this around. Haven't got any shots just yet as it's Lucas Raymond. Now for Gostisbehere. High slot. When are they going to shoot this puck? Gostisbehere does so now, and this one goes high and on a play.
I thought the Red Wings, they too perfect on that power play. You want to emphasize on more shots. I feel there's too many passes around this sequence. That shot broke the.
I saw it too.
Lens.
It did.
That shot broke the camera lens in the arena. How many times do you see that?
No, you don't see that very much, Alec, because you got a good replay on both of our feeds, and yeah, that's at least about $6,000 camera lens. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, gotta feel for the cameramen on both broadcasts between the Valley Sports Detroit and Sportsnet Pittsburgh feeds.
As now Alex Lyon here for Moritz Seider. I wonder whose pocket of money that comes out of. That's not cheap. This is sent back around the end boards now. Pittsburgh did a great job on this kill, keeping the Red Wings off the outside. Here's a chance that bounces out in front into Delkovich. Not really sure how. Fabry settled this one down as it goes down to 10 seconds. Moritz Seider off the back skate. He puts it toward the net. Delkovich makes the save with the left pad. And now the Red Wings, as this returns to full strength, this will be cleared down the ice by Jeff Carter, former LA King. That's now picked up by Seider. 7:25 left to go in this first. The Red Wings lead 8-4 on the shot board, but the score is tied at 1. If this comes to another situation like Tuesday when it's a heavily advantage for shots and they don't take advantage of it, well, then you can see that because Pittsburgh's been hot of late. Sidney Crosby with a short side chance, and this one goes out too, but he was trying to snipe Alex Line 5-hole.
But then again, you see the emphasis on the shots on that last sequence on the power play for the Red Wings. This is what we were looking for, more on power plays. We know that the Penguins have one of the worst power plays in the league, which is not usual for a team that's thrived off the power play in their Stanley Cup runs. But the Red Wings, they have a solid power play. This is what they needed to do throughout that first half of that sequence. They needed more of those shots. They took those in the second half.
We'll see if they continue to do so, Alec, and we'll see how many opportunities both of these teams can get. It's been a better settling down here for Detroit. It was a spectacular pay for Sidney Crosby behind the net out the half spin away from Larkin to set up O'Connor and Titan. Get the first goal of the game, and then a response back from Lucas Raymond off the backhand from a DeBrincat steal. That's where we are. Pittsburgh has this in the offensive end. Karlsson will bounce this off the kick plate. Detroit looking to escape the danger. Joe Veleno will be the first to get to it. He doesn't have any reinforcement. Try to bank it off the outside of the cage. And now Penguins able to survey. They'll get this in across the left side red line. Red Wings. Here they come again. Now the right wing side. Off the forehand, Raymond circles behind the net. Here's a setup for Larkin. He shoots it wide. Larkin now, left side. He goes for a wrister. This one gets blocked out in front. And now Crosby makes a nice controlled pass out ahead. And now taken down as one of the Penguins as this goes back around the end boards. Rickard trying to get Chase. And number 71 has it now. Alex DeBrincat. This goes off the stick and on a play. 5:52. We'll take a break.
So as we're nearing the start of overtime, I know BU and Denver, they're waiting in their locker rooms. I think their head coaches had an overtime intermission speech beforehand. So I feel, can we make our picks for who is going to win in overtime here for each side? We just don't know. We need to take a look at their rosters at first.
I do, Alec. I have to pull that up admittedly, so give me a couple minutes, but I'll definitely be down to do so. I just got to pull up the college hockey website.
So yeah, I'll go ahead and see these two teams and who's going to win it, and for who will have winning for each one of them. If I think BU is going to get this up front and go to the national championship game, I want to go with Luke Tuck getting the win for Boston University. As for Denver, I think it's going to be one of their depth guys, I believe, if they're going with that, because they have the advantage on the depth, and I feel the winner is going to be scored. But I know they have one overtime win. That was when they survived a double overtime scare to UMass. But I think, in my opinion, that I know BU, they're going to have Luke Tuck getting the win. But if it's Denver, I'll go Shea Bullion.
Shea Bullion, that would make me happy because I know he's a Red Wings product. So let me look at it now. I got Denver's names in front of me, so let me start with them first. I'll go with another defenseman. I'll go Sean Barons. How about that? I'll throw that one out there for you. I don't know if that's the most popular one, but that's what I'll go with. And for BU, Luke Tuck, again, I watched a little bit earlier in that second period. Again, that's the younger brother of Alex Tuck, correct? So that's a good one there for you. And why not? Let's go ahead and I'm not going to take the easy one. I'll go with Lane Hudson.
And Lane Hudson, of course, Mac was Delabrini. He would be the easiest pick possible.
Right.
So let's not get that for one out of the way. Hudson isn't a good pick for you, John. Well, essentially, he's the second best forward on the roster, and he's a defenseman.
Yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully, I didn't pick too many dark horse ones there, but that's what I'll go with, and I'm eager. I'm kind of hoping that this period goes into turbo mode, honestly, because I want to see part of the overtime at least. Hopefully, we don't miss that. And Sidney Crosby, he gets bumped by Ben Sherratt, loses his stick. He'll get back to his feet, though. And now has him behind the net trying to make a centering back pass. As Sid still trying to keep this. Look at that power off the forehand. He gets taken down again, no call. But I don't see any Pittsburgh fans up in arms about it as it's Patrick Kane. Kane now stutter step off sides is Detroit.
JT Compher, he stepped a little too far ahead of Patrick Kane to get the generated chance. Well, he jumped a little too early. I think he was excited, but Sidney Crosby still making magic happen from the corners. How about it?
I can't believe it, Alec. Again, not that I wouldn't say Sidney Crosby still wouldn't be a guy that would be in the top six and doing damage. I can't believe he's still a franchise centerman and playing at an elite level. I mean, he was almost at a point even this year was still where he almost got 100 points, and he's every bit as part of the resurgence for Pittsburgh to get back in. Here's a chance off the rush, and the Pets score!
Breakaway for Kris Letang on the straightaway down the runway. He does the rest. Rickard locates. Bunting finds the open Letang. He doesn't slap this. He just gets Lion to buy into thinking that he is going to slap it. That is not an angry slap shot. That's just enough a snapshot to get it right through the right or left pad of Lion and to make it a 2-1 game here in Pittsburgh. How about this?
That's a great play off the rush. I mean, that was a rolling sauce pass from Bunting, and Letang beats everybody down the ice. Again, DeBrincat, kind of interesting. He's the last man back on defense. I'm not going to sit there and blame him for that one. Where was the rest of the defense? They got caught flat-footed. And Kris Letang, he gets the job done there. Sidney Crosby already has an apple. It's all the main cogs that we've seen over the years. Rickard, his pass. Drop there for Bunting, the second line back out there. This is offsides, 4:25 in the first. The Penguins have taken the lead again. They got 2 goals on 5 shots.
As we're speaking, overtime has just started between BU and Denver. Denver's still on the power play. Here's an interesting note. Of all the 4 remaining teams in the tournament, only one of them is outside the top 5 on power play percentage. That being the team that's on the power play right now, Denver. They're all the way down 16. Everyone else, BC, BU, and Michigan, 2, 3, and 1.
We will do this draw again, and as soon as we get a chance for this first intermission, we'll flip back over. I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be writing 2 stories today. I might not, but the broadcast link will carry between both of the games, so I hope everybody understands that. Once it gets posted, there's just a lot to do today, and we're just going to keep it as one file, I imagine, because I think Alec's going to stick with me through most of this, at least. Again, at least I know for the first game we'll be here all the way through, because it's pretty important between Detroit and Pittsburgh. Again, for me, I know we both love college hockey. It's probably my window dressing for me in the second game. I want to see the Wolverines do something. And, Alec, I will have a critical question for you at the end of this first, and maybe it's more of a statement, but nonetheless, I think we'll have some fun with it as we're looking at the WC spots on the Valley Sports Detroit feed. Again, it's as tight as can be. This is deflected. Carter might have got a stick on it, but Alex Lyon found it, and he needed to.
Daniel Carter, he got that stick on the puck. He was closely watched by Austin Sharnick at the SWAT. And smart deflection. You want to get to the front of the net to deflect goals. Those are playoff type goals.
Yeah.
Carter knows about playoffs. He has 2 Stanley Cups with the Kings, and he to deflect pucks right in front of the nets.
So Penguins get wiped out a couple times. Carter falls down, and now they'll get it back. Couple deflected opportunities there for Pittsburgh right after the goal from Kris Letang, and they were both dangerous. And Pittsburgh has it now on their own end. Their forwards will take a change. Ben Sherratt will go ahead and pick it back up and behind his net. He's out there with Gostisbehere as they'll flip this one all the way down. Against Zach Aston Reese, was also a former Penn. He's been called up during emergency conditions, and I know the Red Wings fans have been saying it's been an emergency condition for about a month and a half. And I know how you guys feel, but this is where it is right now at this time of the year. This will be blocked away from Mata. Compher will send it in deep for Ghost. And we'll look to start it again. 3:15 left to go in the first, Jonna. Alongside Alec Nava, we'll definitely be switching on the play-by-play and trying to give you some updates in the Frozen Four, because first part of that game between BU and Denver is an OT, so once this first is done, we're going to flip. This is Gostisbehere now. He will pick this one back up, settle it down off a pass from 80 feet, and this will go right to Letang, who had just scored the go-ahead goal for Pittsburgh. They'll send it across the right side red line. Moritz, Seider now out there with Perron. As one of the defensemen changed, Larkin loses it. Letang now has it to the right side. This will be a wrister that gets blocked down in front. As this bounces off Rickard, I thought there'd be some holding or a hit up high that Pittsburgh doesn't get a power play on, which they probably should have. Here's a tip. This one goes just wide. Picked up now by Letang and crashes into the wall. He's definitely given an all-out effort in this game so far, but that's probably business as usual for him. O'Connor now off the stick lift. This stays with Letang, trying to hold that blue line. Red Wings trying to provide support, and now this will go to Pittsburgh in their own end. 2:05 left to go in this first. It's a 2-1 lead for the Pens. You got O'Connor and Letang with the goals. You got Raymond with the goal for Detroit. Shots are 9-8. As this will be Simon Edmondson, number 77. You wonder if his heart's beating an extra mile a minute in this type of game. Here's a chance off the rush. You got Daniel Sprong, but he was too far near the left side dot. This is spun back around. I'm not sure I want Daniel Sprong on the fourth line here. I think he needs to get bumped up a little bit. As this is Raquel. We'll fire this one down the zone. Simon Edmondson pinned. We'll take a flip. This is not a good one, and Detroit has to clean this up in their own end. Sprong will just get this out across the blue. Pittsburgh will take an outstretch. Nice bank off the end boards. It's still very busy for Edmondson, who's kind of stuck in a phone booth there, but he got the puck out. Pettersson absorbs a hit, but here's Pittsburgh. Get this one across the right side wing. Compher's there off the spin. He'll have to turn back around as Red Wings force a steal. David Perron, he's going to get hit big time and fall down. Good crunch against the boards there for Pittsburgh, who's throwing out the body well. This is put around the inboards. It's ice, though, however, against the Pens.
Oh, I like this kid. Jack St. Ivany, already 24 years old, and 11 games played with the Penguins, making impact with a hit along with the board on David Perron, one of the more seasoned veterans in the NHL. You want to prove yourself in the big leagues? This is how.
I love that, Alec, and I'm glad you said it that way, because for the youngster to lay that kind of hit, that was clean. That was against the boards, and David Perron was caught. You probably wouldn't expect a youngster like that to make that play, but he laid the wood, and that was a good hit. As this goes to the neutral zone, this bounces to Alex Line. I'll take no chances. We'll get another face-off with 40 seconds.
And by the way, we have a 4-on-4 coincidental minors between Denver and BU. We're in overtime. The Boston University, they have more room to operate now. If there's a chance to end it here, I think it's there for the taking for the Terriers.
I definitely would say so, Alec. I'm not even going to disagree with that in the slightest. I'm just waiting for this 40 seconds to tick away. It feels like an eternity right now.
It feels like it.
This is put back around the end boards. Detroit's got it. DeBrincat with the hand grenade. He'll get this one ahead for Raymond, but it's turned over. Down to 30 seconds. Penguins got a 2-1 lead so far. It looks like that's how it's going to be at the end of one, and they deserve to be out front. I think any Red Wings fan would have to say that as well. They've had some chances. Larkin. Now DeBrincat. Give it go! Oh, what a goal! My goodness, it's Lucas Raymond again, and that came out of nowhere.
Just what we were saying about the Penguins leading 2-1.
Man.
We might have changed this call. That Lucas Raymond, Alex DeBrincat, the Raymond again, Dipsy Doodle on one skate. That might be one of the goals of the year for the Red Wings. Even as a Penguins fan myself, I gotta give Raymond his flowers here. What a goal for that youngster.
These are two spectacular goals, two really hard-working goals for the Pens. That one kind of went out of nowhere for Detroit. Alex DeBrincat had a stick, lifted up, ran off the backhand. Then they're going to give somebody the puck there on that side, I think. So maybe a monumental point total. But for Lucas Raymond, he's really cemented himself as the Red Wings have struggled, and that is big for the youngster there. I know there were some Wings fans that were kind of wondering whether or not Lucas Raymond would be a trade piece. I'm glad he wasn't. We'll go to the dressing room tied at 2, and then I'll quickly switch across the feeds.
And things are getting a little antsy here in St. Paul. We're nearly 5 minutes deep into overtime. BU almost won it, and Denver, they had a good chance on the other side. Final seconds of the 4-on-4. I believe Denver, they have it, and they're going back the other direction. They're in the BU zone.
I'm going to go ahead and get up the rest of the box set up here, Alex. So if you want to take the lead for a moment, I'll jump in a minute.
So the Pioneers, they're forced out. The coincidental finders are over. But Denver, they're quickly attacking back inside this zone. Here's a quick shot, and Perron shuts that one down. We still do not have a winner as of now. It is 1-1 to score. Second time the Pioneers have been involved in an overtime game on the Frozen Four tournament.
I know Perron, if you saw that save in the second period, as this one is William, and now we'll get some pushing and shoving in front of the net. If you saw Perron save at the end of the second period, he might have made one of the best saves in college hockey this year as he reached back around with the right glove hand and kept it away from the goal line.
I mean, he had that tremendous reach. That was spectacular. I only started watching this from the third period when I was waiting for this to start between the Penguins and Red Wings, but this is some good action.
Lane Hudson with a couple of nasty moves as we get the replay, and then Perron able to shut the door. Again, Matthew Perron, he's looked pretty good. I think on the other side in goal for Denver, correct me if I'm wrong, it's Matt Davis. They showed him. I think he's at a 97% save percentage right now during these playoff games. The scoring chances are 4-2 in this overtime in favor for the Terriers. And they have the puck now, as this is Stevens trying to pick this up off the forehand. And Kaplan runs into the referee, and this is going to work out the other way as it's picked up now off the back pass and sent around the inboards now. It's a 1-1 game with 14:20 in the overtime. Oh my goodness, what a hip check. I can't believe that the play is not even blown dead. Hopefully the player's okay over there. Very slow to get up. Here's a wrister. This one goes wide of Perron's net. My goodness, that was one of the biggest hits I think I've ever seen. As this goes near the right side boards and now sent back down. So let's just get a correction here on my part here, Alex. So Boston University, the jerseys in white, and Denver is the jerseys in red, correct?
Yes, those are the correct jersey uniform colors.
Okay, so we got Denver now. We'll pick this one up off of William, off the stick lift. Denver now. Try to find the entry. It's a 1-on-2. Here's a wrister. Perron's going to see it all the way. I hope they show that hit again.
Yeah, that was a brutal hit. They better show that hit one more time. I mean, sheesh. I mean, Stevens, 25. He got decked out really good.
Yeah.
BU, they won all 7 faceoffs this period in overtime. Denver, they need to get one.
Yes, they do. And again, I'm looking at some of the Denver names on the college. Wow. That is a wrestling type collision, and Stevens was holding his knee. He was able to pop back up, but I'm telling you, that was a bulldozer. As this is now with Denver, an offensive zone draw. Some of their names are not as familiar to me there for Denver for the Pioneers, but we know they've been a good hockey squad for several years. They got a chance in the offensive zone, although Perron has been splendid in this game. You could say the same thing for Davis with 13:20 left to go in this overtime. Again, we will flip back over between the Pens and the Red Wings as well. That is in the first intermission. We'll also probably, once this gets a little bit later throughout the day, go across the NHL scoreboard because there's a lot going on. as this is picked up off the forehand. Boston University trying to get this one off the rush. And this will bounce a couple ways near the right side red line. Denver will escape, force a steal. Here's a chance for the Terriers. Drop one-timer. And this one goes wide to the left side of the post. My goodness, that was an opportunity there. And this will be blown dead.
Yeah, icing against Denver. I believe Aiden Thompson, 7 for Denver. He was closing in on the one-timer shot by Boston University. That was so close to going near side or short side, depending on however people will want to call it. That was so close to the winner there. But Matt Davis, who sometimes you're looking at the last name, sometimes I think of it and saying, am I reading Henry Davis or Matt Davis?
Yeah.
Am I confusing with the Pirates player?
It's not really a bad confusion there because the Pirates have been hot of late as well, and you kind of like the way that that team is rolling, so it's understandable. Well, I had to ask you for jersey clarification. So, again, I'm no pro, as this is put around. I'm just happy to go ahead and join here with you. This is a great time to do so, Alec. It's been a very busy day. I know it's going to be hockey loaded, but the Pittsburgh and Detroit game's been excellent, and so far from what we've seen from this game, it's been excellent too.
Yeah, I do want to also touch on baseball right here. If you were to tell me the Kansas City Royals would have
Yes.
a better record than the Houston Astros by this point before the season, I would look at your eyes in absolute disbelief.
Yes. Bobby Wood Jr. with a couple of tanks, 5 RBI, and I think Kansas City dropped a 9 bomb on Houston in the first inning.
But that was spectacular for the Royals, who added at the offseason this
They
time
did.
around as opposed to staying complacent. They locked up Bobby Wood Jr., Joe Salvador Perez, but also Seth Lugo, Michael Wacha, and all the other additions to support Brady Singer and Cole Raggins in the starting rotation. That's a good starting 4.
It really is, Alec. And again, for the AL Central, some people can agree, disagree. Minnesota might still be the favorite, but don't tell that to Detroit, Kansas City, Cleveland. I think that's going to be a fun division to watch.
Yeah, this is going to be a very fun division to watch, the AL Central. It's going to be a dogfight for the season. I think Kansas City has a chance. Minnesota, they are the favorites. I think Detroit still realistically going to be up there if they're breaking out. So we are now back to playing. So Denver, they just came out their timeout. There's a quick shot that went off the far side of the post, I think. If it did not go off of Karlsson, this is sent out to neutral ice. Denver's chasing after it, so is 18 of BU. I believe that was Shayne of the 4th line, and back deep is Lalonde, the first-round pick from Vancouver. Lalonde moving up. Bruce center, trying to send this one in. Too many Pioneers in the way. They go back the other direction, Divine, and the 4 red. There's a quick shot, puck bouncing around in front. Doesn't go off someone. One of the Pioneers lost their stick. The Pioneers are calling for a slash. I don't believe the hand up is in the air. So the Pioneers, they keep this in around for the right point. Troy, he's a freshman, around for the far corner. Back to the point. One-timer shot. That's gloved down by Perron with 11:42 left in the 4th period.
Alec, if you want to take the rest of this, you can. Again, I'm going to monitor our scores and our intermission as well. So we can just both give each other the go-ahead when we want to switch games here. But we know we're in the OT. Perron's going to hold on and make the save. 11:32 in the first overtime. We get a stoppage again. It's going to be sudden death until we get a goal.
And one name that I enjoy seeing here for the Denver roster, Massimo Rizzo. Nothing just enjoy the name.
Yeah, I think I saw earlier throughout this broadcast is David Carl's squad. He was the head coach of Team USA. Yes, now I got the name and I saw his face. But again, they had him in there after an injury, so he's jumping into a big-time portion of this Frozen Four semifinal between Denver and Boston University. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch the rest of this today. And again, I know Denver probably doesn't have as many names to me as I know across the board, but every single year the Pioneers seem to be in the running for a championship.
It speaks to how good they are year in and year out. They won a championship just 2 years ago. They're looking to win their 2nd in 3 years. Back the other way comes Matika, who was part of that one goal that Denver scored. That pass was denied out in front by BU. Can't get it out, though. They collect it at their own zone. It's Tuck moving this out for Stevens, 25. Backboard Tuck to the left side. He goes behind the net. one-on-one around the Denver defense, perhaps the best in the nation. The Terriers are set up. Only 4 Pioneers have sticks. That shot went off with Davis and is recollected by Peterson, who took that penalty earlier. Peterson, long drive, and that was blocked off the Pioneer, who was without a stick. Good sacrificial effort. And recollected now by number 2, Gavin McCarvey. He's the brother of Case McCarvey, as this was nearly turned over. Now back up the Terriers. 3 on 2 if they hurry. Left side. That one aired up wide. Might have bounced off a stick. It went out of play with 10-22.
Again, so Alec Vision a little bit ahead of me on this side, so I'll make sure I don't jump all over him here as that one goes out of play. But Tuck had an opportunity into the screen. He tried to shoot that one, and it went just wide.
Yeah, that was Luke Tuck. That was a give and go between him and Sam Stevens. That was something that Boston University needed. They wanted to wrap this one up, going to a potential national championship with Boston College, as long as Michigan doesn't pull off an upset on BC.
Yeah, I'll be thankful when the second game starts because, again, I don't have to be as neutral throughout the broadcast as I'm really trying to be between Pittsburgh and Detroit and between these games as well. I think this was one that I can just have more fun with and kind of take a deep breath, but the NHL game on tap is giving me anxiety.
At least Michigan's there to calm you down for all the intensive purposes. Here's BU. They drop it back. That one's poked away. But they do get it back. Zapanek, long drive from the right point. And that's held onto by Matt Davis with 9:54 left in OT.
And I know we have some reinforcements here on the broadcast, Alec, as Ian has joined in. I'll give you a scoring update. Sabres are up on the Caps, 1-0 after 1.
So that's the Buffalo Sabres doing the work there, perhaps for either one who wins between the Red Wings and the Penguins, whoever comes out on top. Just remember, the Red Wings and Penguins have 2 goals each against one another. The Flyers and Rangers, they're tied 1-1, but the Flyers, they have essentially taken themselves out of playoff contention by this point.
Yeah, they have. And again, for the way that it's kind of gone for them over the last few weeks, it's been very tough. John Tortorella's squad, I thought, would have been an instant shoe-in about a month ago, but you could have said the same thing about Detroit. But again, as we talked about it, some of those teams floundered. It was Pittsburgh who's played very well of late.
Yeah, we're currently getting an ice scrapage right now between BU and Denver. It is overtime. Winner heads to the national championship. How are we doing, Ian?
We are doing we're doing very well, Alex. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. The playoff race is still going on. We got the games going on right now, and that's when I think, you know what, Blues, just wait till next season. What do they do? Well, they do that. They're 3 points behind the Vegas. Both sides look sloppy, and I can't give up.
You may need to take note because the impossible could still happen.
Yeah, they're the only team in the West right now that's still available to clinch a spot. It's down to Vegas and St. Louis, as Ian threw it out there. Vegas does have an extra game in hand and 3 points, but it is not over yet, and everything else in the East looks like it's not going to be decided until game 82.
Yeah, there's also the LA Kings to pay attention to, considering they're the 3rd seed in the Pacific.
Yeah.
And they haven't clinched yet.
Yeah, it's going to be wide open as far as seeding, and I would think Vegas and Edmonton, that's the last matchup that Edmonton would want.
Yeah, speaking of Edmonton, they're going to face Vancouver. They could still realistically win the Pacific Division after starting out as one of the worst teams in the NHL. Look how far we've come.
I know, it's crazy between all this. If you haven't kept track of it every day or every other couple of days, it'd probably make your head spin.
I mean, topsy-turvy, off and around and around. Well, Dallas can be with me punch it tonight. With a win, it's all steal for them. Or Colorado loses after Dallas loses tonight, then Dallas will get the division.
Yeah, and Dallas, I think you had a great call on that, Alec. You said that as one of your Stanley Cup Finals teams. I didn't expect them to win the Central. I mean, hell, even a few weeks ago, it seemed like Winnipeg had 3 games in hand and might have a chance. It looks like they're going to be the 3 seed.
And by the way, the Denver Pioneers are headed to the national championship game. 2-1 your final in overtime.
Man, that seemed like an easy chance for Perron to stop right off the rush on the bottom right corner. And what do you know? You fire it at the net, it goes in, and utter elation for the Denver Pioneers as they move on to the national championship game.
The story ends here for Malkin, Sullivan, and the Boston University Terriers. Second straight time to get eliminated in the Frozen Four. But the first year it was without Sullivan. This time it is with Sullivan. You have the expectations placed upon you. You get to this point. I feel it is depth that is of the importance. That's what Denver has in their strength. Boston University, they're a top-heavy team. I felt that you live by your top-heavy guys, you die by your top-heavy guys. That's exactly what happened.
Tristan Bros with the game winner near the right side as he shoots at low right corner off the rush. That goes ahead and beats the netminder, Perron. And this one's done. Denver is going to await the winner of the Boston College Eagles and the Michigan Wolverines. Hell, if it's Denver and BU or Denver, Michigan, we're going to have a good one, Alec, on Saturday. I've cleared the deck and the cards. I'm covering that on Saturday night, regardless of what we have. But again, just another one right off the rush near the right side circle. Maybe a partial screen where Perron couldn't track it off the back skate of one of his defensemen. And that was enough to win the game.
And it puts a little smile on my face considering Bros, he's a second-round pick from the Penguins in 2021. So that's his second overtime goal of the tournament. The first one being the double overtime winner over UMass Amherst. After video review, it stood. And I'm happy for this young fella, the prospect for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Bros, that was a sharp shot from the right side, 5-hole.
But yes, and just before I switch back over, because I'm glad you called that there, that was double 5-hole. That went to the defenseman and the goaltender in the back of the net.
Now, hold on. Are they reviewing this to see if there's an offside?
I was looking at the handshake line, but now that you said that, I'm going to flip back in.
Or they may be looking at it to see if this was a legal entry. Was his teammate ahead? So they're gathering the referee crews to review it. That is close, but I think the way I see it, the camera moves to the right just before we can get an official determination. We need another look. See if this was legal entry. Did his teammate get 2 feet behind? So they may have seen something in which they can get a conclusion to it. We're getting the call.
Go ahead and take it out.
So there is no major penalty at the end. It is official. Denver's moving on.
Good call. Again, I didn't see enough on that side of it. There was no offsides. You can go back in college hockey and also, as you said, challenge for penalties. Nothing there as well in the previous minutes. No offsides. We got a good goal. At least no controversy to end this.
Just clean, pure puck here. All puck. As they say in basketball, all ball.
Yeah. That's a good finish. I can't believe of all the chances that that's the one that goes in, but that is what we have there, and Denver able to move on. Again, they wait for the winner in between Michigan and BC. Alec and I kind of leaning toward the BC Eagles, maybe even so heavily, but I'm just happy to have Michigan at this point. This is what I was going to ask you here, Alec, in the first intermission. This might be selfish to say, but if you go ahead and you put the Red Wings out of their misery today and Pittsburgh gets the big win, you got to promise me that Michigan gets a W today. I can't get 2 losses.
Oh, I got to say that. Well, there isn't so much to say about it. Well, we can agree on it.
We want to see it. I think you said it right, because, I mean, we can't expect it. It's very possible Detroit goes 0-2 today on both the sides as far as the teams. Take it away in the second period. It's a 2-2 game between Pittsburgh and Detroit.
And so back here, like with 2008 and 2009 all over again, reliving memories. we speak of to 2008-2019, of course, Crosby, Malkin, and Letang are still around here. You got a 93 on the ice. That's not Johan Franzen this time around. There's a 96 on the Red Wings roster. That's not Tomas Holmstrom. Boy, where did all those times go, John?
Yeah, you're putting me back through the chamber of memories here. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, yeah, we can all enjoy these memories. All of their whole last single rounds, back-to-back Stanley Cup final appearances and matches between these two. Red Wings on the legal entry. I'm Alec Nava. He's John Ott. Second period, Red Wings on the road jerseys from left to right. White uniforms, red sweatpants. Penguins and their home uniforms, the black and gold one from right to left. They have the black and gold sweatpants on the other side. So, other scores to watch on here, the Flyers and Rangers are tied 1-1. The Sabres sweep the Capitals 1-0. If you're keeping track of scores in which these two teams need the Sabres and the Rangers to help them on their playoff cases. So there's a shot from the right point that doesn't go. Evgeni Malkin goes the other side on a legal entry, walking the point, right side, long shot, kicked out, rebound. That doesn't go all the way into the net. Now here go the Red Wings back the other direction. Leading the rush is Fabry, the ex-Blue. Right there at the far corner is Ryan Shayne, wearing the number 5 in goal. Now on the entry, Reilly Smith kind of slowed down Valeno there behind the net to stick this one aside for the ex-Penguin Olli Mata, who was part of the 2016 and 2017 teams winning the Stanley Cups. There's a shot, but I think that's going to be negated because there was an offside on the play.
There's been a lot of jumpy Red Wings in this game right now, trying to enter the line with speed. And Alec, that's the 5th time that's happened so far. Courtesy of Bally Sports Detroit, first 65-point player since age 21 was Lucas Raymond. That passes Slava Kozlov.
You're taking in hockey fans all the way back
Yes.
to the old times.
Yeah, Slava Kozlov was a good one in the mid-90s, and again, that's big for Detroit because with all the success, again, both these teams have, you don't really get a lot of high draft picks.
And back in the days of Steve Yzerman and the Red Wings, several chances. Austin Charnick absolutely stymied by Ned.
That is a sick save there for Alex Nedeljkovic because of all people, Austin Czarnik tries to go in between his legs a la Matthew Tkachuk, and Nedeljkovic says no with a good robbery.
That was sick as well. And also on the other side is Zach Astor-Reese, another ex-Penguin on this fourth line on a limited basis. He was crucial to Toronto's first-round victory over Tampa last year.
Yeah, again, it's kind of crazy seeing all these former players in between our teams, not even all that long ago. In a game that means so much, I mean, hey, you get called up in the lineup if you're Zach Aston-Reese, and you get cemented right into a playoff race.
Yeah, you can see the same thing for Jack St. Ivany and Ryan Shea for the Penguins, even though they're not former Red Wings on your side. I believe Shea used to be on the Stars organization beforehand, just won the Red Wings. Gets leveled in the far corner, but here comes Detroit the other way. Petrie sends around. He's the one in the number 46. He chose that number to honor his father, who was a pitcher for the Tigers. This puck bounced off of one of the referees and out of play. Hope that ref is all right.
Hit him off the side of the cheek with a glancing puck. Looks like they're no worse for wear. Just trying to make sure everything else is okay there. But you can definitely see the shiner starting to develop on the right side of the cheek.
Yeah, I feel that's what's happening. Just glad it's not as bad of a situation as what Steve Kozari was in previously. That was scary when Adam Fleury accidentally collided with them.
Yeah, that was a really bad one. I know in the Waterford Sharks game here locally on this side, it was kind of a funny one that one of the referees were skating backwards, falling right down, and then they started playing Dancing Queen. I enjoyed that.
Oh, oh. You have me thinking of that already, John.
Center ice draw, 17-25 left in the second. It's a tie game.
So this one, the flex out of play almost in an instant. That took just 5 seconds in between stoppages. That was quick.
It is. And again, the shot totals for both of these teams are quite low, honestly. 12 for Detroit, 9 for Pittsburgh, and yet 4 goals on the board.
It feels that way where goaltending is basically optional early on, but we would expect these two to turn on the heaters down for the stretch between Lyon and Nedeljkovic. Otherwise, if it's not, we could see signs of the two of them being overused, as we were earlier pointing this one out. 17:05 left in the second period. This goes out to center ice, whereas Lucas Raymond saying this past the red line and recollected by the Penguins. It's Joseph back deep backhanding this one, but it's held in by the Red Wings. Letang was there. Backhand this one over to the half wall. Detroit almost held this one in. It's shoved all the way down to the Detroit zone where it's Girard. Now Raymond, who walks in 1-on-3, waiting for reinforcements. Now to the near corner, fires this one around for the boards. Collects on pass, left point to right point between Girard and Seider. Seider walking, goes across. Girard kicked out by Nedeljkovic. And the rebound is tracked down by Larkin at the far side. Larkin skating now behind the net. Larkin poked away by the Penguins. It is Letang there, Johnny on the spot. Joseph hands off for the dock and clears this one down. It's going to be icy against the Penguins.
Again, I'll just jump into this question here. One of our listeners has asked, do you think this game goes under 8.5? I know Alec and I aren't betting men on this side, but I'm going to go ahead and jump on and say yes. This game's definitely going 8.5. We're not going to see an explosion of goals. And I want to say this too. For the Valley Sports Detroit side, I know you follow along on Money Puck too, Alec, but entering this game, Detroit had 32% playoff odds. With a win, it goes up to 54. With a loss, it goes down to 15. That's probably going to be the same for both of these squads.
And on the other side for the Penguins, if we're looking at playoff odds, it goes up to 60.5 of win in regulation. If it's a loss, then that falls down to 17%. That's something of key. This is a big game for both our teams.
Yes, it is. And again, even an overtime point. I think really if you're both teams, Alec, you got to be able to deny the other the full points. But even an overtime point just keeps you in it. Both these teams got to get something of a result.
Well, David Perron almost got something. Speaking of getting something out of it, but he hit everything but the nets. As this shot, that went off the left side of the post and it stayed out. The Penguins inside. That shot stopped by Lyon. The Lion King stepping up. Here's a breakaway for the Red Wings. Valeno. The Deljkovic shuts it down. The brick wall and net for the Penguins. Still rolling strong.
Sidney Crosby out in front off the backhand, and you know that's his shot. I can't believe he got denied. And Patrick Kane has some displeasure off that pass because he knows either he thinks he made a mistake or the breakaway was missed, but he had some discomfort in his eyes. I think he was referencing that one that went off the post, but man, oh man, end-to-end action. And both of these goaltenders, by the post or not, big saves.
And between Nedeljkovic and Lyon, these are some of the biggest saves that they've made so far. Not only in the game, but perhaps these are season savers that they're going for. Here's Valeno. He's back inside. He drops it back. Fabry. He sends it wide. And that's two straight chances the Red Wings did not capitalize on. The first one a stop. The second one was shot wide. They do keep it in, however, on this backhand, on for the right post. And the Penguins go back the other direction, keeping this one as Bunty. The main centerpiece from the Jake Gessel trade. The Penguins behind the net. Can't get anything on the front. The Red Wings recollect. Sprong gets it out. Chasing after his Fabry. Shayne was right there. Ryan Shayne hands off for Malkin. Malkin up to center. Now entering his zone now, I believe it's Bunting. It is Bunting. He's being grabbed and tossed by Mata, but it's held in by the Penguins. Miscommunication on the pass. This goes back to their own zone. 14-10 to play. Second period. 2-2 our current scoreline. Shots are 14-10. Detroit. Shayne starting things up. Now moving in front of Nedeljkovic. Going over St. Ivany. Far side. This gets deflected inside. Penguins trying to get some momentum their way. It's Fisher behind the net, skating away from several Penguins. It's held in by Marcus Pettersson. Trying to look for the punch, and it was sent wide, however. The Carter line is out there on the ice. 77-52. And it's kicked head-to-head up front and out to center ice. Gostisbehere picks it up. Backhand this one around. He takes one inside. Parks at the right circle. Fires one behind the net. Now Nedeljkovic slowed this play down. The Penguins get this down the ice, but that was well for their own zone. Yet another icing.
Chances out in front for Pittsburgh were close there for a moment, but as Alex said, yet another icing. Again, it kind of feels like a settling in point. We're getting another look. Start of the second period. Sabres up 1-0 on the Caps. Flyers up 2-1 on the Blue Shirts. And the Canadiens have a 1-0 lead on the Islanders. That's good news for Pittsburgh, Alec.
Yes, it is good news indeed for the Penguins and the Red Wings, depending on whatever is the preference between them, whoever comes out on top in this game. Because no matter the outcome, whoever wins this basically controls their destiny for the most part.
Again, 2 points that kind of feel like a 4-point swing for both of these teams. That's why we profiled this today. And Alex taking the second period here for us. We get another icing.
Yeah, I wanted to say again, yet another icing. I noticed, what is it, the third straight icing
Yes.
for the Penguins?
Yeah, it's been all over the place right now. And again, I know that there was several things going on in Detroit with the Tigers and the Twins. That got rained out. Pistons game on the other channel. Nobody cares about that right now. We got hockey on the docket.
I mean, we can also focus on baseball as well, considering that our Pirates and Tigers, they're doing good to start the season. But as of right now, this game is most important. A shot goes wide, and Elkins trying to track this is behind the net. Raymond in trouble. Several bodies are colliding with one another, and this goes out to play. The Penguins get some partial changes, not a full-scale change. They still have some members of their fourth line out there on the ice. That includes the Hornat Carter. And this one goes wide. No deflection up front. Recollected by DeBrincat over the near side. He was looking for Raymond, but closing that wall was Pettersson. He finds the open man over the far side. This one bounced get the points. I believe that was Gostisbehere, or was it Seider? I believe who collided with one of the Penguins as the Red Wings go back up through. Or I think it was Perron. The number starts with a 5. I'm just confusing between jersey numbers. All I know is that's not Jonathan Erickson or Nicholas Cronwall. Speaking of 08-09. The Penguins go back in. Bryan Russ, he waits at the far side, half wall. Down his side, Crosby scores! He's done it again! Sidney Kane, 3-2 Penguins!
That's why you got a franchise centerman. Able to get the job done on the right side wall. Crosby again, as Alex said, big time goal. It kind of seemed like Detroit and Pittsburgh were feeling each other out. Then all of a sudden you get number 87, the captaincy. It was an absolute game breaker, Alec. That's enough said.
You know, I think, when Tree said that Crosby was going on a 2016 LeBron run, he wasn't kidding.
That's a sweet goal, Alec.
Yeah, 41 goals on the year. I mean, he's not kidding at all when going on the 2016 LeBron run, maybe even 2018 LeBron run, if we're being honest, because you carry this franchise throughout the season and you light up the lamp 41 times, the third time that he has reached 40 goals on the season. Here's Fabry the other direction. Nedeljkovic got ran into, he gets back in the crease. The Detroit player who ran into Nedeljkovic, he's down, gets back up. This goes all the way down to the Red Wing end. We get a little mini skirmish between Joseph and Larkin as the Penguins ice it again. But that could have been more ugly than what it turned out to be.
Yeah, Daniel Sprong turned out to be an absolute bowling ball. And then he wanted to get a piece of Joseph there. And he's got that pink visor because of the concussion issues. You don't see normally Daniel Sprong that ornery, but he wanted to get a piece after he thought he got knocked down unfairly.
It's just, I feel it's incidental contact, John. Not much of it.
I would agree, but Daniel Sprong doesn't think so.
Not in the eyes of Joseph or Sprong. Well, you know, of course, historical rivalries, even though the rivalries dwindled down in recent years, they can still be significant and reignite the fire that was back in many years ago. High shots. Now it's blocked in front. That came all the way from center point. Kane centers one. The shot doesn't go the way the Red Wings wanted it to go, and this goes all the way out. And Detroit picks it up. Back deep. Kane skating this one inside. Right circle. 1-0 Joseph. Kane trying to find the open man. This goes behind the net. Now they're both fighting for possession. And on the backhand, that was a top angle shot for David Perron. Nedeljkovic took care of business. And he holds on.
Nedeljkovic didn't even see that one. That was backhanded by David Perron and behind the net. He just felt where the puck was. He made a big-time stop, and we'll go to break. Crosby makes it a 3-2 game.
As Sportsnet Pittsburgh is playing the old Panthers goal horn song by Jimmy Eat World. Well, sometimes we wonder, what if the Panthers kept as their goal song? Maybe for their playoff run as a win song, maybe?
Hey, I would like it. Jimmy Eat World's a good band. They always play Sweetness all the time. You'd like to have that as your goal song. That's a good one there. There's a ton of them. And I'm getting a little concerned here, Alec. Again, I'll just play devil's advocate on the other side. You know where I'm going with this. Detroit, they had to deal with it a little bit against Washington. Look, Charlie Lindgren made, 46 saves on that Tuesday side. He looked fantastic. Detroit's had stretches where they played well, but in between Washington and now in between Pittsburgh, regardless of where they are in the standings, it's a whole different animal on that top line. And if you lose Crosby for a second, he's going to take a mile. He gets a big-time goal off a great pass and put that in, no problem.
And no problem. It was Johnny on the spot in front of the net. The place where many players go up and take deflection shots. It was Bryan when initially shot that Crosby. He was right there, right in front of Bryan. It caused some confusion.
I kind of wonder. I know we went through the money puck odds, and both these teams would be in the basement if they didn't get these 2 points. I thought Detroit coming into this probably doesn't get 2 points. I don't even think they get 1. And then you're going to have to think about a Saturday game against the Maple Leafs and then a back-to-back against the Canadiens. I know that doesn't sound too hard, but I was hoping maybe for 4 out of 5. You're going to have to get all 6 points in the next 3 games if you don't get this now. And I don't see Pittsburgh falling down because we profiled it between Colorado, Carolina, some of the other teams that they beat like Toronto. They've been playing good teams down the stretch. They've been playing well. 6-0-2 in their last 8, and number 87 is going to carry them the rest of the way. That's just my thoughts.
And as that is a legitimate thought to process around, because this is one of the best teams and the best teams throughout their recent run, and perhaps a dangerous wild card team if they even make it to that point. Vegas, they may be slowing down, even though Ian has brought up that tweet of Pangoro wearing a Vegas Golden Knights uniform and a cap as well. But once I feel Vegas gets everyone healthy, they could be the most dangerous wild card team. But we'll get back to that in just a moment as the Red Wings are in. The Penguins, that was their physicality. They picked this one up. O'Connor finds 87. He's at the far wall, half the wall. Detroit shuts him down for this moment. But for how long? Oh, Crosby! He takes down Ben Sherratt. He wants a piece of him. His helmet's up. And then
Hey! Sidney, Crosby trying to get a piece of Ben Sherratt. I love it, even as a Red Wings fan. Let's bring it.
I mean, you want to scrap up? Hell yeah, you want to scrap up. And then they throw the gloves down.
Hey, you love to see that from number 87. Look, we talked about it over the last stretch of years, and you know this better than anyone, Alec, with some of the concussion issues and some of those scares there with Crosby. But you know what I love? The fact that he is not backing down from anybody. 36 years of age. This is Ben Sherratt trying to pin him against the boards, and he gets a little bit of a bear hug and a soft toss down, but Crosby's not shying away from any of it.
Yeah, he had every right to stand his ground. With Sherratt trying to pin him down and onto the boards. Of course, I get why he's mad. I get why he threw him down.
No, I agree with you completely. Again, Sherratt taking a little bit of an exception there. A little push. That's a little dirty, honestly, but they're going to get offsetting minors on both.
4-on-4 for 2 minutes here, John. And the Penguins holding a 3-2 lead. So you have more space to maneuver around for both sides. Detroit, they may have something here if there's something, an open hole to find around. Should they take it?
And Alec, I'll let you jump in this in a second. We'll see how it goes for the Pens, but I think this is an advantage for Detroit right now because number 87's in the box.
2 minutes where he's going to spend there, and guess who's out there on the ice for the Red Wings is 88. Even though he's not what he used to be in Chicago, he can still be very dangerous. An effective point-per-game player at his peak. Here is the Red Wings as Kane has it. He's watched by Malkin. Malkin on his knees. He immediately finds Petrie. Petrie goes back for Kane. No opening for Kane to go inside, and Malkin jumps back at Kane. Don't count him out of this mix among great players of the 2010s decade between Crosby, Malkin, Kane, Alex Ovechkin. Why not throw Claude Giroux into this mix if anyone is a Philadelphia Flyers fan listening back up to this cast? The Red Wings enter, but the Penguins, they're all over this and shut this down. They go back the other direction. This is Letang. He moves around, warns the Red Wings. Now, Gostisbehere is getting bodied several times by both Letang and Raquel. Letang is taken down. So does Gostisbehere. Retaliation. Oh, everything is happening around here. Detroit back the other direction. Larkin over the far side. The Penguins can't control. Loose puck. It exits out. And John, we're seeing everything unfold in this second period.
Alec, I'm starting to feel the vibes that you've been referencing here. This game's starting to get a little spicy as this is iced with 32 seconds left to go on the 4-on-4. These two teams are getting the measure of the moment. And we saw Patrick Kane after the Gostisbehere hit CU profile. He took a hard hit near the right side boards on his lips. They pounded him just before he got in the offensive zone. And then Gostisbehere got ran into on the left side post.
Yeah, this might not be a game 7, but it's certainly starting to divide to a game 7. Oh, and Moritz Seider almost centered a dangerous pass right onto the net, in which it could have gone against the Penguins, but the Penguins, they have it back now at their own zone. 14 to go on the 4-on-4 before Crosby and Sherratt are back out. And best we say, this might not be the end of it given the way that this game has been going. 5 seconds to go before Crosby returns. Pettersson to the right side. EK65. That went up a skate. Recollected by the Penguins. Back is Crosby, but the Red Wings have the puck. Sherratt's back on the ice. And off for Perron. Offside to call 7:52.
How many times are the Red Wings going to get an offside entry? That one, Sherratt got hit a little bit, so I understand. But too many times there. And now DeBrincat trying to go after Pettersson. You don't see DeBrincat usually very ornery. He does have one fight this year, but the temperature in the kitchen's very high right now.
And that was the last few minutes. Crosby and Sherratt, then Letang with Gostisbehere, with Raquel getting a little involvement there. I mean, we're seeing everything unfold. Physicality, old school hockey. Here we come.
Yes, it is, and I think we're at the point here, Alec, where you and I, as soon as this gets back into the third period, we'll have to flip back over in between that. Right now, I see the start time for Michigan and BC as at 9:10, so this will give us some time to at least get through this entire game, and then when we do get some stoppages or some intermission portions, we can flip back over. But you are going to get our full coverage between Pittsburgh and Detroit, and then we'll probably join Michigan and BC in progress, considering this game is on a knife's edge.
And so we're keeping you updated all around. So stay tuned, everyone. Already we saw Denver beat Boston University 2-1 in overtime for their second overtime win of this tournament. And what a win is for Denver. They're going back to the national championship game for the second time in 3 years.
Yeah, again, standards of excellence between these teams in the Frozen Four, and that's kind of what we've seen from what you're referencing. And again, if the Red Wings don't get these points today, I'm still keeping my eye on that Sabres score against the Caps. Sabres still have a 2-1 lead over Washington with 2:35 left to go in the middle frame.
So we're going to jump to that game for just a moment. They have 3:17, 2:35 left in the second period. So Zach Benson at the first goal. Then with exactly a minute left in the first period. There's Alex Tuck in the second period to extend it 2-0 at 12:37. But just barely 2 minutes later, Connor McMichael was 18 for the year to get the Caps on the board.
That's a good recap there, Alec. Again, there's one more score for you on this side and only one goal to speak of between the Canadiens and the Islanders. Jordan Harris with his third of the year at 17:58 from Cole Caulfield and Nick Suzuki, 1-0. Montreal only had 5 shots on goal, but they scored on one of them.
And it was quality, not quantity, from how Montreal is going with.
They're showing some great cuts on the Dali Sports Detroit feed of Jaromir Jagr's banner and his bobblehead in the concourse. Those are some good shots.
Oh, the bobbleheads. People were talking about the bobblehead saga of Jaromir Jagr and about them being stolen earlier, and then they were found and back, and now everyone getting an opportunity to get a Jagr bobblehead. Whistle blows, 7:40 to go. But how cool of a story about that Jagr bobblehead?
Well, I'm glad that they found all those, Alec. I kind of wonder if he should make multiple Jaromir Jagr bobbleheads for all the teams that he's been on and all his different hairstyles.
The mullet gets old. And by the way, Sidney Crosby needs one more point to pass Phil Esposito for 10th on the all-time point leaderboard.
Absolutely crazy. Again, it really is. I know Ian referenced this earlier, kind of like a LeBron James performance, but that's the hockey version that number 87 is.
Yeah, one of the greatest of this generation. Oh, goodness! Players falling down like bowling pins, and the Penguins are in. They score! Bryan, the Rusty Racer, 4-2.
Oh, man. Seider gets an absolutely clean hit, but then a sick drop right to Russ in the middle of the circles, and Alex Line can only stare as that goes in the back of the net. Again, Bryan Rust has been spectacular this year. Tons of Penguins fans are happy, and why not? That might be the kill shot, even with 7:16 in the second. And who started that play again? Number 87.
And that should be a secondary assist for 87. That gives him sole possession of 10th place at the all-time leaderboard if this were to be a secondary assist for him. If it's not a one-assist goal, but Reilly Smith immediately finding Bryan Rust cross ice. 4-2 indeed.
So how does this work if you're a Red Wings fan? Seider gets a great hit on Pettersson. The hit knocks down Raymond, and the loose puck is picked up by the Pens and finished off by Rust. That's a killer.
I mean, the Penguins call him Mr. Game 7 based on his big performances in his Stanley Cup runs, and he's known for that all around. Is another one of those big performances. Even if this is not a Game 7, the Penguins are treating it like a Game 7. Whole ice as the Delkovich, he shuts down a long shot for the left point. But that was a wacky sequence.
Absolutely, Alec. And again, I'll speak for it on the other side because I'm happy for you on this side being up by 2. I know there's tons of time left, but it really kind of seems like that might be the nail in the coffin for the Red Wings season. But if they don't get this next goal here, I think it's done. I mean, I said at 2-1, 40 minutes into that second period against Washington the other day when they scored that second goal with Evgeni. I kind of feel that now. You've got to find a way to answer. Again, you've held Pittsburgh to 12 shots. Alex Lyon's also got to make a save here and there.
He has to, especially given the amount of shots there as Delkovich. He gets shut down twice, or he shut down 2 shots twice. I may have been on the wrong board there, but the same logic applies. Reilly Smith, congratulations, 300 career assists between the Bruins, Panthers, Golden Knights, and now the Penguins. How about this for this fella?
Pretty good pickup there for Kyle Dubas in the offseason. I know that you were happy about that. I know we talked about Karlsson as well, but that's a good pickup there. And alongside Rust and everything else, it seems like all the pieces are working here for the Pens.
And it's all coming full circle around as O'Connor's at the far side. He finds Malkin, locates him at the top point. Back to O'Connor. That shot went wide, posted it down low. Tries to go back, and that was deflected away. Detroit needs to answer back. They're down by 2 now. It's a 4-2 game. DeBrincat was closed off. Malkin was there. And this may be a 40 penalty against the Penguins. Larkin was basically shoved towards the boards. So there's a sign of life here for the Red Wings. It might come here.
Yeah, that was right on the back turn, right on the numbers. And Larkin looks, and Edvinsson now going to try to join in on the fun. I don't know if I want him throwing hands just yet, but Larkin takes a big hit. I think it's the right call. And Pettersson right in the numbers on the lumber. That's right in front of the refs. Easy call.
Perhaps the easiest call that the refs are ever going to make here in a situation like this. Even though they don't want to call any penalties at all.
Sure.
If there's something they see as a dirty play, they're going to call it.
All right, Alec. Again, I hope that you think I'm doing a good job trying to be neutral, but I'll tell you this right now. This is a must score for Detroit. You don't know how many more power plays they're going to get here. Be a good time for their opportunity in their power play to strike. I know what people are going to talk about in between Larkin, DeBrincat, Kane, those guys. I understand how important they are, but I think it's a good time, honestly, Alec, for Detroit to get some help from the others. And I'm talking about JT Compher, maybe Edvinsson, maybe Fabry, who's been fighting a little bit, Daniel Sprong. Somebody's got to help this top 6 if they want to get into the postseason.
Yes, I'm seeing for the roster, I'm seeing Jake Wallman as a healthy scratch.
Yeah, he's been a healthy scratch over the last few games, coming in from the injury. And honestly, Alec, I'll just tell you this. I'll pretend that we're not even on the broadcast for a minute. I'm not going to swear. But why the heck is Jake Wallman still a healthy scratch? And you're still giving all this time to guys like Jeff Petrie or Shayne Gostisbehere, especially when Shayne Gostisbehere is a minus 27 on the year. That just seems like a mistake.
I feel, to be fair, I think they're using Gostisbehere on a more of the offensive situation.
Sure.
That's why he's on the bottom pairing. They're not going to use him too much, but mostly on power play situations because he's an offensive defenseman. Wallman, he can contribute on the defensive side. To feel a decision to help you scratch him doesn't really make all that much sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense to me because where do the Red Wings struggle mostly all year? Defense. They've been struggling over the last month and a half. I know the goal scoring numbers have been down, but you don't win games giving up 4 or 5 goals against.
It doesn't make any sense at all. And it doesn't help that there's no Andrew Copp or Michael Rasmussen.
Right.
They're out injured for this game. So we're back here, the Red Wings on the power play, and you mentioned that they need to get something from something here. It's a much more situation at this moment, given their track record where they're at, and their season's basically on the line. Here comes Kane, down the far side. Kane closed up. The Penguins doing a good job of killing out this penalty early on. Pass deflected, doesn't stay in, just narrowly goes out. And controlling this is Raymond, who's being pressured by Big Jeff Carter, 39 years old, still going on the fourth line for the Penguins, on the more defensive role, even if it's on limited minutes now. Still suited up nicely at certain points. Here's Larkin, using that speed. Raymond, back for Larkin. Raymond goes down. His puck goes off one of his guys. I believe that was Raymond. And back goes O'Connor, short-handed. Here's O'Connor, driving to the net. And Lions to the hole! Letang collides towards the boards, and he says, "Get off me, Gostisbehere." This might not be the end of it for these two. We might not see the end of it at all in this game between Letang and Gostisbehere. Where did this come from? Seems out of nowhere. Here's Seider, right across. Raymond, no one-timer to left circle. Seider back of it. Kane, back for Seider. Still this passing on a premium here, out in front. And then Djokovic denies that all around. 33 to go on the man of edge. Here is Seider. Back inside is Kane. Kane at the half wall. He's closed up. Just keeps it in on the backhand. Bouncing off a Penguin. Pittsburgh clears it all the way out to the raucous cheers of the black and gold faithful.
Alec, again, it was about 46 shots on goal against the Caps on Tuesday. It's 17 now as they're trying to gain the entry. Stop being so cute. Fire pucks on Nedeljkovic.
And speaking of Nedeljkovic, he does make the stop from Alex DeBrincat, who was looking to get the Red Wings within one with a big power play goal. Ned says no.
Good chance there for Alex, just when I was asking for it. That's what the Red Wings have to do. I think you said it in the first period. I thought you nailed it there. I think the Red Wings were trying to be too cute with some of their passing sequences on the outside. Just because you got goalie the other day against Charlie Lindgren doesn't mean that you can't have that same fortunes against Nedeljkovic. I understand that. But you're going to have these fortunes against Nedeljkovic if you don't give him chances to make saves.
Yeah, now the penalty is over. We're back to 5-on-5 as Smith goes back in. Here's Crosby. Long shot. And that was stopped by Lyon. He has 3 points. He's looking for a score, which would be sweet given that this is going up against a former Stanley Cup rival.
Yeah, again, I know for Sid, he's no stranger to any of these types of games, and he can always find a way to win. But it's always nice when you're able to rub some salt in the wound, because I'm sure he doesn't think about, 05, 06 too much anymore. But a lot of Red Wings fans would get on Sidney Crosby, but I only think it's because he was jealous he wasn't a Red Wing.
So I think, I'm seeing some video from the previous highlights of Boston College and Michigan before this game. Well, they're up on the ESPN2 feed. We're on the ESPN Plus feed around on both sides. It is now 1-1 between the Canadians and the Islanders, which is bad news for both the Red Wings and the Penguins should either one get up through. But the Penguins, they can take it since the Bird Metro seed that the Islanders are basically trying to hang on to. But the Penguins are moving up to potentially the second wild card in the East. That's the last spot that's available. Tampa, The lowest it can go is the first wild card. Here's Detroit trying to go back the other direction. Up they come. Gostisbehere, go to the far side. This deflected off Fisher and up out of play of 252.
Again, let's just reiterate this. I punched it a couple times, but I feel like I have to. Shotboard says 18-15 Detroit, but Pittsburgh's got a 4-2 advantage. Low event as far as shots, but not for goals against. Maybe Alex Lyon, he deserves a couple of those against him. I think all the Pittsburgh chances have been very high quality, but you cannot continue going into next season. You can't run Alex Lyon into the ground. They got to find a couple more goaltenders, and Detroit probably needs 3 or 4 defensemen out.
Yeah, you need to have more quality defensemen all around. Don't throw in several guys who are not really used to such situations like these. Into the fire, just one shot out by Sullivan, and a second one as well, or that might went wide. As the Red Wings hold this one in, back deep is Raymond at the right point, giving it on the cross for Perron. Perron's shot blocked in front by Rickard. It comes down, and the Red Wings still keep it in. Here's Larkin, top of the right circle, fires, rebound, that Developments points. Holy Mata was stopped on the second time right in front. 2 minutes to go here in the second period. Alex Developments still holding its ground. Alex Lyon trying to do the same for the Red Wings, but they're down 4-2 at this current spot. It's taken back up by Seider onto the far corner. St. Evgeni first there, giving it on across for Shayne. Bouncing puck off Eller and on for Shayne. As one of the Penguins gets ran into by a Red Wing. As there's a foot race. Delayed offside against the Penguins. Or a whistle here for a different reason. 1:37 left to go. The other line on the ice. Detroit trying to rally back.
Yes, they are. And again, I'd like to welcome in on the YouTube side Chef, who joined me yesterday, who's a Red Wings fan. Again, we watched in misery in between the Caps in Detroit. I know Alec Nava has joined me here on this broadcast, as he usually does in games like these. So he's taking the rest of the second. We'll split the third, and then we'll probably flip in between BC and Michigan. That about a 9:20 start. But yeah, this looks a lot like yesterday, and now the Penguins have a 2-goal lead, and they're playing quite well.
So far, so good for the Penguins. Though so far, so good as we speak of with the Winnipeg Jets. Nice shot from Ryan Shayne, and that stayed out. And speaking of the Winnipeg Jets, they're up 1-0 on the Dallas Stars. That's a team that Avalanche fans have to root for if they want to have they want to keep their slim chance of winning the Central alive. So Colorado, they have to win out and have Dallas lose out the rest of the way if they were to win the Central. We can discuss this more at the intermission. So we're coming to the final minute of the second period. As the Penguins, they have this puck moved through center. 87, he is so dangerous. He has 3 points on the night. Looking for a score, which could be another kill shot. 50 seconds now. Red Wings can't enter. Penguins flip this on the backhand. Recollected by Detroit. They move for the other direction. Sprong takes his in. Sprong across for Seider. Twisting and turning for the left wing. Across for Petrie. Petrie fires it. He scores! Jeff Petrie on his former team. 35.8 left in the period. And Petrie puts the Red Wings within 1.
I know it's only within 1. I am speechless. Maybe it's one of those things where you wake up against your former team. As you said, Alec, it looked like Detroit had a nice entry and some traffic in front of Nedeljkovic. Honestly, Ned has made some really ridiculous saves in this second period. As I've seen this spun around for Seider, Fabry's there. I don't think Nedeljkovic ever saw it. And Petrie with a 95-mile-an-hour bullet just outside the dot.
Justice Bird goal as well. What a time it is for him to score a goal. In the most timeliest of opportunities, he was there, right circle, at the top, timely screen. He got that one, plus with one of Nedeljkovic's teammates, I think it was Patterson, who screened his own goaltender. That's what allowed this goal to happen. And now, this game is within reach for the Red Wings. 13 to go. The Penguins going back. Malkin across. Raquel brings it in. Back for Malkin. Fires. And save Lyon. It's behind him. Petrie falls down. Held in for just a moment. The Red Wings get it out. And they'll be happy to head to the third period. Down by 1 goal. It's still a 4-3 Penguins lead. But the Red Wings have breathing room.
Yeah, like I think you said it right, because anytime you'd say be happy down a goal, you might scratch your head. But I think the Red Wings will take it, considering a late goal from someone you did not expect there when Detroit absolutely had to have it. I think Pittsburgh, for fits and starts, especially with Nedeljkovic, as I said, outplayed Detroit for some of the high-scoring chances. But you got traffic in front of the net, maybe even a partial screen on the own man, as you said. But it was enough to find pay dirt. 7 goals to the first 2 periods, and I guess maybe we're going to get a bushel full more.
It feels that way. I mean, look at the Devils Leafs game. They're tied 4-4 after 2. That's 8 goals. And I know that LeBron's the GOAT. This user asked if the Penguins are going to go under 8.5. Well, we're not expecting that many goals scored by one team. But if we're going total goals, we're closing in on that 8.5 total overall.
Yeah, we are, Alec. And honestly, I didn't expect that. I said that I said no, we'll probably go under it. It certainly seems like we're going to have to go over it now if one of these teams are going to get a win.
Certainly. And speaking of one of these two teams getting the win, well, it is a 1-0 game in favor of the Winnipeg Jets over the Dallas Stars at this current moment. Avalanche fans are watching this game anxiously, given that there's slim Central Division chances. This may be their Central Division on the line. The only goal by Nikolai Ehlers from Sean Monahan and Tyler Toffoli, with Laurent Brossoit stopping all 8 Dallas shots.
Laurent Brossoit is a good one. I want to go ahead because you made the right point about Colorado and their last chances to win the Central. But honestly, Alec, I'm going to go ahead and say this openly. I don't think Colorado has to worry about winning it. They just need to make sure that they keep their spot and keep home ice advantage. Because when I saw that game the other day against the Minnesota Wild, and I got the splits out in front of me, at the Ball Arena, Colorado Avalanche are 38-1, but away from home ice, they're 19-16-5. So they want to secure home ice any way that they can. And it really is quite head-scratching considering how good Colorado is, that they're just kind of pedestrian on the road.
And it speaks to how good that home crowd is, plus of how elevated their style of play is at home. Plus, you have one of the best environments in the NHL with that home ice advantage. They're there to support you. I know last year it was kind of a one-off with Seattle beating Colorado in Game 7. But Winnipeg, they could be a team that could give them fits, perhaps, especially given that Winnipeg is 25-11-3 at home, and given Colorado's pedestrian record on the road. But if there's one place that the Avalanche will have the advantage, it's at home.
Yes, it is, by far, more so than anyone else. And again, for the Winnipeg Jets, I'll just throw out a couple more warm and fuzzy numbers. I know this isn't up to date, so they'll be at 195 goals against now, but that's the best in the league. And as you said, for Winnipeg, also 23-13-3 on the road. So they don't care where they play. Rick Bowness has them pretty much locked in. I know they got Connor Hellebuck, they got Josh Morrissey, they got some talented offensive pieces like Scheifele and Ehlers and Connor and all that, the names that we're used to. But I just wonder if the Winnipeg Jets really want the Colorado Avalanche as their matchup, because I agree with you. Last year, that was a lot of fun to watch with the Seattle Kraken, and kudos to them. Philip Grubauer played excellent against his former team as they were able to get that first-round upset. It would have been more monumental if not for Florida and Boston. But for Colorado, I kind of feel they're on a measure of revenge. They're on a mission, and I think they're going to do well.
And it's just too jam-packed from the Central Division to see who's going to come out and into the Western Conference Final between Dallas, Colorado, Winnipeg, even Nashville as perhaps the first wild card if they're going to go up against either Vancouver or Dallas, depending on how it all turns out. But I think more and more Nashville may face Vancouver, and Edmonton may be locked into that second seed in the Pacific, and that's as long as Vancouver doesn't make a monumental mistake, which could cost them. And do remember, Vancouver and Edmonton, they play each other one more time.
That's going to be big again, and they're going to be without Thatcher Demko, correct?
Well, I heard something that Demko is back on the ice practicing. I'm not sure when he's going to be cleared to play, or if the Canucks are going to save him in time for the playoffs.
I wonder if they should just save him, because at least if you get the second seed again, you get home ice on that side. Because Heiskanen Smith is no slouch, but let's face it, there is a 1A, 1B situation when it's Thatcher Demko, and they need him right.
And they need it. If him on the ice and in net, any game is winnable from here. When Walter Smith is up this game in Vancouver,
sure,
it's Demko who is that guy in the net for Vancouver. He is the one. You have to keep him healthy for as long as possible.
I think so. That's where I would lean. I would lean for Rick Tocchet and rest there for Demko. I know I kind of asked you this in the middle of the first as we switched out between BU and Denver, but let me try to find another way to answer this question and ask it to you and see what you think. So we'll go east and west. And again, I'm going to assume that the Pittsburgh Penguins get into WC2. I know that would make Alec very happy on that, so as he should, because they've been playing well, 6-0-2 in the last 8. So in between the Pittsburgh Penguins, and then I'll say this now. I'll just say the Nashville Predators. I'm not going to talk about Vegas, but in between Nashville and Pittsburgh, who does more damage out of the wild card in each conference?
So for each conference, if we're going east among those who are we talking about all the wild card teams overall in each conference, or?
Yeah, because I know you told me maybe the ceiling for Pittsburgh is maybe winning a round, but what's Nashville's ceiling, you think?
Nashville, I feel their ceiling, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, their ceiling is conference final. As strange as it is to say, because I feel they have all the tools necessary. The Central Division is stacked. And Nashville, even though they're slowing down just a bit, I think they could be saving their energy for when the playoffs come. But conference final could be that ceiling. That is if they have all the pieces come together and Yusei Saros plays out of his mind and getting the Predators to the conference final. But you're facing two of the best offenses in Vancouver and potentially Edmonton in the first 2 rounds. Those are very tough tests.
Yes, they are. And again, you think about Askarov, he's the backup netminder for Yusei Saros. And the reason I bring that up is because you remember around the trade deadline, they thought about Barry Trotz maybe saying, hey, let's move on from Yusei Saros. Glad they didn't do that. Then also a 16-0-2 stretch. It's probably a reason why you get back into the playoffs. I mean, they were on fire more than anybody. So it's totally understandable if Nashville maybe loses a couple steps, but I agree with you. They were in 6th gear. They were flying all the way across. They're just putting it down to 4th right now, keeping sure they pace themselves and get ready for the playoffs because they don't want to have it like a couple of years ago when they were matched up against the Avalanche and they were just decimated by injuries, didn't have Yusei Saros and got swept. This is a Nashville team. I agree. I don't know maybe about WCF, but I would certainly say round 2 is a given. I think they could get it.
And they could get it. And lost in all this chaos as we're discussing wild cards, the defending champions, the Golden Knights. They could be battling for a wild card spot so long as they stay behind the Kings. But there's a scenario where the Golden Knights could face the Oilers in the first round if the Kings end up falling down. But the Golden Knights, they're looking kind of slow as of late, and it gives breathing room for the Blues to do the impossible. But if Vegas holds on, I think the Golden Knights, they could be the ultimate wild card out of the Western Conference. High ceiling, low floor.
So I'm looking at the injury report to see them slow down a little bit. So right now, day-to-day for Pietrangelo, Stevenson, Nick Waugh, William Carrier maybe toward the end of the postseason. He'll get a chance to get in there. Mark Stone at the start of it. So, yeah, you can really understand. I mean, you're taking out Chandler Stevenson and Nick Waugh, and then Mark Stone in your captaincy. You're taking out guys, 2 of the top 6, 1 on your top line, and heart and soul, and Pietrangelo as well, trying to get back into it. So certainly understandable, but then, oh, by the way, you're just able to activate Tomas Hertl. You're going to get Mark Stone at the start of the year. I just think for me, and I know this is on the outside looking in because I haven't followed, shame on me, Vegas as much of late on the side of it, but if you can get Aiden Hill to lock back in and you get that defensive intensity, hey, they just signed Noah Hannafin, right, to like an 8-year extension. You get those guys to lock in to where he kicks those rebounds out wide and gets the play going the other way. I will say, I'll go on record, I'm not concerned about Vegas. I know they won the Cup last year and they played well. I feel like they can flip a switch, but health's important.
They can and will throughout, because if you look at Vegas, they could have the most balanced roster up and down the line, offensively and defensively, if they make it to the playoffs. Plus with Aiden Hill playing his best form. Keep in mind that this lineup hasn't been healthy for the entire season. They still found a way last season of winning it all. Mark Stone activate just in time. Nick Waugh, he's out right now, but the moment he gets back on, he's going to flip the switch for the Golden Knights. Chandler Stevenson, personal reasons why he's out, but he'll be back in the lineup once he comes back. Alex Pietrangelo, he's ill, non-COVID related, but still, that's a high-end
Yes.
defenseman that you have at your disposal.
Yeah, as you said, the high-end top end, probably top 2 defensemen still from the former captain of the St. Louis Blues that won a cup there and then winning a cup with Vegas. And then when you have guys like Chandler Stevenson and Nick Waugh, whether you put them second or third line, those are centermen and wings that move all the way over and absolutely can keep a hold of the game and make sure that the structure and everything else stays in place. So that is why I don't worry about Vegas as much, even though they've slid. I will still say the same things that I've said about Edmonton. Again, that streak when they'd won 16 in a row, Alec, you and I marveled because the goaltending and the defensive structure was well. I mean, they played playoff type games. They won games low scoring. They won them how they had to. But when the Oilers play the regular season 80 styles hockey that we talked about, that's where I get concerned. I still feel that's what the Oilers are. So I won't take them on a long run, but I'll agree with you on the Preds. I'm with you on the Golden Knights. I am anxious to see what Rick Tocchet can do with the Canucks, though, because they've been kind of the flavor of the year here for the Western Conference. And I know Dallas has been on a low-key collision course where they've dominated, but I want to keep my eyes on the Vancouver Canucks.
They may be the most intriguing team, though my concern with the Canucks isn't with their lack of moves around the trade deadline. It's with Demko's health, more or less, and this recent stretch of games may have showed it.
Right. No, I agree. I think they're going to have to go. And again, if Casey DeSmith jumps in, he can be capable, but how many games is he going to be able to cover? And on the East, while we're in the middle of our intermission, again, the New York Islanders have the 3rd spot in the Metro with 87. If Pittsburgh wins this game, gets our 2 points, they'll get to 86 in WC2, depending on what happens between Washington and the Sabres today. Again, a loss for the Red Wings or the Penguins could put them in the 15% percentile to make the playoffs. So that would be absolutely killer, but that's where we are right now. And again, as Alec mentioned, Pittsburgh is not out of the running here for the 3rd spot in the Metro. Again, their prize might be the Carolina Hurricanes, but I don't really think Pittsburgh cares that much because we profiled in the open with the wins over Colorado, Carolina, Toronto getting points and all of that. They don't care who they play because they're just playing well down the stretch, and they're deserving to get in if they make it.
Yeah, that's how I feel there. No matter where we put up, I feel we're a team that the Penguins, they're really deserving to make it onto the playoffs based on recent play. It's been an up-and-down season, which is I'm shocked of how we're in this position despite trading away again to the Hurricanes, and we go on this hot run behind a well-rounded offensive game plan. We need more of these and the youth showing up, such as Puustinen, O'Connor, and also on the defensive side between Shea and the recent call of St. Ivany.
No, I agree. All that stuff's worked out well, as we talked about in the open. Some names that I did not expect to be on the score sheet throughout the streak or even on the team. They've all been able to play well, and they've all been driven the bus as well from Sidney Crosby. And that is not a surprise. Again, our stats after 2 periods, shots are 20-18 for Detroit, block shots 16-10, hits 16-12. Even giveaways are 6-1. Pittsburgh's got 6 giveaways, but where they lead on the score sheet 4-3. And takeaways 13-5. Those are the most important there. So I'll take the first 10 minutes. I'll let Alec close it out because he's got the home team broadcast here. And then we will switch. It's nail-biting time, again, for me in about another half hour or so when BC and Michigan take place. And like I told Alec, even though I know he can't promise it to me, if the Penguins take out the Red Wings and they lose and their playoffs are over, I just got to put my money on the Wolverines because I don't want to go for 2. I might cry in a corner.
Oh, boy. Here we go. But I forgot to mention about my East wildcard pick on who is going to be potentially going down for the stretch on the deepest run. I feel, no matter who it is making that second wildcard spot, I feel the answer is going to be Tampa, no doubt. Because I feel there's a team that's well-equipped to deal with some of these top contenders where they face Boston or the Rangers in the first round. I feel it's realistic that they could win a series or 2. I just don't see them going deep like they used to do.
And for me, again, we talked about goaltending with Demko. I know it's easy to say, but for the big cat, Andrei Vasilevsky, and that defense, Tampa hasn't looked good at times in that back end. They played very well of late to be able to really brush ahead. And let's be honest, I think, Alec, we can also be fair with the exception of the Penguins down the stretch. Everybody else has faltered, and that's why Tampa is where they are. But that Boston-Tampa series, potentially in that first round, that is also something I can't wait to jump on.
Yeah, the East, especially the Atlantic Division, that's going to be some of the best playoffs ever. And the Central Division, too, that's going to be something to watch.
Yes, it is. Those are probably the two biggest ones. And again, for the New York Rangers and the Metro, we kind of expect what they're going to do. I mean, hey, we called it last year in between the Devils and the Blue Shirts, and honestly, I thought I was going to blow a blood vessel. I'm not even a Rangers fan, but I was just so disappointed how they got destroyed on home ice by the Devils on that side of it. And I expect them to try to play a little bit better, but I agree with you. Between the Atlantic and the Central especially, that is where the eyeballs will be. Again, the playoffs will start on April 20th. I will be there with you on the first week. After that, toward the end of the month, the Waterford Sharks are in the finals, so I'll be gone for a couple games. My series is best of 5. I have game 3 and maybe game 4 if it should get to that point. I hope so, but the Sharks are playing against back-to-back-to-back champion Muskegon in a 6-team league. I know it's kind of like a beer league on that side, but we do have a broadcast. It is a lot of fun, and they will be adding more teams to the Michigan Independence Hockey League down the stretch. So I'm hoping to see the Sharks win. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but as a company man, obviously, I got to go for them.
And our Frozen Four game between Michigan and Boston College, and now we roll playoffs, NBA play-in tournament. Yeah, we also have the national championship on Saturday. I might cover the Texas Motor Speedway race on Sunday, but I have Talladega circled on my calendar on the 21st. That's a super speedway race. I can't miss out on super speedway races. Those are the most exciting NASCAR races. The guy go 500.
Okay, so the 21st, I got you there for the race side. So I think I might be covering something there. I know the following week on the 28th, 27th, 28th, I'll be away. So we'll be busy on this side, but I know Alec and I will be covering some matchups here in the Stanley Cup playoffs when that gets underway. Hopefully my first game, just like that when you join in with me, between Dallas and Minnesota doesn't go into double overtime, because I had a knack of covering a lot of OT games.
Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. It was a bummer that I couldn't join you for that 4-overtime marathon between Carolina and Florida. And it was good to enjoy the downtown area of Rome and the Colosseo that day.
Yeah, you had a lot of fun with that. I know earlier in the year you were also able to go to a Carolina Hurricanes contest, and you sent me some pictures, and that was pretty cool. And that's like, because I think it was like Pittsburgh and Carolina. You got a chance to take a game in.
Yeah, Pittsburgh and I think the Pittsburgh-Carolina game that was last season. This season I got to the Carolina-Washington game.
I got you,
and
yeah.
the Carolina-Toronto game. Those are past and present in goal scorers that we were watching, that my dad and I were watching.
Very cool to have that. And again, anytime you get to those games, please send me even more pictures, because I want to look at that and have a lot of fun with it. Here's a drive in toward the net. I have not gone to a NHL playoff game. I've been to a lot of games at the Joe, maybe a couple at LCA. I've been to one in Vegas. I'm hoping to go to Climate Pledge a little bit later throughout this year. We'll see if that happens in November as this is picked up, and that'll be the start of the new NHL season. So I'm thinking about that as we're already heading into playoffs now. But it's a cycle of sports, as we talked about. It goes back and forth, and hopefully I don't get delirious here between Detroit and Pittsburgh and BC and Michigan, because it's gut check time. It's third period.
Well, hey, you're telling me that you're going to visit Cooper and you leave me behind the duck? Come on, man.
I might go just before Thanksgiving, but I'm telling you, Alec, honestly, if you get an opportunity where you have something, or there's anything in Carolina, or I can come visit you and I can watch a Canes game, we should definitely plan that, because I would definitely want to.
Oh, yeah, we would love to link up sometime.
This is picked now across the right side boards. Edmondson, extra pass for Kane. He didn't shoot it. And now it's Perron. He'll keep it in around the end boards. And now near the right side, This will be recollected here for the Pens. Off the back pass. And now it's Patrick Kane with the stick handle near the right side. He'll center a feed. The Detroit spin and turn, but way too much redwood trees out in front. Again, Philadelphia has got a 3-1 lead over the Blue Shirts. That's a crazy scoreline considering. But for John Tortorella's squad, they badly need some points. And we'll give you those updates as this comes across. This will be sent back down for Alex Nedeljkovic off the long pass. He loves to play the puck. We know that between both our teams. Islanders just tied it 1-1. It's going to end the second period. Our game is 4-3. John alongside Alec Nava at PPG Paints Arena. This is a big 4-point swing game. Pretty much whoever wins this could bury the other.
Yeah, we're going back and forth between the Metro Division and games that everyone along the East is fighting for. That second wild card spot is going after. That goal by the Islanders came from Pierre Engvall. Came 5 minutes into the second. They have just entered the second intermission. And by the way, the Buffalo Sabres have lit the lamp. It is 3-1. Jack Quinn gets his aim of the year at 9:46.
Again, I could speak for both of us there at least. Go Sabres. This is sent around the end boards now. Patterson with a goal-saving opportunity against Kane off of that previous play as this pinball's off the wall. Pass Fabry. Red Wings need it. Again, Jeff Petrie with the latest goal keeps Detroit in the game. It's 4-3. Here's a centering feed and a tripping call against Pittsburgh.
Are you kidding me? Radim Zohorna with one of the plays that he's trying to go after. Instead of going after the puck, he just swept the puck and Joe Valeno's feet off for the ice. Now, I understand the logic that Zohorna's going after, but that puck is way out of reach. Don't stick your stick right in between the player's legs because that puck is way out of reach.
Yes, it is. It's a situation where it's a costly penalty at this point. Detroit power play opportunity has a chance to tie it. They do not have a power play goal yet, but this is their third attempt. Dylan Larkin hasn't been good on the draws over the last couple for the critical, but this is kept in. David Perron. Larkin sent it across, extra pass for Raymond, and he loses it in between his skate blades. It gets taken down, and this is where the voice will go up a few octaves for me between both teams because I'm desperate too. Alec and I know exactly what's on the board, but we will be good sports about it. But this is nail-biting. So now, Patrick Kane, I think he blew a tire. He's going to get back to his feet. Gostisbehere off the drop. Leaves for Larkin now from Kane. Larkin, right side dot. Back around the inboards for 88. We'll make the sauce to Ghost. Quick pass for David. Near the right side. Big time slap shot. Oh, it goes off the bar. My goodness. David Perron now. Shayne Gostisbehere right side dot. Here's a centering feed. And now Kane in around the end boards. Pittsburgh clears.
Oh, that's a heart attack sequence there, John. I had my heart raced up by several. Not just seeing that off the bar, the Penguins get side relief. Boston College scores, by the way.
So Boston College takes the lead on Michigan. We kind of expect that. Again, we will flip as soon as this game is done. It's too close to flip away from. Here's a short-hand opportunity. Jeff Carter scores!
I'm celebrating right now like it's a Game 7 over here for the Pittsburgh Penguins, the black and gold. Oh, short-handed goal, something as a thing of beauty. A side relief after the Gostisbehere shot went off the bar, stayed out, and a bad break for the Red Wings. That's that pass didn't go the way they wanted to. Carter located, while he's not the Carter that we once knew, still he makes the Red Wings pay with his experience, even though he slowed down. He uses just enough speed, short-handed, to beat out Lion far side, 5-3.
Utter elation on one side, utter defeat on the other. That's part of the broadcast here, as it's a short-handed goal, a killer here for the Red Wings, but they must regroup. Now an opportunity to DeBrincat gains the entry. It's Compher against the wall. This goes up the back of the mesh. Alex Nedeljkovic has been given 5. Honestly, on this side, he can't afford to give up too much more. And Alex Lyon, even though that was short-handed, that's probably a chance he could stop. It was a great shot for Carter, and I'll agree there with Alec, but he's got to make some saves here if Detroit wants to win this game. We mentioned that. Here's a pass from Compher. This goes wide, and that is the worst thing that can happen for Detroit now, as this is sent around the end boards. They'll get a chance to recollect with Seider, but their season might be down to the last 15:35 as they're down a pair on the road against their rival Pittsburgh Penguins. Again, whoever takes these 2 points could essentially get into the postseason and knock out the other. That's why this game has been so big today. Picked in off the backhand. Crosby, extra touch, and this one will get recollected by Rust, as this is Veleno with an outstretch. He doesn't get there. And we're on the left side, red line now. Players will come together. Red Wings try to push us around the end boards with Joe Veleno. An opportunity for Gostisbehere slowly, as the Red Wings still trying to get out of their own end. It's a good forecheck there for Pittsburgh. Will take away time off the clock, and bleeding it away with a 2-goal lead with so much time left is a smart thing to do. Red Wings turn it over again. Evgeni Malkin off the chase with Raquel as the second line out from Sullivan's squad. Here's Larkin. Find the entry with speed. Lead for Evanson. Raymond taken down before he can get to the rebound. But Pittsburgh, with the latest goal with Jeff Carter, puts the Pens up by a pair.
As we get back in here, so if you just missed some action, it's a 5-3 lead for the Penguins. Jeff Carter, short-handed, gets Pittsburgh up 2.
It's just, Alec, the irony. Jeff Carter, the same Jeff Carter that Penguins fans wanted run out of town last season, the same Jeff Carter who Penguins fans bemoaned having on the ice for most of the game is the one that gets the short. Oh, the poetic irony.
It is poetic irony, I'll tell you.
This will be iced. 14-17 left to go in the third, and I have that feeling in the pit of my stomach in between Michigan and Detroit right now. But it's one of those things we'll all maintain the neutrality. Maybe not so for college, though, here. But I have a feeling bad things are afoot for both of my teams here at this point, but not for Pittsburgh. Happy for Alec, and happy that Ian can throw that in there because he's right. Again, a lot of Pens fans wanted Jeff Carter out of town, but you score key goals when you have to, and you step up. We talked about the need of that for Detroit. It can't just be Larkin, Kane, and DeBrincat. It's got to be others. As this is now the right side, Jeff Petrie trying to make it a 1-goal game until Carter made it 2. 13:55 left to go in the third. John alongside Alec Nava between play-by-play and color, but we'll switch off in a little bit as this one is picked up now. Compher off his forehand. He's being hounded off the puck. It's Mata now. Settle it down near the left side red line. Perron! That was a great pass for Kane, and what a stop for Nedeljkovic.
That might be the save of the season for Nedeljkovic, given this scenario. That might be the season saver if things hold up. Patrick Kane on the doorstep. I'll take care of this. I got business handled, says Ned.
I know Alec mentioned this, but I'm looking at it now at the ESPN box. We'll flip over when the game is done. 15-20 in the first. The Eagles have a 1-0 lead on the Wolverines in the Frozen Four. Winner gets Denver.
And that was Will Smith with the goal to open things up for the Eagles. Ryan Leonard had the assist. So that top line of all freshmen getting the dimes here in the Apples, depending on if you follow basketball or hockey primarily. Gabe Perron had the other assist. So it's a top line of freshmen. I know Cutter Gauthier, he's the leader of this team. He plays on the second line, which speaks how good Boston College is.
And Alec, I can say this openly. If you and I made our bingo cards, I think we would have all had those on the top part of the card there and all circled to get points, for, especially for the opener. So that is no surprise. I guess for me right now, the surprise is that it's only 1 goal. It's still early. Michigan's just got to be able to keep it close because, honestly, those are guys you can only hope to contain.
And speaking of surprises, as we shift back to the NHL, I'm surprised that the Wild lasted this long in the playoff race given their offseason last year. And they were in the playoff hunt for this long. and get eliminated with, what, 5 or 6 games to go.
Yeah, they got off to such a horrendous start right at the beginning of the year, just like the Edmonton Oilers did, although they righted the ship. But Minnesota, they fought, but they really never had a chance to kind of get everything going. And I know Pat Maroon got traded, but I remember just before the deadline, flat out, you said, we just suck right now. We don't play pretty good hockey, and when we play this way, we're not going to get anywhere.
Well, some things do ring strange meanings around.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sometimes it's just honest for what happens in the locker room. And like we talked with Bill Guerin, when you have guys like Kirill Kaprizov, yeah, that's great. But you still have all the other guys like Matt Boldy, some of these other youngsters. Everybody else has to be able to fit in on that team, and you're still battering salary cap hell. So it's really difficult for Minnesota. They're trying to be competitive while also trying to rebuild on the fly, and that's not easy.
It's not. And the buyouts, they don't do wonders either way.
No, they don't. Seider, bomb. This one blocked in front by Rust and now sent down the ice. This is not going to be far enough for icing. It's cleared across the blue line here for Moritz. This will be a flip for DeBrincat. And a helmet gets taken off of Lucas Raymond as he gets upended. DeBrincat wanted a call. Again, if we were in LCA, fans would be up in arms. Long shot. This one held by Alex Lyon, but Lucas Raymond without his kit on the top of his head.
And what an effort by Sidney Crosby to shut down Lucas Raymond on trying to get one shot away. That was a heck of an effort by Crosby. But Raymond, he knew that if he shot that, Crosby was going to be there to block it. What a slide there. What defense by Sid.
Yeah, it was. And on the other side for Raymond, who's in the middle of it? Matthew Joseph. Again, he's had some of those situations with Larkin as well. I don't think he's a wings favorite. I can definitely say that. As this slipped around the inboards, he definitely plays with a sandpaper edge. As this is now Ole Mata, who takes a reverse hit. Pass across. Great block again. This time for Patterson as he take a chance away from Detroit. As this goes near the right side, Zarnik tried to shovel it ahead. This is picked up by Red Wings off the back skate. Gostisbehere. Mata now. Mata into the traffic, but he didn't allow it to envelop. And now Detroit's going to take a penalty, and this is not what they need right now. Now Nedeljkovic exits his goal crease, and Pittsburgh gets a chance to take an extended timeout. Bleak clock. This is wonderful for the Pens. They'll get started. Crosby line out there with the extra attacker, and they're just kind of taking this like Evgeni Kuznetsov speed, and this is sent back in. Off the backhand, kind of think about those slow shootout opportunities. That's what this looks like right now for the Pens, and why not? You just get a chance to kill more time. This is the smartest thing they can do. Here's an opportunity. Crosby in his own end. Detroit is not attacking at all, and this is Crosby getting the entry near the right side wall. We'll put this around the embankment. Detroit still has not touched this puck. It's still a delayed penalty with 11:20 left to go in the third. As this is now find the entry. Right side, couple extra drops, bounces off a stick, and we finally get a whistle.
How long did the Penguins have that puck for that secret? About like 1 minute by the looks of it. That was an excellent job at killing off time for the Penguins.
Yes, it was, Alec, and I think from where we are right now, my critical heartbeat, I'll take this power play, and then once it's done, I'll flip it right over to you. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, that sounds fair.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. So this will be the last time you get to hear my voice in desperation because I think I know what's ahead. So Zach Aston Reese, welcome back to the team. Now you get to go back to the box. 11:16 left to go in the third. Again, tied between Montreal and the New York Islanders. It's a 5-3 game. Pittsburgh on the power play now. Rust, stop 5-hole by Alex Lyon. It's Sidney Crosby. Crosby now on the right side red line as this is picked back up by Pittsburgh. They'll keep it in on the blue. Karlsson now for Rust. Right side dot drop for Erik Karlsson, former Shark. Still a very dangerous player. Sauce pass from Malkin back to Karlsson. This one will go wide, and this is be picked up now by Karlsson one more time. It's Sid near the right circle. He's being bothered as this is back played by Russ. This is great keep away here for Pittsburgh. This is really all they need to do. Crosby, touch. And it's Seider trying to bull him down. He's getting away with a lot of cross-checking off the back of the head. My goodness, they could certainly call that. Here's Crosby. He stutter steps around Larkin. Malkin's wide open and he fans on it. This one is sent down the ice. I mean, nobody touched Malkin there. He looked like Kucherov, but he just fanned on the puck. Karlsson now. 10:05 left to go in this third. Pittsburgh up by a couple goals, and they could essentially bury Detroit's season with a power play goal here if they haven't already done so now. Rickard Rakell, right side red line, as it's Edvinsson. Edvinsson pinned against the boards. Petrie trying to escape the danger. And now the Red Wings finally will get out of their own end. It's a 2-on-2. Penalty kill line. It's Joe Veleno. Veleno now between the circles, fires it way high. This one will stay in now. And to the right side dot. Pittsburgh. 15 seconds to work with on the man advantage. The most important thing was they killed time on the delayed penalty, and now they gain the entry. There's a stick on the ice. Detroit will send this around. Lucas Raymond, Simon Edvinsson. And now this goes near the right side boards. Alec, they have it at mid-ice. You take it away.
So we can say one thing nice of this game. We'll say, thank you, Buffalo. They're about to beat the Washington Capitals. It's a 4-1 game. Dylan Cousins may have almost sealed that up with an empty net goal with his 16th of the year. And the Winnipeg Jets, they're up 2-0 in the meantime on the Dallas Stars. Division race getting tight. So we're currently sitting at 8:47 left to go in the third as the Penguins send it on to the Detroit end of the ice, picked up by the ex-Penguin Mata, who spent a couple seasons with the LA Kings and a depth role on the defensive side. 8:33 left to go. Detroit down by 2. Season on the line. Chase for the playoffs. I'm Alec Nava. He's John Ott. Yanokovich points it out over to St. Ivany, and this goes out for Russ. Russ will send this back all the way down. Lions sticking this over to the near side. Penguins trying to keep it. This goes out to center, where it's picked up by Letang, and Letang will snap this one through the boards, where it's held around by Perron, and the Red Wings looking to go to work. Fabry leads the way up to the right side. Here come the Red Wings. Up and behind the net. Still serving for options. Left point is Sherratt. Moving around and dancing around is Seider, who is at the left circle now. Back for Sherratt, who fires one from deep. How did Nedeljkovic locate that? It was impossible. Now another shot. Nedeljkovic stopped a second when he got a pace. Once he's shoving at the near side. Fabry feeding this one over around. We're Sprong and out to the right point where it's kicked around. For Seider. Nobody there at the far corner. That will be the Penguins picking this one up. It's Joseph. P.O. Joseph. Holding on to this puck. The Penguins killing out 4 times. It's a 5-3 lead. The Sabres, they're leading 4-2. The Capitals get a garbage time goal, on the other hand. It's a tie game, 1-1 between the Islanders and Canadiens. Speaking of scoring updates, those are the 2 games that are the most critical for the Penguins and Red Wings if they're looking to get the second wild card. Red Wings can't get it in on the entry. Let's hold in. Time to score! Exactly what they needed! Dylan Larkin! And the Red Wings are a big one again.
Missed assignment number 71, the captaincy, the hero for Detroit throughout the year. I know he gets a lot of controversy, but man, if he hadn't been injured, he'd have a 40-goal season. And that is a goal that Detroit desperately needed, as Alex said. Nobody able to pick him up. Again, Compher just cleared in off the entry. Raymond, what a puck retrieval. And Detroit's got life again.
How do you miss that assignment? So wide open at the low slot.
Yeah.
That's where many goals are scored. That's his 32nd of the year. And he's trying to will the Red Wings back into playoff contention status.
Oh, man.
We don't know about overtime, but it feels like a possibility. Crazier things have happened.
Alec, I don't know what to say because every time you're on the call, the Red Wings score goals, and I feel like I need you to be on the call, and you need me to be on the call.
Oh, it feels like roller coasters all around. Just benefiting off of one another. And for the record, we do remember one time when the Penguins, we were up 4-0, and you guys came all the way back, and Jake Woolman hit the gritty on us. Good times around.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Take it away.
6:27 left in the third period. Overtime not out the question. It's certainly a possibility, but it's a 5-4 game. The Penguins leading. 6:17. Detroit gets it in. 6:15 now as the Penguins move it around. St. Ivany over to the near boards. It goes all the way out to Detroit ice. Perron sends this backward. He was on the Penguins for 1.5 seasons. Was involved in trade memories are around with the HBK line between him, Nick Bonino, and Phil Kessel, but it's a memory to preserve at the Pittsburgh area. 5:47. Detroit gets it out, and the Penguins looking clear from their own zone. They hold on to it as Malkin skates around Fabry, dropping back, going back to the defense from Joseph to Letang. Letang fires this deep. On the entry is Bugsy. He fires one right on the line. Now it's at the near corner. Malkin can't grab it. The Red Wings can. This bounced off a skate. It's out of play, and the clock stops with 5:25.
Again, if you were to look at the shot board and say you didn't know how many goals were scored, 26-22, Detroit out in front of that, I don't think you would have guessed 9 goals. But that's where we are with a commercial break with 5:25 left. The captaincy, Dylan Larkin, he tries to answer because the other captaincy and Sidney Crosby has been playing a well of a game as we expect. This one's going to come down to the wire.
It sure is. And yes, the game is final between Buffalo and Washington. The last goal was from Tom Wilson, who may be perhaps the future captain of the Capitals once Alex Ovechkin retires. But that's all she wrote at Key Bank Center. The Sabres perhaps help out either one, the Penguins or the Red Wings, depending on who comes out on top. Now, these two will have to wait on the Canadiens.
I will take that bit of good of news where I can, Alex. So thank you for that update.
I know for the Canadiens, it's going to be a tougher task if we were to have them win because the Islanders, they are a rather confusing team to decipher. One moment, they look good. Another moment, they look both good and bad. They just are a confusing team. And for a team that's built on defense, this is a defensively down year for the Islanders.
Yeah, because I think about it, for as frustrated as I've been with Detroit over the last month and a half openly, I think the Islanders fans have probably been frustrated, for like the last 3 seasons? Because that team's an enigma wrapped in an enigma.
It feels that way with the number of blown leads they've had throughout the season. It just feels so confusing. I don't know how many blown leads they had, but it feels like they lead the league for a period blown leads. Yeah,
can we imagine an NHL scenario where we don't play in Bettman's world and overtime points would mean nothing? Because the Islanders would be in a world of hurt. They might be getting a top 10 pick.
In a perfect world, it would be. I mean, look at the number of overtime and shootout losses he had. They're tied for lead in that category with the Bruins at 15.
Yeah, that's crazy, but that's what Bettman's NHL wants to provide. And at least in this situation here, it kind of leads, 5 teams maybe for a playoff spot in the East. You still got the Vegas Golden Knights trying to figure theirs out, St. Louis Blues. So 5:15 left to go in the third. It's a 1-goal lead for Pittsburgh.
So here we go, down to the wire. And another shot. The Red Wings have tied it. Lucas Raymond with the hat trick.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me, Alec. Again, wide open on a 2-on-1, and nobody picks up Raymond, who's got the hat trick. What is happening?
We're seeing chaos. And I mean, absolute chaos at PPG Pace Arena. This crowd is stunned silent. We were talking about the Islanders and their blown leads. Well, the Penguins need to watch on their rearview mirrors now.
And this is why the NHL playoff race is king. A close second nowadays would be baseball with the third wild card spot, but the NHL is still king when it comes to playoff races. And this is why.
I said it before, Alec, and jump in a second, but you had a missed assignment there for Detroit. You got a missed assignment again there for Pittsburgh. Who picks up Raymond in the middle of the circles? You can't give a 2-on moment the last 5 minutes.
And that's bad defensive play. You're leaving the Nedeljkovic out on an island here with this little time to go. Now it's a 5-5 game. Could be 6-5. Not this time. As David Perron gets stopped by Nedeljkovic, who possibly redeems himself after that one. But there's not much to talk about considering the defense left them on an island in those last 2 goals.
Right.
Those missed defensive assignments have bit them, especially in the last game I covered for the Penguins when they took on the Calgary Flames at Calgary and Mika Kiprusoff's jersey retirement. Storybook for the Flames to get a comeback victory down 3-1. They went 4-3 in regulation, by the way. We're at 4:08 to go, and the Penguins have iced it. And by the way, for the both of us here, whoever comes out on top, the Montreal Canadiens have taken a 2-1 lead, and it's goal Caulfield, much of the life of Andrews just joined.
Holy cow.
Yeah, just wanted to pop in and say, let's go Buffalo.
Exactly.
Big, stop me if you've heard this again before, but Capitals are choking when Stanley Cup playoffs come around.
Hey, we're all going through it right now. Between Alec, myself, and then you for the Caps. I mean, hell, even Ian for the St. Louis Blues, we're all kind of sweating it here right now in the last 4 games.
Wait, so Ian's a St. Louis guy? Yep. Oh, and so what are you doing talking about MLB playoffs? You got no business being that.
Hold on, he's a Royals fan.
Oh, you're a Royal? You still have no business talking about
Comedy.
Hey, quick question. Who's your baseball team?
Wait, mine?
No, the guy who's, Andrew. Orioles. Are you kidding? Dude, okay, look, you may have had a little more success than us, but let's not forget, the last time our teams met in the playoffs, who got sent home packing, and you guys have been just as bad as us for a minute here. Yeah, but listen, Alec specifically, because he's a Pirates guy, he had to hear all this crap about the Cardinal way and how,
Thank you for sticking around, Chef. I put myself on mute so I didn't jump in them. 5-5 game. Yeah, I'll be covering the MIHL, Michigan Independence Hockey League. Next couple weeks, Game 3 between Muskegon and the Waterford Sharks. I'll put the link in there on my YouTube page.
They're doing it the right way. They're doing it the blue-collar way. Dude, I don't give a damn.
Okay, everyone.
I don't care about the Cardinals.
We're jumping in here because we're in the last 4 minutes, so we're gonna.
I'll stop chirping.
Yeah, I know. Chirping's fun and all. I know it's baseball season. All this baseball talk coming out here, and already we're jumping into baseball chirping. I already love this energy. We can talk some more baseball down the stretch once we can find an adequate game that we can cover around between John and I. So now we're at 3:45 to go, and what seems like Game 7 energy. It may not be a Game 7, but it feels that way.
Might as well.
Alec, let's see if one of these teams can get a point right now. That's maybe what we're looking at. Maybe OT.
And OT would be lovely. I would love to have overtime. I mean, you're not wrong if you're suggesting overtime. Here comes the Red Wings. That shot kicked out by Nedeljkovic. 3:20 to go. That was Gostisbehere taking a shot at 76 miles an hour. Back deep is Smith, who was the Stanley Cup champion last year with the Golden Knights. Can't find anyone. The Red Wings re-pick it back up. The 08 champs facing the 09 champs. They face each other in back-to-back years. 3 minutes to go, and we still have not decided a winner. This one goes deep. Moritz Seider is the first one up. There's no icing on the plate. Russ keeps his down low. Here's Smith. Backhander to the point. Joseph a long shot. That was blocked in front. And Detroit is back with this. Here's Seider, who is anchoring the first defensive pair. On the left side is Perron bringing his in. Stanley Cup champion with the St. Louis Blues in 2019. Karlsson back with this. The ex-Shark, ex-Senator. Malkin up for the other way. 3-on-3. Malkin from the high slot. And Lion took care of business. 2:25 to go. Everyone's heart rate getting up, and away here. Skyrocketing up and around. That one did not go. St. Ivany! No can do. It's not at the net. And down low here is Michael Bunting back for St. Ivany with 2:10. Around is Malkin. He is pinned behind the net by Petrie. Raquel kicks it out over to Shayne. Shayne holds it. And around this goes to the left circle where the Red Wings block this one off. Less than 2 minutes to play here in regulation. If there's no goal here, we're going to overtime. 1:51. And the Penguins are back. Moving this up. Here's Eller, a Stanley Cup champion with the Capitals. Boy, we're naming Stanley Cup champions up, and away here in this game. Eller takes this one inside. On his right, this is O'Connor. Backhanding this one up and around. This one's kicked out and it goes out with 1:35
Look, we understand that we want one of these teams to take 2 points and the other not to get any, but we went over the scoreboard, we went across everything else. Maybe overtime for the losing team might be best case scenario considering what just happened with the Caps. So that might not mean that the season's going to be over for one of these two teams today.
And by the way, the Islanders answer right back. It is Casey Cizikas tying it up at UBS Arena 2-2 at Long Island. 1:25 to go here in regulation, but this is the matchup to watch. The battle for the WC2. Larkin slowed down several times. He chased around the half wall near side. Rolling around, Joseph just goes behind. Letang couldn't grab it, DeBrincat could, and sends it back the other direction with 1:08 to go. Smith jumps in front of Larkin, and the Penguins get this out despite the icing. And as it goes beyond the goal line, it is. The Red Wings have an offensive zone face-off with 62 seconds.
Alec, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know which way this game's going to go in OT, but I do feel bad for anyone if we get there. I do feel bad for anyone that's playing defense right now between these two squads because there isn't any defense right now.
It feels like one of those McKinnon versus McDavid matchups.
Yes, it really does.
Right, final minute of the regulation period. So if we don't get a goal here, overtime it is. No goal in overtime, on to the shootout. 50 seconds to go. Sent inside by Edmondson, who turns it over, and back the other way. Here comes Bunting. Michael Bunting, a shot. Save made by Lyon. No rebound available. This now goes behind for Raquel, who tried to close in on it. Malkin at the near half wall. That one kicked up by Lyon. Post up and tight. Held in by Karlsson. And Pettersson can't hold it inside. 30 seconds to go. Here's Karlsson. He tried to send this one up. This goes by all the Penguins. Petrie, the ex-Penguin and ex-Canadian, is one the Red Wings gets ran down. 18 seconds to go. The Red Wings back in the Penguin zone. 15 now. Near corner. Compher. Saying this one around onto the opposite corner. 10 to go. Another hit. That one coming on the Red Wing or the Penguins. Then Slapper Durant blocked away in front. That might be the block of the game for the Penguins. And this game is going to overtime.
Man, oh man, I guess I won't feel like such a death sentence after tonight, Alec, and neither will you, regardless if one of our teams loses here. What a game this has been. Thank you guys for joining me for this one right now. It's not over just yet, but 5-5 going into the OT. It certainly looked like the Red Wings were going to be down and out, down by a couple goals, a couple times, but again, top six, Dylan Larkin, Lucas Raymond, and you could see the joy on their faces, the Valley Sports Detroit feed. But this game has been a doozy.
And guess what they're playing at the Sportsnet Pittsburgh feed? They're playing Renegade entering overtime. A lot of Steelers games, and here we are having it played up Penguins games. This seems very fitting.
So big that both teams are getting a point out of this, with the Islanders getting in trouble and the Caps loss. But I got to ask you guys, you think this is contention for game of the year for the regular season?
Alec, I think that's a great question. I think, honestly, it might be, considering the level of importance. Look, the defensive mentalities haven't been there. We can definitely see that for sure. Maybe the goaltending hasn't been sharp, but again, Ian mentioned this out as well. This is exactly why you watch the NHL playoffs on the side of it in this chase. I think so. I think that's a good ask by you.
Yeah, you may have a point here, given the level of importance for these two and the wild card race. This looks like a game of the year, at least in the regular season, a game of the year contender. 5-5 after 3. We still have not decided on a winner just yet, but if we're going to go for our overtime picks, I have to go one for one side. We'll start with you guys.
Who's going to win? You guys pick.
You already know who my vote is.
Give me a name.
I'm not betting against. You don't bet against the Penguins in the Stanley Cup playoffs and expect to get rich. So that's all I gotta say.
What do you got, Ian? Who's your game winner?
For this,
Yes.
Jared, I'll go. You know what? I'll go with the player. El Capitan of the Penguins.
So he's going with the easy button. What are you going with, Alec?
Detroit, I'm going to ride with David Perron. If it's the Penguins, I'm going to go with Michael Bunting.
Give me Rust for the Penguins. He's already got one. And it's about time. Give me the cat, Alex DeBrincat.
Let's go. Good statement. Good point.
Well, actually, you know what? For Detroit, let's see. Who's on the ice right now for Detroit? You have Larkin. You have I can't see the jersey numbers that well.
Larkin, DeBrincat, and Seider to begin.
Seider.
Okay, some good picks. So everyone, we're underway in overtime. The Penguins are 5-12 in overtime. They can certainly use a win here. We're 15 seconds in deep, 3-on-3, until we decide a winner or until the 5-minute period runs out. Thus, we go to a shootout if we don't have a goal here in this 5-minute period. Here's Karlsson around. He is out there with Crosby and Russ. He can't find anything, so take this out, regroup. So that's the strategy. See an opening, take it. If there's not an opening, wait for it to open. Pick a lane, stick to it. That's a Cars 3 reference. Evgeni Malkin going inside. He drops back over to Letang. He waits. The pass a little too far for Malkin. He picks it up at the far side. Crosby this one back. Foot race to the puck. It's still loose. And the first to that one was Raymond. This is a 2-on-1 back the other direction. Dylan Larkin with more Seider. Larkin waits. He fires. Nedeljkovic twice and 3 times. He just saved the game for the Penguins.
Holy cow, Alec. Again, you're right. Alex Nedeljkovic big. It's a 2-on-1 there. I don't think Larkin made a bad play. He's upset with himself, but you try to go for the cross pass there in that situation. That's exactly what they did. Is the Penguins went for some shot blocks and then a stick there for Seider to try to poke it loose. Good work there, but an even better save for Nedeljkovic.
Oh, I never set my picks for the game winner for Detroit. My bad.
I think you already did. You said Seider?
No. I was just confirming who that was. No, actually, my pick was going to be David Perron.
Oh, you're going with my pick.
Oh, wait, that's your pick? I thought you said.
But it's not wrong to go with my pick, if anything.
That's weird. That's weird. For some reason, I thought you said DeBrincat was going to be.
I think someone else said DeBrincat.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, Alex. 3:45.
Back the other direction. Drop back over to the neutral zone as everyone gets reset. Bringing this in is Karlsson, 65. Kane moving over, backhand for Raquel. Raquel comes to the net, and it hits the side, and then it stays out. And the Penguins keep this one alive. Here's Karlsson. Why is it? He scores! Erik Karlsson, a season saver for the Penguins. 6-5 in overtime.
Congratulations, Alec. I'm hurting a little bit on that side. That was a hell of a clapper there for Erik Karlsson, but you can't have a game if you're Alex Line at this point where you give up 6. I understand it's a hard slap shot. It's impossible to save, but Alex Nedeljkovic, hey, let's just say it on the other end. He outplayed Alex Line today, and he made a big save when it happened, when he needed to, off a 2-on-1 opportunity. And, we didn't take Karlsson, but that was the biggest slap shot goal of the year. And at least now, with all the other results, it is a season saver, as you said, for Pittsburgh, and it could propel them into WC2. But the worst-case scenario is also this. Detroit gets a point. Everybody else behind them essentially loses, and it's still going to have a lot of business left to do for Pittsburgh and Detroit if they want to get into this. This last 3 games are going to be important.
At this final stretch, we need to. This is of intrigue. So that's 1 down. The Penguins have Boston, Nashville, and the Islanders left on their schedule. The first 2 at home, the last one's at UBS Arena. That's perhaps the most crucial stretch for the Penguins.
And for Detroit, they have Toronto, who just lost a 6-5 game to the New Jersey Devils, and then a back-to-back Monday and Tuesday against the Montreal Canadiens. So their season will end before Pittsburgh's does. And if it gets to anything close on that Wednesday side, if it's a win and get in, I think you and I might have to do the Pittsburgh game or maybe even one of the Detroit games and see what happens. But for Wednesday, I think it's going to be that final game there for Pittsburgh. I think you and I are going to have that call.
I facepalm myself knowing that my preseason Stanley Cup pick aged horrendously.
It happens. I mean, Cooper last year took the Boston Bruins to not even make the playoffs, and they had the best record. So it happens there with New Jersey. They went through a lot of injuries, but you got it right with the Dallas Stars.
Yeah, at least I did. That's my saving grace.
So again, Alec, congratulations. I know as hard as it is to swallow there for the Red Wings fans, you at least get a point. I understand. I get this quote across my YouTube side, and he feels the same way that I do. Shep, that follows on the YouTube side, is Red Wings fan. He said, "Can Lyon make a damn save for crying out loud?" That's exactly how I felt.
Oh boy.
It happens, but again, it is a big point for Detroit. Nobody wants to hear about it, but let's just give you the updated standings here nonetheless, because I think that this should all go through. It hasn't done so on the ESPN side just yet, but Pittsburgh is going to vault into WC2 with 86 points. Detroit will have 85, the same as the Washington Capitals. And did we get an update on the Flyers just yet?
They beat the Rangers, but they have 2 games left. It seems that their playoff hopes are getting very narrow. They have just 2 games left. Everyone else between the Penguins, Capitals, and Red Wings and Islanders have 3 games left.
So here's what I can do, because the BC-Michigan game, you don't have to stick around the whole way if you don't want to, Alec, if you're busy, but I'm going to go ahead and take that in. If you want to take the whole game in, I'll be more than happy to have you. I will join into that when we get into the second period, but I was trying to find any other games that are in progress, and we can flip to the Canadiens and the Islanders.
And we can also look at that as well. That is another important game for both of us. Yeah.
So I'm going to flip over to ESPN Plus here and get that going. I had the local stream for Valley Sports Detroit because I'm in Michigan. So now flip over to ESPN Plus. Again, I feel bad for some Red Wings fans, but you know that it's not over. But you got to congratulate the Pittsburgh Penguins. They played a great game. They were able to finish that out. I mean, hell, that's why you signed Erik Karlsson, wasn't it, Alec?
It's exactly the reason why we got Erik Karlsson from San Jose.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Alec, a quick trivia stat for everyone.
Bring it on.
Sidney Crosby becomes just the 14th player in NHL history to reach this milestone. 1,000 assists.
1,000 assists. That's an exclusive club.
Yeah. I can probably guess who some of the other ones are, or at least one of the other ones is. Give me Gretzky. Give me. Let's see. Who else was really good at dishing the puck? Give me. Shoot. Unfortunately, Gretzky is the only one I can. Oh, come on.
You got
Gordie Howe? Let's see. I think Andrew or someone say Gordie Howe, or that might have been John.
Gordie Howe. Let's see. Gordie Howe. Yes, Gordie Howe.
Okay. Let's see.
Ronnie Francis.
Ron Francis, yes.
Mark Messier. Mario Lemieux.
See, Lemieux, yes.
Joe Thornton, maybe?
Yes.
And then I'm missing Ovi. Is Ovi on there?
Ovi, no.
No, Ovi? Not yet.
Hey, Alec. I don't know why his name just popped into my head. He was a former Bruins player, a very famous Bruins player that had his ride off into the sunset with the Avalanche, but for the life of me, I can't remember his name.
Raymond.
Yeah, try him.
Yeah, that he's also there.
Nice. Let's see. What about another former Penguin? Yager.
Yager, yes.
I hear Tree talks about him all the time.
What about Messier?
Messier's up there.
Maybe. Hey John, wasn't Stevie Y really good at dishing the puck?
I'm sure he's got a lot of assists. I don't know if he has 1,000 though.
He does have 1,000.
He does? Okay.
So let's see. So there's 14. There might be. I hear about another Avalanche player. He was on the same championship team with Raymond.
Jacket.
Yes. And after that, I think who was the other Red Wings guy who was like trying to blank him.
Let's see. Red Wings. You got Yzerman. You got Howe.
Oh, do we say I forgot.
Oh.
Yzerman. Do we say Yzerman?
Yeah, you got I just joined in. You guys definitely had Yzerman. I don't know if Nick Lidstrom has 1,000. I know he's a defenseman, one of the best defensemen, but you got that in there. Does Jerome Iginla have any records? I mean, he played for the Flames for a long time, and then the Avs and a couple others.
Just for the record, one, Lidstrom does not have 1,000.
Right.
And two, I'm looking up Iginla right now.
I thought of one. Greatest Hartford Whaler of all time, Paul Copp.
Paul Copp. That survey says yes.
That's no. I had to think back. I had to think old school. When you think old school, you think Whalers.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking old school because you know what? I was just in a Boston Bruins thread for some reason. Maybe I think it was just something I want to see them pout in their misery after losing a game. But they mentioned a player that, to be honest, I hadn't heard of before, but I think I saw it during like some Ring of Honor or Hall of Fame ceremony. A guy named Adam Oates.
He has 1,000.
What?
He has 1,000 assists.
Yeah, he was a former Red Wing, and then they moved him onto the Washington Capitals.
Yeah, so on this list we had Gretzky, Crosby, Francis, Messier, Bork, Yager, Coffey, Thornton, Oates, Yzerman, Howe, Lemieux, and Sakic. We just need one more to complete this list.
Sidney Crosby. Is that because you?
Well, I already mentioned Crosby.
Oh, so who are we missing?
All right, I'll give you a hint. He played for the Kings.
The Kings. Did he also play for the Red Wings?
All right, so I gave the first hint away. So second hint, so he did play for the Red Wings.
Luke Robitaille?
It's not Robitaille.
Hold on. Did he also by chance play for the Rangers?
Yes.
You got that one right, yes.
Okay, Andrew, I think you and I are thinking the same answer. I'll go ahead.
Celine Dion.
Marcel
Marcel Dion.
That's the last one on the list. There you have it. The 14 players on the 1,000 assist club.
You guys did a great job on that because I joined in late. I didn't want to steal all your thunder. You pretty much nailed the Sudoku puzzle, so good work.
Nice. Wait, John, I forget. Are you a Sparty guy or a Wolverine guy?
I went to Oakland University, so I was enjoying Jack Golke shooting three-pointers, but now I'm a U of M guy.
He's a Wolverine by heart.
Hey, did you see
Harbaugh had like a good old Midwestern garage sale last weekend?
Harbaugh is a very eccentric man.
The Michiganders love him.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they came back to be able to win a title. He did what he was supposed to do, and then he left. It took him a little bit longer to get started, probably, than everybody else would have wanted, but be able to get the job done. Hopefully, he does well with the Chargers. I'm looking at this last minute 30 here in this game, and then I will flip over to the Michigan game. But the Islanders are out shooting Montreal 31-14, and we're a minute 20 away from OT in this game.
How in the world are the Canadians hanging on to this? Is a 2-2 game? We're almost into overtime. The Islanders have it with 109. Attacking it, backhander. Oh, goodness! How did that stay out?
And then I just have a couple things to say about the Frozen Four, and then you can probably bounce off my ideas, and that's OH.
I-O. I mean, to state this, but are the Buckeyes waiting for success in the Big Ten in hockey? We know.
You're not going to get any quarter from me on that side. It's a blood rival. I know they're waiting for it. I hope that they'll do well at some point, but as a Michigan fan, I don't mind that they're down. The same thing as an Ohio fan. I'm probably sure you don't mind if they go down.
There's always fairness to that. Always fair and love and war.
Yep.
And all that gimmick. 10 seconds to go, and I don't believe either one of them they're going to get this puck is kicked out. There's a long shot that was stopped. That was Varlamov who shut that one down. How about more overtime?
Yeah, let's do that because this one is going to be going in the second period after between Michigan and BC. So let's get this OT, and then I'll flip over after that. Again, Alec, thank you for doing the yeoman's work in there with me. It's still really weird to be able to at least, can I say this, boys? I know I'm a little bit older than all of you, but Martin Saint-Louis and Patrick Waugh as head coaches. I remember them as players. Come on now.
We feel old now.
Yes. I mean, good work there between the Bolts and then the Colorado Avalanche, Montreal Canadiens. I mean, hell, Patrick Waugh's first team, where again, he said he couldn't hear Jeremy Roenick because he had his Stanley Cup rings in his ears, which is one of the best quotes of all time. Patrick Waugh is a cool dude. I don't care that he played for the Avs. I like him.
He's such a likable personality.
Yes.
No matter if you're a rival or someone who's close with him, you got to respect the guy. That's one of the more likable personalities. I remember that one time when he tried to skate the puck on his own, twisting around his one around Gretzky.
Yeah, he's a very confident man. And again, for those that didn't watch the Unrivaled documentary that came out last year on ESPN Plus between Detroit and Colorado, I definitely hope that you would do so at some point because those blood rival days were great. We'll never get those days back, but hey, I mean, we got some pushing and shoving between the Pittsburgh-Detroit game today. That was pretty fired up considering. So we'll see what the last three games have left in store for us. Now, this is a big game between Montreal and the Islanders, and pretty much for Montreal, they can be a thorn in the Islanders' side.
I'll say, and perhaps I can speak for the both of us here, John. Go Habs, go.
Yeah, we really need that right now. Again, you and I have been in lockstep for all that. I mean, I guess I can say Sabres, Canadiens, all that in lockstep. And, hey, getting a point, I understand it doesn't help Pittsburgh either for Detroit, but at least you got something out of it because I really would have been sad.
Yeah, at least there is something. And overtime records, Montreal 6-6, Islanders are 8-11 just beforehand. So they have Horvat and Barzal for the Islanders to start things out. This is a dynamic duo for the Islanders. Don't get it twisted.
No, it is. And again, that's why you pick up somebody like Bo Horvat and you got Matt Barzal in there with it. I like their personnel that they have. They can be dangerous. On the other side for Montreal, it really is just Caulfield and Suzuki, unless you want to throw in Mike Matheson.
Oh, that return feed from Slavkovsky was blocked by Adam Pellet for Nick Suzuki on a quick start for the Canadiens. And in overtime, Sam Montembeault turns one shot aside. Now back deep is Cole Caulfield trying to spin out the defense. And they stayed with it. That was Ryan Pulock back the other way. retreat back into the Islander zone and send it off over to Pollock. Pollock waiting, and a long feed for Barzal. Is he going to send it back? Yes, he is. New guy on the ice is Brock Nelson, 29 in the blue and orange. Nelson takes this in. Nelson fires it, blocked off a stick. The Islanders keep it in. Palmieri, and when the Canadians can't get to it, the Islanders nearly ended it. It's still alive. Up for grabs, and Nelson walks around with the puck from the right circle. Nice shot, score! The Islanders hanging on to the Bernstein in the Metro.
And that was a crazy shot in tight past Montembeault. And yeah, that kind of stings a little bit for Pittsburgh, but they handled their business. They're not going to care who they play. But again, it's another one of those one-goal games for the New York Islanders. It's going to be cardiac for them as well. I don't even know what to say. We've seen so many overtime games, so many crazy results. We just keep it coming.
It just keeps on going. Just 50 seconds into the extra frame, and it's a winner at Long Island. The Islanders are celebrating. I don't think it can be all too mad about the Islanders winning, considering the Penguins got the extra point. And for the Red Wings, still it's not done yet. Not worst case scenario.
No, it's not. Again, the Red Wings have an opportunity. Let's just say it. Who knows what's going to happen against Toronto on Saturday? But you would have to think, Alec, if I polled you a question and I said, do you think the Red Wings are going to take the next 4 points between both games against Montreal? You'd have to think so, right?
Yeah, it's certainly doable. These are two easily winnable games. You have to take them from every ounce that you can.
Did you just see that replay there from Kyle Palmieri? That thing went in and out, barred down as fast as possible.
It was lightning quick. And the Carter Hayes shot that ended the Bruins last year. That was a lightning quick shot. It went in and out in a hurry, but the players knew it.
Man, so we're going to flip back over now. I know we've covered a lot of NHL, but I do have to flip back over to the NCAA. I know you're not going to mind. We're going to go ahead and take a look at BC in Michigan now, and that'll be the featured assignment until we both end our days. And again, Alec, thank you for joining in with me, because I know we're both trying to do some heavy lifting and save both of our voices enough, because my plan is to cover Saturday's game for this final, no matter who it is. I'm hoping for one thing, but I mean, hey, I can't be too upset. The Red Wings got a point, and Michigan's still within striking distance against Boston College. I know it's 16:50 in the second here for me, but this game's probably closer than I expected so far.
Yeah, so far it's still so good. That BC is up by one. I feel that's the most shocking part. It feels like the level of quality that the Eagles have been playing at has went a little down for them in the tournament play. I mean, they had to survive a scare from the reigning champs.
Yeah, they did. And again, at any point in this time of year, I mean, you covered it in between both NCAA tournaments, men's and women's, and everything else. Anybody can beat anybody at this time of year. But let me ask you, I know it was a few days ago now, but I want to get your thoughts because you covered it. What did you think of Caitlin Clark?
Oh, I must say, she's going to change the fortunes of the Indiana Fever around. She's got herself in the conversation of one of the greatest women's college basketball players of all time. And even though she doesn't have a national championship, I can make an exception for her, given how historical she has set records all around. She's the most talented player in college basketball, without question, men's or women's.
I completely agree with you, and at least for me, Alec, and again, you already know this, and we're kind of alluding to it anyway, it put eyeballs on the sport when most people wouldn't watch it, correct? And I think that's the most important thing. It's also going to put more eyeballs into the WNBA because they want to see how she's going to do.
Yeah, which is why many fans have made Bird circled on the calendar, the potential WNBA debut for Caitlin Clark with the Fever as they travel to the DFW Metroplex to take on the Dallas Wings.
And that might even be something for me, Alec. I know some people would laugh at this, but we're being serious. That might be something I would even look at to go ahead and cover because I want to see how she's going to do. I mean, it's crazy. You talk about the shooting ability, but the passing ability is also very impressive for Caitlin Clark. I mean, she's a pure point.
Yeah, even LeBron James, who's arguably the greatest player of all time in NBA history, had to give her a shout-out. Women's basketball is growing, and because of girls like Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, Paige Beckers, Juju Watkins, Camila Cardoso. I can go on with this list.
Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to, and I think it's going to be in good hands as Michigan now has a power play. They just showed the power play and penalty kill first for both teams, so both elite units on both sides of the ice as the Maize and Blue try to get this one. Here's a touch pass that goes near the right side wall. Truscott now off the half spin. The Eagles be able to get this one down the ice. Again, I won't have as many name call-outs for me except for Perron, Smith, and Leonard because I'm very familiar with them from the Team USA side. But I'll try to call in as much as I can, and Alec and I will bounce back and forth as I'll try to save his pipes for a little bit. Michigan now off the back pass will be near the right side dot. And the high slot now Truscott. Extra pass Gavin Brindley. As this goes near the right side of the red line, here's Michigan now high slot. They're sure looking to get settled here. Brindley near the right circle. Back from Seamus Casey, touch pass. This one will pinball off the wall. Casey now, right side. Here's a good touch pass across the middle. Somehow Michigan doesn't get a stick on that. Jake Barczewski will watch this one go all the way back down to him. Hopefully at some point we also get a shot counter because I want to see what Jake Barczewski has done in this game. Only one goal against it. It's got to seem pretty good here for Michigan as this is off the back pass. Frank Nazar. You remember from the between the legs pass there from Michigan State, it dropped my jaw. Edwards will send this one across. It's loose out in front. Here's a chance to miss the left side of the post for Michigan now. And this one's fired down the ice. 20 seconds left to go in the power play. But that was as dangerous as ever. Michigan now. It is Edwards. We'll drop this one back down. And Michigan look to get started again across the Frozen Four logo. Estapa. Now looking for Nazar as this is pinballed. Kept in nicely by Michigan. One of them is going to fall down. This will go off the knee. And Michigan's power play will get turned away. Estapa will watch as this one is knocked away from Michigan trying to shoot this. They don't get any shots on the power play. Here's an odd man rush. This one blocked nicely here for Michigan as it didn't get to Barczewski. Estapa can't get it out. It will be gloved down. Mark now will try to pick it up and gain this in across the red line. As this just goes away from Jacob Fowler. I'm assuming that's who's going to be in the goal crease. We got a pair of Jakes. As he's near the right side dot, Michigan tries to pick up a hit. Estapa now as this goes across. Here's a one-timer for Truscott. I think he fanned on it completely. And now a rush for the Eagles the other way. Long chance. Too far for Barczewski as this goes now near the right side. And now sent back down here for the Eagles. Off the half spin, falling down to a knee. Michigan able to steal the puck. 13 minutes thereabouts left to go in the second. Drawn on alongside Alec Nava. We've had a long broadcasting day, but it's been very busy with a lot of overtimes and some close and tense games. And maybe we'll get another one of those right now. And hopefully by the Friday side, my voice doesn't get blown up. As this is near the right side dot. Here's a mister. It'll go wide. Now near the wall as this goes back off the inboards here. Eagles just able to keep it in. As this will be sauced in between. And now the Wolverines off an outstretched look. This will be not cleared out of the zone. Eagles now. Back pass. Barczewski with a great save with the right pad. And then it goes partially wide as Michigan now, on their own end, settle it back down. So the forwards for Brandon Norado's squad are going to go ahead and take a change. And they'll look to get all settled here. Again, the head coach for Boston College Eagles, Greg Brown, he won the Spencer Penrose Coach of the Year. They're 33-5-1, 23-1 in their conference. So that kind of tells you what Michigan's going up against right now. They're not supposed to be here, but this is where they are right now in a game that's for the taking. This will be flipped. And off the glove hand and cleared in by the Eagles. 11:50 left to go in the second. Good hit in around the end boards as Michigan tries to just loft this thing up in the air. This will be gloved down. Michigan gets the steal and then shoots just wide of the left side. Picked up now. Michigan wants to make sure they don't get too many men. They'll just get a change back on the ice. A rush down the right side wing. Here are the Eagles off the backhand. Spin and turn. Try to leave a pass near the right dot. Michigan will recollect. Off the embankment here. It's Edwards. TJ will get one. Pass gets blocked down in front nicely by the Eagles. It's a 2-on-1. And Michigan's got a couple players back. A sweet move off the stutter step fired into the net. Barczewski makes one save, and the second one gets pinballed right to Michigan. Now they can take this. 4-on-2. Here's a chance, just goes wide to the left side post. Michigan now try to find the entry here. Fantilli falls down, makes a great play still. Keeps it alive. Mazer turn and fire. This one will get pinballed near the right side. And now the Eagles try to take it left to right. Again, they are in the home, technically, of the white and the maroon on the side of the pants. Maize and blue for Michigan as the road team. Flipped in off the glass, as this will be settled back down for the Eagles. And they'll look to start this one again. Again, their top line of defense, Drew Fortescue, Eamon Powell, are names that you have to look out for. Again, when I see the jersey numbers and I get them enough, we'll get a chance for all those names across. So we're just kind of picking this up in progress and seeing what happens here. We're almost halfway through regulation. Fowler will hold, and we finally get a stoppage.
And the closest chance was for Michigan to tie this one up was Frank Nazer. He had an open net across on the cross ICB. He had an open look at the top left corner, just couldn't fire it right on the net. But every shot is not a bad shot for Nazer by this point, considering that Michigan, they're down by one, but given it's a close game, they're happy to be down by one.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, honestly, I'm pretty surprised where this is right now. And it looks like Michigan, I know you mentioned this, Alec, as we just joined into this game in progress, that Boston College might not be humming at the level that they're used to despite their record, but it looks like Michigan has had a pretty good pace of play so far from when we just tuned in a second.
Just as we're seeing a commercial of, I don't know what the car brand is, but is this kid taking lessons from Jeff Gordon?
That's what I'm seeing right now, and the kid's got a bunch of tats.
Yeah, the kid definitely is taking some racing lessons from some of the greatest. I immediately think Jeff Gordon. If I got into NASCAR sooner, then yeah, I would be a Gordon fan on my end.
Again, for me, I'm getting a little bit older than you, kind of growing up into that as far as Gordon. He was always one of those names to watch. I didn't get into NASCAR that much, but I will watch occasionally, especially for the big races. I do like watching a little bit of Indy as well. It is a lot of fun. Like I said to you before, or anyone else out there listening, if you ever get a chance to go to a live event in between NASCAR, Indy, or even Formula One, that would be really, really cool. Because if you've ever seen anything in Formula One, when you see the chance to get the cars start, all of a sudden now, like, they just go. And they might run into each other at 200 miles an hour. It's pretty crazy.
And especially when you have some of the fastest racers in the nation, like Max Verstappen,
Yeah.
Lewis Hamilton at Formula One. You got Kyle Larson at NASCAR, perhaps the best racer at this current moment in NASCAR, though William Byron is making a case. He's his teammate at Hendrick Motorsports.
So Greg Brown is getting interviewed here on ESPN again. He won Coach of the Year. I'm not going to say I'm surprised, but I would think at least for Big Ten Coach of the Year, it's got to go to Adam Nightingale, does it not?
Yeah, I feel at this point, Adam Nightingale, that's his award to lose by this point. Nightingale should be the Big Ten Coach of the Year winner. So I'm looking at the stats. We'll make that 9 shots for BC and 1 goal against by this point for Jake Marshevsky. And even though it's an 889 save percentage right there for him, I may be ahead of you, but still holding BC to just 1 goal by this point at the halfway mark of regulation. Not bad business for Michigan.
No, it's not, Alec. And again, that stats really surprised me. I'm sure you're about 25 seconds ahead because I just got the draw not long ago. But yeah, you're right, because the activity level there for Michigan, you would expect maybe 10 shots, about 25. Maybe that's overselling a little bit, but Boston College, we've seen them wheel and deal.
Yeah, they just send out talent no matter where it is.
Right.
Will Smith, Ryan Leonard. I should refer to him as the American Quartet based on their status with the U.S. World Junior team.
I think that's a great call by you because, those are all the guys that were doing the heavy damage. I know you had Rucker, McGorty, and Brindley, and Travis Scott, and some of the stuff for Team USA for Michigan as well. But, I mean, the Boston College Eagles line pretty much got them the gold medal. You really can't say it otherwise. This is near the right side. Too far from McGorty. He's on the defensive side right now up there with Warren. As the Eagles will have it in their own end. It gets intercepted by Michigan, and then another lazy pass again, as this is just a battle across mid-ice. Warren will send this around the end boards. Boston College will intercept. Now an outstretched stick. Michigan can't hold it. Here's a chance in toward the left side dot. Here's a centering feed. Barczewski was down for a moment trying to find him with the glove hand, and now the Eagles will get a chance to settle it down as they'll get it near the right side. Here's a great chance to shoot, but Michigan blocks the shooting lanes. Looking a lot like the Pittsburgh Penguins in that last game that we just covered there. In tight, that's what you got to do. Again, Carolina Hurricanes, probably the best shot suppression team that I've seen this year, maybe even ever in the NHL, the way that they get all that done. It's always defense, as this is near the right side. Barczewski in the stand-up near the left post, as this will fall in between the dots now. Maybe Michigan can break out here. We'll see what they got. Shifsky will go ahead and fire it in. Michigan actually able to get their own puck retrieval, and now this will be settled down for Tyler Duke. Duke into the traffic. This goes up in the netting.
You speak of the Hurricanes, suppress goals because of their defense, get goals from their defense.
Yeah.
I mean, you play defense both ways, and it's at a maximum under Rod Brindamore. That's the way that he likes it.
And I think because of that, I can agree completely. We've seen that over the last few years. I also think the additions there of Jake Getzel and there from the Pens and all the other stuff that they've added, try to push a little bit more offense, but still keep that defensive responsibility. And the Carolina Hurricanes might find themselves back in the Eastern Conference Finals. Oh, they might get to the Stanley Cup Finals because that's a good squad still.
You know, both conferences are tight. I feel there's no clear-cut favorite out of each conference. I feel it's wide open, and perhaps the widest open that it has been on both sides.
And Alec, I know you're a big Pittsburgh Penguins fan. You're residing in the Carolina area now. I get that it's two teams maybe kind of splitting hairs for you, but if the Pens don't get it done or Carolina doesn't get it done or vice versa, I would like to see Carolina actually get back to where they were because I know that was probably gut-wrenching against the Panthers, but I feel like they have some unfinished business.
Yeah, they do have unfinished business to take care of, especially with the way that they changed their policy around from their previous stance of trade deadline additions. Remember, when they won the Stanley Cup in 2006, they acquired and added at the deadline. We speak of Larkin specifically.
Yeah, that's what you got to do, and I think that's a great reference point into this team in 2023, 2024. Add at the deadline, do what you need to do. I think that's been a good job by Carolina. And again, as we've said, just continue to add to their defensive identity, but give them enough offensive leeway and push. As I'm looking at the Mike Leg wraparound goal, which now is all too common in NHL nowadays.
I mean, Andrei Svechnikov has done it 3 times now. I mean, he's done it twice his rookie year. He's done it again this time around. He pointed at the net saying that he scored. Well, the scoring officials, they reviewed it for so long until the siren sounded, signaling it is a goal. Svechnikov knew it. His teammates knew it. And the Hurricanes got a 4-1 victory at Beantown out of that. And by the way, we speak of updates around. While the Leafs lost, they have to breathe a sigh of relief because the Lightning, they lost in a shootout 3-2. And perhaps, for all intents and purposes, from how everything is going out, I think this may be one step further for the Leafs to hold on to the free seed.
Yeah, and at least for me, Alec, when we talk about home ice advantage and even 2 seeds and things like that, I think they will hold on to 3. You're correct. I think that's where they'll end up being. But honestly, for Toronto, I think they need to get home ice advantage and try to find a way to get to 2.
And that means they need to have Florida lose out because the Panthers, they have 2 games left. The Leafs, they have to win out on their last 3 games. I may be ahead. I'm not going to spoil it for you. But there may be something coming. Don't be surprised. Okay,
I appreciate that. I hope it's a good thing because right now I see Michigan on the power play from a trip for Drew Fortescue.
Yeah, Drew Fortescue. I was about to mention that. That was what I was going to go to. Drew Fortescue. Yeah, the tripping penalty. Michigan back to the power play. It's interesting that for as good as Michigan is on the power play, Boston College is a full 4 percentage points below them on the power play ranks. Boston University, they were also the top 3. And I mentioned before, Denver's down to 16th on the power play.
Yeah, again, elite units. We've talked about that throughout the Frozen Four. Alec always brings us the stats on there. And at least for this one, I don't have to be so impartial in between both of these teams. I can kind of let my hair down a little bit. I hope to get a good game here. There's another power play opportunity. And now Brindley off the pass. There's some good diving in the lane for Boston College. We will get a whistle. I'm not sure what it's on, though, but it might be offsides.
Do we
Penalty.
have another penalty in the way? It seems. It feels like my end. The referees, they got decentralized on a call, I think. Are we seeing Dylan Duke go to the penalty box? I don't know what this is, but they're saying 2 minutes for tripping on Duke.
I didn't even get anything on our camera angle, and I know you got the same one that I did.
Yeah, we just got the similar looking one, but I think it's just off the feet. A foot-to-foot contact, clearly that's a trip. More of a basketball-style trip.
Yeah, I wish you would have gotten a clear look at it, because then I could have told you definitively, but now I think I'm going to get a look at it now. Here for Dylan Duke. I'm watching number 25. Yeah, it is foot on foot. You're correct. That's definitely a tripping call. And that's going to negate it here. 4-on-4, and you could do whatever you want here for the Eagles as far as keeping out your lines. I'm not sure what they normally roll with in the regular season. Here's a back pass for Smith, and it goes in. My goodness.
That was a rather awkward-looking sequence. For the longest time, it was, how on earth? It went off the skate, then off another skate, or let's see, it's on the wraparound. This was, can't get a jersey number, went off of Edwards' skate, right for the 5-0 Barshevsky, and in the net.
Oh,
how on earth does that happen?
That's double pinball style off Edwards from a Smith pass, trying to get Gabe Perron, who was out in front. That is just the greasiest of goals, and nothing Barshevsky could do.
I mean, it was caught guessing. Not much that he could do on such a situation. Just be stuck there, staring along from an island from afar.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a little pina colada lifting them out there. I don't know, but there's not much you can do in that situation. That's just bad luck against Michigan.
Yes, that definitely is. I think we called that right. Here's a wrister. This one, chance out in front. It doesn't hit Fowler, but now all of a sudden, what's going on with the power play side of it? Now 4-on-4. Tower Duke. Here's a pass, extra one. And I wish they would have shot the first one for Seamus Casey. But now Rucker McGorty. He gets a chance to get settled. Good stick of the lane. Could this be a break? Scores!
Oh, Cutter Gauthier. Who else but him to score his 38th of the season in breakaway fashion? All that Michigan could do is just stare in amazement at how talented this kid is. I know he didn't want to be in Philadelphia. Now he's over at Anaheim. He's not saying the reason why he didn't want to be in Philadelphia, but something says about his allegiance to one of the greatest Penguins ever. And maybe he's paying a little tribute to the said greatest Penguin ever.
Man, oh man, that's just a great play for Cutter Gauthier to steal it from Rucker McGorty. Barshevsky can't close the 5-hole. And all of a sudden, I felt like I'd just been slapped across the head by a hammer. 3-0 Eagles. This game was close, but Will Smith, after the double pinball off Edwards, opens it. And now it's still a 4-on-4, as this is now McGorty off the back pass. He settled down for Warren. Here's a sticked away again. And now this will be a power play, abbreviated for the Eagles. 20 seconds left to go. And they have a 3-0 lead. Michigan's got to score here in this second period. They just conceded 2. One of those was definitely not on Barshevsky. And they kept the scoreline close enough, but now they got to find their offense. But the problem is they're playing Boston College, and they don't make it easy. Again, Michigan is happy to be here, but the opportunity, like we said, for the Red Wings and the Penguins, that was in front of you. 2 goals in 49 seconds. Kind of feels like the world has turned, sand in the hourglass, as this is in across the neutral zone. Couple reverse hits. We'll go back to the maize and blue. 5:30 now left to go in this second. Cutter Gauthier and Will Smith, we've seen them a lot in Team USA, as this is near the right dot. Eagles now make the outstretched pass. Here's a good feed, and this goes wide of Barshevsky. I thought it was going to be 4-0, Alec.
That was so close.
Near the right side, this will be an opportunity. Michigan try to make a bounce pass, pick it up off the backhand, and funnel it toward the net of Fowler, sticks it off the stick hand, And now behind the cage, Eagles will escape the pressure as they'll pinball it off the wall and get it back. Play and make a pass in between the legs of one of the Wolverines as they'll steal now. And now Moldenhauer will send this one across. Brindley, good wrister. This one goes just wide the glass. And the Eagles now will go ahead and find it off the long flip. It'll be a race for the puck. And good effort there on both teams as the Wolverines will just get this one away. Brindley, shots on goal this period, 8-3. Boston College, most importantly for them, had scored 2 in this period so far. Near the right side wall, Boston College is content to skate this one back in their own end and look to get settled. Good stick in the lane there for Michigan, trying to provide a forecheck, but this is too far. McGordy now. He'll lose it, and this goes now to the right side for Barczewski. Stop it around the goal crease. He'll get the clear. This stays in for the Eagles. Now off a rush, it's a 1-on-2. Frank Mazur's got some skating skills. Mazur now will try to pivot. He gets taken down, and this is Michigan near the right side wall. Fortescue. He's out of the box. He's trying to go ahead and watch for Nazar as Michigan now near the left side dot. Pick up. Luca Fantilli will watch as this is bounced away from a couple Wolverines and Shifsky. And now Fantilli will go ahead and clear it in. But this goes in the bench now to play.
So in the meantime, I think the Avalanche, they should be thanking the Jets after the 3-0 victory that Winnipeg had at Dallas. Ehlers, David Gustafson, and Mark Scheifele had the goals. All one-goal periods for the Jets. Gustafson, who would have thought that he would be scoring? That's just his third goal of the year.
Yeah, he's a definite one that I wouldn't have on the score sheet. And wasn't Gustafson also a trade deadline pickup for the Toronto Maple Leafs last year?
Yeah, I can't remember if he was, or I think you're saying Erik Gustafson.
Erik Gustafson. I got the wrong one. Yes, thank you. Again, that's why Alec also has my back, because we have multiple names. We got multiple goalie names. We've had double Alexes, double Jacobs. So I'm all over myself right now. But you're correct. The Jets, that's a big-time shutout for them over the Stars, because you just never know. Those two teams might meet in the postseason.
Yeah, we could see the two of them meeting. Winnipeg could perhaps push the Avalanche to a 7-game series if the Avs road woes continue on to the playoffs. And perhaps maybe it could be that way if they're not careful. Do remember, the Avalanche have not won a Game 7 in 22 years.
I know you said that, and I know I've heard it throughout the documentaries and all that, but I always have to look back at the stats and be like, is that real? Yes, it is.
Yeah. We don't want to believe it. Especially for a Stanley Cup contender who's known to compete in and out. You'd think that they'd win a Game 7 by this point, but they didn't win their games by these close, hard-fought battles. They dominate each one of their series in their Stanley Cup run. Just 4 losses.
Yeah. Again, that's where the Avalanche want to get back to from a couple of seasons ago. I happen to think that they can. And again, I know that there's going to be a lot of pressure on the goaltending and situations there for Colorado. But, I mean, they got it done with Darcy Kemper before, and you'd have to think that they can get it done with what they got in net now.
Yeah, they do. Alexander Georgiev, he's been getting much of the heavy load for the Avs.
Mm-hmm.
And feel overuse could be catching up to him. Even though he's had his good moments, you don't want to overwork your goaltender. So I feel at the Avs, they need to go after a backup goaltender, a high-end backup goaltender.
Yeah, because even if you're Justice Ottanen, correct, I mean, you're not going to see a lot of time. You would have to think if you're Jared Bednar, he won't even see a game unless they're getting blown out.
Yeah, essentially, it's the only way that Ottanen is going to come onto the ice. Either that or Georgiev gets hurt.
Right. I mean, you're right. That's exactly what Colorado needs. They need some goaltending to be able to be relied upon. And again, if it wasn't for Pavel Francouz's injury, that could have been one of the ones they could have used. Here's a wrister. This one goes high off the glass. Tyler Duke able to keep it in. Here's a cross. Good feed. Good stop there for Fowler with the stick. There's a broken stick in the lane. We'll see if that benefits anybody. Tyler Duke pivot. He gets taken off the puck right now. And again, I know there's a whole other period to go, but I still feel like this Boston College game in Michigan, this might go the same way for the Red Wings as it did against the Penguins, but the scoreline might look a little worse. 2:20 left to go in the second. John, I'm here with you alongside Alec Nava. But again, I'm very thankful to have Alec Nava here with me. I know I said that about 20,000 times, but it really is appreciated because it's been a long day for both of us. And these are pretty good games to watch. I'm glad to be able to get multiple overtimes and points. And hey, I mean, you got 3 more games in the NHL season as well. You don't even know where it's going to go yet. Here's a wrister. This one's stopped by Fowler.
It's just endless possibilities, John. Whoever faces Denver in the national championship, I feel it's going to be a good one. They'll Boston College with the 3-0 lead. Most likely they could hold on to this. It was set the stage for the total unknown. While BC, they're the best team in the nation. Denver may be the deepest team in the nation.
And it's going to be interesting for me to watch because I said openly, Alec, I'm a little more less familiar with the Denver Pioneers. And I just happen to feel like the Boston College Eagles could have it handed to them right on a platter, but that's not the case. Denver has been able to beat BC in their only matchup of the regular season. Again, they did very well against BU, but Denver took care of that. So there is no easy answer here for either one of these teams that are left, but it does seem like Boston College and Denver are on a collision course. 1:45 left to go in this second, holding on a 3-0 lead out of the Eagles. We're in St. Paul, Minnesota, in the XL Energy Center, home of the Minnesota Wild, as this is now near the right side. Michigan has this one turned over. Sweet skate throw on a wild one, and almost scoring single-handedly on Jake Barczewski was one of the Eagles. As this is picked up now for Michigan. Here's a good touch pass. Opportunity, Dylan Duke, wrister. Fowler didn't know he saved it. Here's another chance near the right side wall. Maize and Blue try to get to it now. Pick up off the backhand, off the outside of the cage. Michigan desperate to get something in this period to feel good about. Again, the score line's only 3. That sounds like not too much for Michigan, but they've lost so much firepower over the last few seasons. Backhand, shoveled toward the net, tons of traffic. And this one just too wide for Moldenhauer. Edwards can't hold it in as this one's cleared all the way down. And Barczewski will hold on to it.
That was a good job by Ryan Leonard to shift around Jacob Truska. The Truska, he's still hung on with Leonard all the way around. And Leonard, if it weren't for Truska's defensive efforts, you could say that perhaps Leonard could finish up perhaps or maybe one of the most spectacular almost goals in the tournament because that was outstanding.
Yeah, and again, if you're anybody on the sides of like Will Smith is one of the top picks for the San Jose Sharks, you're any of these scouts here, a lot of these guys have already been drafted. You're just waiting for them to get into NHL teams because all these BC Eagles, Alec, I mean, you've seen a lot of this. You've covered a lot of it. I mean, they look really, really good, not just for college hockey, but you feel like they're going to be pretty good pros.
Yeah, they are. But the way that they look, all of them are first-round picks. So they are primed for success over the NHL level with this cast of first-round picks with the Eagles.
I would have to think so. And Ryan Leonard, 31 goals, most in a single season by a BC freshman. 31 is a heck of a lot because you just don't play that many college hockey games throughout. Again, when you're looking at the side of the records, I'll just throw it out there again. 33-5-1. You do a little 33-5-6, about 36 games in the college hockey regular season, and you got that many goals for Leonard. That's just spectacular. But again, I looked at BC as we're getting close to the end of the second, and you look at their plus-minus, Alec, as well. I mean, a lot of their guys are already over 30 and 35, so it's not just power play goals. Boston College will mean muggy on even strength, and they just dominate games.
And they're 22-2-0 when leading after 2 periods on the season. They're basically unstoppable at this point with their amount of talent, which is relatively the only team that can really beat them by this point is themselves.
Yeah, you said that to me in the open when we were talking about some of the stuff on Twitter and X, and I agreed with you. I mean, I was more than happy to see Michigan at this spot. And look, we'll just be honest here. BC probably looks like they're going to take this and take it over against Denver when we get into this third period. But if you're the Michigan Wolverines, regardless of what happened in that second period, I know it was rough to be able to think about it, but you weren't even supposed to be here. This was a really down year for Michigan, and yet somehow they found a way to be able to beat Michigan State in their 6th meeting of the season. and get to the Frozen Four, third straight for them. I don't think they have anything to be upset about.
Yeah, not much to be upset about if you were Michigan, considering the expectations are about after losing Beniers, Fantilli, Hughes, Samuskevich in the last 2 years. The amount of talent on the drop-off is noticeable from the last 2 years, and you still make it to this point. That's a huge success and a huge win for the Wolverines.
Yeah, you think about Kent Johnson and Owen Power as well. Again, a couple of years ago, as you said, you had 4 straight picks, and all of them were Michigan Wolverines in the top 5. 4 out of 5 in the top 5. So you just don't come back from that. And again, if you're Bryan Naurato, I know he spent a lot of time in the Red Wings development program, and now he's a head coach at Michigan. You kind of wonder, and I'm not saying this now openly because I think Adam Nightingale and Bryan Naurato are going to stay at least for a couple more years. But other people look at that; they could get NHL head coaching assistant jobs. You never know.
And perhaps, because that has been the case for several coaches in college hockey that have taken NHL head coaching jobs. Like, look at Dave Haxtell and David Quinn. They're head coaches in the NHL now.
Yeah, there's a lot to still think about going forward for these programs. And again, the wheel always continues to turn. And there really never is an off season when we come to sports here, Alec, all the way across the board. There's always news cycles.
Yes, and whenever it is the off season, the NFL, there's always NBA and NHL around the corner. And when NBA and NHL are off, MLB and NASCAR are on. So there's always a sport that's going to be on no matter what. And don't forget about the Olympics coming this summer.
Oh, is that? Yeah, that's going to be fun. And again, the NHL, I think they're finally saying that we might start to get hockey back finally.
Yeah, at Milano and Italia in 2026 and that year's Winter Olympics.
So that's cool because I know in 2025 they're going to have like the World Cup of hockey thing, and as you said, 2026 in Italy, we'll finally get that back. Honestly, kind of feel like I've been having some withdrawals on that. I hope during that time, Alec, that we'll be able to cover some of those games, but you never can tell with the time difference. I don't know if I'll be up at 4 a.m. to do some of the games depending on whenever the games are played.
I mean, before I took my first job, I decided to stay up late covering the Women's World Cup. Mm-hmm. Well, it screwed up my sleep schedule, and now I'm getting my sleep schedule back in order now that I have a job.
Yeah, that's exactly the way that it works. Again, night owl for me most of the time. A lot of the stuff is always done late, so I can definitely understand the way that goes. But for those that are normally getting all the stuff in the morning, it can be really hard to cover all these night games. And that's usually when all this stuff happens. Again, for you in the Central, for me on the East Coast, I like to cover a lot of West Coast games, and that 3-hour time difference, man, oh man, that can be a punch in the gut.
Yeah, it can be, especially for if there's anyone listening in the Pacific Division, the time differential.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem sometimes, but especially when we get into the postseason next week for the NHL. Again, I believe that's going to start on the 20th, which is Saturday. So that's going to mean I need to get my capsules ready for next week when I try to preview all 8 series. I know Alec does a lot of that more so than I do going through the rest of the rounds. I will preview the Stanley Cup Finals and the first rounds. Once we get our matchups together about what we know, I'll probably give you more of my extended thoughts. But honestly, Alec, I know you said this a little bit earlier. I feel like this version of the Stanley Cup Finals, maybe with the exception of the Avalanche, because I feel like they might go on a run, but this version might be the most wide open.
It may be the most wide open as we see. I don't know how many teams in contention for Stanley Cup. Boston, Florida, they're going to be it. Rangers, the Canes, I feel they're also going to be it. Toronto could make a deep run. Mm-hmm. Tampa could get an upset. Then you got the West, the wild, wild West. Dallas, Colorado, Winnipeg, Nashville, Vancouver, Edmonton. Perhaps even Vegas, who could be the ultimate wild card of all these 8 teams coming out of the Western Conference. This is a loaded playoff field. Perhaps the most loaded we've seen in a while.
I think so, because again, when we talked about the second intermission of the Pittsburgh-Detroit game about Nashville, and you said WCF, I kind of feel like I'm right there with you. I said at least second round. And for Vegas, that's a team that's biding their time and getting healthy. I think they're going to be able to make a run. I agree with you on everything in the West. I think you'll agree with me on this. The only team, and that's going to have to mean that Pittsburgh or Detroit wouldn't take a spot. If Washington gets in, I think that's the only team, Alec, that's going to be easy cannon fodder.
I mean, I feel if Washington gets in, I feel they're easy picks for first round exit.
Yes.
I don't. There's just no other way around this. With the way they play, you can only play defense for so long.
Right.
And by the time you run into a team that knows how to score, it may be over for you in an instant. Minus 42 goal differential is not sustainable come playoff time.
No, and I'm looking at this too because I was going to bring that up, and I'm glad that you did. I'm looking at some of the goals for. I'm going to make sure I look in the West to be able to get this correct. So other than the Seattle Kraken is at 207, which I can't believe it's that low. Their secondary goal scoring's down. I'm not counting Anaheim, Chicago, and San Jose because we knew where they were going to be. But the Caps have only scored 212 goals. I mean, they're not playing defense and they're not scoring. I don't even know how they win a game.
Yeah, I don't know. They're basically going low-scoring games. And I mean, contrary to what I said, they're not playing a lot of defense around. This is a more mid-defensive team. But when they do just enough defensively, seems enough for them, it's not going to be enough come playoff time. Now, I know they're good at home, but that record doesn't really mean much when you get into a clean slate come playoff time.
Right.
If you're the Washington Capitals and you're going up against a team like the New York Rangers or the Carolina Hurricanes, depending on who is the division winner at the end, there is still life left for the Canes in winning the division now that the Rangers lost to the Flyers. But still, it's not looking good for the Caps.
And let's say the New York Islanders hold on to that third spot. I don't think they're going to feel comfortable playing the Rangers or the Hurricanes, are they?
Yeah, I feel I was a little mistaken thinking that the Islanders could pull off a first-round upset over the Canes last season. Because it felt like the Canes, they beat the Islanders in their own game in that 6-game series.
Yeah.
This year's Islanders, they're very, very confusing. And I feel like Lou Lamoriello, his time may be coming to a close. And it feels like he's holding on to the GM spot for a little too long, in which he has to admit that I feel his past days are behind him. I feel the Islanders and Lamoriello, they need to move into a different direction. Start fresh, and get some new blood, and see what he thinks into the mix. Get a goal scorer, too, because I don't think the Islanders, they're going to win a round this time around.
No, I don't, Alec, either. And I'll double down on all of your comments for Lou Lamoriello. I mean, like, hey, if you're a player agent, you love Lou Lamoriello because he's going to get you paid, and you're going to get long-term deals, and you're going to get locked in and keep a job. But you're kind of in status quo, aren't you? If you're the Islanders, you're lucky to kind of just hang around. It is time for them to get some new blood. I mean, you got Ilya Sorokin locked in. That's great. I like the Horvat move. But you got to get some new blood. You got to get some new directions. And you got to get some other players that could score some goals.
Yeah, it can't just be Horvat, Barzal, and Nelson and Palmieri all the time. And you can't have Dobson be your sole number one offensive defenseman. You got to get a lot more than what you currently have, because it's outside of the names that we mentioned. It's just depth, and you don't have a solid prospect to add on to that.
Right, and again, you mentioned this with Dobson, and I said this going into the first half. He was an all-star selection for me. I know he didn't make it, but I kind of thought that was a crime considering everything else in the East. We mentioned some of those names. But if Dobson didn't break out the way that he did, I don't even think the Islanders would have a playoff spot right now.
Yeah, you're right. If Dobson didn't break out into the defenseman that he is right now, the Islanders wouldn't be in this position. Or sometime he was, the leading scorer on the Islanders in points? That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not enough. You look at everything that's insane, too, and I know that we just talked about the Caps. But if you go ahead and you look at in their point totals, I mean, they got Dylan Strome for cheap, and I know Alex Ovechkin's played well of late and scored some goals, but that point total is pretty depressing. Some of the stuff for the Islanders is pretty depressing, and I just wonder sometimes out loud, how the heck do you guys win games?
I bailing them out on most nights, keeping the team afloat. I think he is the big reason on why the Islanders are in this position and they're winning games because of him.
Yeah, it really is the only thing you can say. I think that's why he got his 8-year deal and that big extension to try to be the king of New York. And he's another one of those pieces that has to be. Semyon Varlamov is a good backup. He did get a chance to play today and get the victory against Semyon Varlamov. Spent some time in Colorado as the goaltender when Patrick Waugh was the head coach of the Avalanche, who had over 100 points in the season a few times.
And now they're back together. Small world.
It is. And again, it's very interesting because Joe Sakic at the time several years ago, I was kind of wondering if getting rid of Patrick Waugh was the right decision. And again, I know I sound like a fool for saying that, but it really is hard to can your coach when you had several seasons with him of over 100 points. But now you get Jared Bednar. And Colorado is another one of those teams where, I don't know. Again, they lost last year. We talked about it with the Seattle Kraken, and I think you and I believe it's going to be a one-off. But I watched that game again the other day against Minnesota and Colorado, and Nathan MacKinnon. We talk a lot about Connor McDavid and some of these other top-tier players in the league, but Nathan MacKinnon's right there to me as well.
I feel Nathan MacKinnon, can we consider him as the favorite for the Hart Trophy this year?
I feel like we have to, honestly. I know Kucherov has been in the conversation, and Connor McDavid, if it wasn't for the slow start and some of the injuries, that he probably would have won it. But what Nathan MacKinnon's doing right now, he's just showcasing you that he's not in a shadow of Connor McDavid. He's just as good.
He's just as good. His first ever 50-goal season of his career. He's been on an absolute tear. And eclipsing 130 points, if I'm not mistaken. He's showing himself as a top 5 talent in the NHL, up there with McDavid. Now, the debate here is instead of best player in the NHL, it's second best player in the NHL.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I've been. I think some people will be critical of me because I know Connor McDavid's the best player in the world, but just because of their offensive style, I kind of always lean toward McKinnon. I know that's not a popular take, but I don't think anyone else would ever say that Nathan MacKinnon's below a top 5 player. And as you said now, top 2, I really think that's where he should be. Nikita Kucherov has a ton of points. He's had a great year. I think he plays very well for the Tampa Bay Lightning, but I still wonder, and this could be a wrong take on my part, Alec, but I'm going to throw it out there. I wonder how good Kucherov would be if he wasn't a member of the Bolts.
I wonder. It's a valid question and you from elsewhere. What if the Red Wings don't trade away that pick that turned to Vasilevsky? Who do they go after? So like Kucherov, or do they pick Vasilevsky with this pick as their goaltender future by then? Any possibilities?
Yeah, there's a lot of things to think about there. And I'm looking at the goals for as well. Leader Austin Matthews with 66. I hope he doesn't get to 70. I only say that because the Red Wings play the Leafs on Saturday. But there's still a possibility that Austin Matthews gets to that marker.
Yeah. Speaking of which, the goal total is actually up to 68.
Thank you.
Against the Devils. Even despite the loss, he is the face of the Toronto Maple Leafs, and he'll continue to be so for as long as he is here. 68 goals, and he got that 4-year contract done, so we don't have to. So we're not going to hear any rumor about him going to Arizona. In fact, the Coyotes might not even be playing in Arizona sooner than later.
Alec, I'm just going to go on for the record, and I'm going to say the word. That just sucks, honestly, for the fans of Arizona. Because, again, you've gone through this whole entire period with Gary Bettman in the NHL in Arizona, not having a rink at times, not having players at times, and so much transversive back and forth. The situation's always been fluid. I feel like the fans have done a lot of support for them, but they've just never been set up for success because they've never even had a darn building.
First and foremost, it's not just the building. The number of owners they've had ever since they moved to Arizona is just staggering. Financial troubles hurt them. Jerry Moyes, from that to the number of owners, Andrew Barroway, Alex Marello, to even the NHL itself,
Right.
the Coyotes during their bankruptcy period. It just feels like the Arizona experiment was set up for failure. However, if there's something positive to take out of this, if it weren't for the Coyotes playing in Arizona, we might not see Austin Matthews or Matthew Tkachuk in the NHL.
Yeah, it's definitely true as members of that side of it. You're right about that. Again, I hope that things work out. I wish they would have been able to stay, but they've been looking for the Utah Jazz in Salt Lake City for a while. I mean, hey, we had a situation in baseball here with the Oakland A's where that's just been bad for so many years, and now they're going to be moving to Vegas. So it really stinks when you have fan bases who have been supportive of the team and they just not been able to stay because there's been so many situations at hand, as you talked about.
Yeah, so, well, I understand the situation about the Coyotes. It feels like it's been developing for so long. I get the rumors of relocation. I get the talks about it. I get when the fans are upset. They feel betrayed, but I feel like this was a move that needed to happen, in my opinion. It just wasn't enough for the Coyotes. And now they're moving elsewhere. It feels like a fresh start. So I feel I'm not really a fan of moving to Salt Lake City. The lake is dying, and I don't want to get political on here, but their politicians haven't addressed the situation involving that lake. There are toxins being released on the city, and it's poisoning the air.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that always goes on in Utah that we could talk about, and it's not in a good light. You kind of feel bad for everyone else that's over there on that side as well. I'm going to get back into the play-by-play, and we'll jump in a minute, but if this goes to Salt Lake City like it seems like it's going to, do you think at some point, Alec, I know we're going to have the same amount of teams. There's no expansion for a while, but maybe we'll get some division realignment?
Perhaps, I don't know. Well, we just saw Jake Marchesky make a nice save on one of the Eagles. I mean, that was another breakaway for BC right down for the lane, and Jake Marchesky held his zone. I think and this is some more for Michigan they want to get back for as long as they can hold on here to this. They're down by Frito, but going back to Salt Lake City, it feels like there's a lot going on there in Utah. It's not in a positive light at all, as you mentioned. And I know there's a Jazz, but there's just a lot that's just happening there that needs to be resolved first. I pointed out the lake first and foremost, and do it as the first priority.
Yeah, and again, it kind of makes you wonder if the NHL honestly could have picked another location. You could add another team in Minnesota or something like that, or another team in Cleveland or another team in Michigan. I don't know. There's just certain other situations, maybe some other teams where you think you could. Hell, even another team in Canada, honestly. We're waiting for all that to happen. So 17:25 left to go in the third. I'll let Alec take over here shortly because I feel like the voice box starting to tire out a little bit. But this is picked back up now. BC 2-on-1. Here's a chance. Cross pass. Michigan makes a great play defensively. Now if they can get a quick counter. But it's a 3-on-4. Here's a feed. It goes in between the legs of one of the Wolverines. As I can't believe what I'm seeing across the screen on ESPN2. Tom Brady not opposed to a late season comeback. What are we in the Twilight Zone?
Don't the rules prohibit people who are being a part owner of a team? In this case, Brady is a part owner of the Raiders. Doesn't it say that it prohibits them from playing in the NFL?
I would hope so, Alec. At least I can't say for certain because I don't know the rules. I guarantee that you're probably right, but I don't think Tom Brady needs to play football anymore. He needs to just enjoy himself and collect his money on Fox Sports when he gets it.
Yeah, when he gets up at the broadcast,
yes.
Kevin Burkhardt at the #1 spot.
I think he's going to get a nice $35+ million payday as this puck goes on a play. So that's going to be good. He'll get that for a couple more years, and then he'll get to do whatever the heck he wants again as we're getting another look at the breakaway. Leonard gets denied by Barcheski.
And that we went over with the breakaway earlier on. And I want to touch back on the Coyotes.
Sure.
And in the case of a possible relocation, I feel if it's not Salt Lake City, I personally thought that they would be a good fit for Houston.
That was another one of those teams that have always been talked about as well. I saw that on some of the things from the hockey guy on YouTube. He mentioned Houston a lot as well. I think you're spot on. Honestly, I thought that's where it was going to go, but maybe Gary Bettman just got handed so much money, and I heard so many things about Alec Why not Utah? We're handing out the money and please take it. And that's essentially where sounds like they're going to go.
And yeah, it's in a mountainous region as well. So you have the mountains all around, the aesthetic. You can enjoy the Rocky Mountains around, but I'm not all that hopeful because of the situation with the dying lake.
Yeah, and also I wonder too in the rink, what kind of sight lines do you get in the Utah Jazz Arena? I know it's not Vivint Smart Home Arena anymore, but whatever the heck it's called, I don't know if those sight lines are made for hockey. And that was always kind of the things that you talked about when LCA with the Detroit Pistons for basketball. You want to have a rink that supplies the sport that you want to watch. As this goes now near the right side inboards, Dylan Duke will watch this go just behind him. And now picked up here for the Eagles. This is wrapped around the kick plate. Will Smith, who opened part of the scoring, at least in that second period that we saw. Good pickup. Right across the neutral zone. Here's a drive into the right side. Red line. Wrap for Barczewski. And it's in the back of the net. And it looks like Boston College is going to go to the finals. 14:57 in the third. That's a monumental goal for Gabe Perron.
He needed that. Among the cast, among the freshmen on the trio of the forwards, Perron showing his skill, his efforts. This kid may be something special for the Rangers once he arrives to the organization. 19 goals a year at the 503 mark. He knows that the hole is open up just enough to sneak that right by Barczewski. Good read by Perron.
Yep.
It's 4-0.
Absolutely. And again, I try not to discredit Barczewski if I don't have to in a certain situation. Great move by Perron. He gets the first start for that goal, but Barczewski caught sliding the wrong way and gives too much off that outside post for the wraparound. And a clinical finish there for Perron. Probably one that he easily could have slam dunked there, kind of Zion Williamson style, honestly. Easy goal for somebody like him. And BC, Alec, I think you and I, as we were covering Pittsburgh and Detroit, kind of thought this game might go this way. That's why we picked it up in progress. And the Eagles are starting to fly here.
Yeah, they're all flying high. And they're gearing up to face a bunch of pioneers. But these are battle-tested pioneers, not some pioneers that just
Right.
civilized. They can hunt, too. They can hunt.
Yeah, they're not the typical Cro-Magnons. They're advanced. They know how to hunt. They know how to gather their food. They know how to score goals. And they're going to be meeting up with the Denver Pioneers. I'd like to see Michigan get a couple goals. I think that's more than something to be able to ask for here, because I kind of assumed that I was going to see 2 L's today, but I really don't want to see Michigan get shut out. That would kind of stink, as this is picked up off the backhand now. But at least they made it to the Frozen Four, because I certainly didn't expect that. Near the right side, as they'll get canceled off the puck now. And now near the left side, this is Nazer, lose the puck momentarily. A double hit of one of the Eagles, but no matter for them. They're going to go ahead and have the puck now. Right and across the neutral zone. Good entry off the back pass. And across the wall. A little bit of a hook and hold. Michigan able to escape with it. I don't think the Zebras are going to call too many of these now, because the score line is where it is. You're going to have to pretty much get something that just needs to be called if there would be a penalty. Nazer now. He can be a recipient of the pass, but they'll take the wrister instead. And this will be saved by Fowler and flip back down across the Frozen Four logo. Now an opportunity for Sheamus. And so get this one off the backhand, gain the entry off the hold. Now inside the wall, off a pickup here for BC. They'll take a long flip. 13:35 left to go in this third. I know what I'm going to do now. We'll have this one entire broadcast split in between 2 stories as one post. It'll be a shorter post. And then I'll go get some food later and then prepare for Saturday. Alec, do you think you might be able to cover Saturday's game with me?
Yeah, and Saturday I may be available to get in and to cover that game with you. So I do have family coming in on Saturday.
Sure.
Don't know when exactly they'll arrive, but we're going to dinner at first. But I should be available by 6 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, that's not too bad, even if you join in a little later. Big rebound! And Fowler makes the first save. There was a forehand backhand attempt, and one of the Wolverines gets absolutely collapsed into the net.
Oh, he just got destroyed right inside. I'm trying to get a number on who shot that. I think Mike Hosma, number 12 of Boston College. He shoved one of the Wolverines right into the net. Of course, that's going to be called by the officials as they saw that. I think was it
Garrett Shifsky? Yeah, Garrett Shifsky got absolutely slammed into the net. He got shifted into a new territory.
I mean, seriously, he did.
So we'll take a look at the NHL scoreboard. I know we went in all of the important ones. There is late action across. Why not? The Kraken and the Sharks, two teams that aren't making the playoffs. I think, Alec, you and I called that. We didn't think Seattle was going to get in this year. I didn't think they were going to drop off as much as they did, but they lost a lot of secondary goal scoring this year.
It's a lot of secondary goal scoring. I mean, you look at the teams around, the teams with the most secondary goal scoring, we like their odds on going deep into the playoffs. And if we look at some of the teams with the higher goal scoring totals, so that means the Rangers, they've upped their game. The Canes, they've upped their game. The Panthers and Bruins, deep teams that can score from anywhere around. So the Bruins, I think the main goal for them, the only way that they can wipe off the bad memory of last year's collapse is to win a Stanley Cup. I think that's the way that they should put it.
I think you're right, Alec. I don't think any sort of round victories are going to do them any justices right now, especially from losing Patrice Bergeron and David Krejci. Captaincy, Brad Marchand, I feel like he had to do that there. I know he rubs in a lot of ire, but you're right. And again, who do you have to pay in the offseason? Jeremy Swayman. If you want to keep that Ullmark Swayman tandem together, that's part of the reason why the Boston Bruins have 107 points in the regular season standings. You got to keep those boys together.
Now, for the big question heading into the playoffs and also paying Swayman the off-season, so the question now becomes, who do you start between Linus Ullmark and Jeremy Swayman? I would personally go Swayman here, considering that he is the hotter hand.
Alec, that's $1 million question. I don't know if I have the answer there for you, but I think we saw Ullmark get hurt a lot last year, right? And things started to fall apart. I'm going to go ahead and start with Jeremy Swayman. And also, if I need to be able to make some changes, if I'm Jim Montgomery, I wouldn't be hesitant to pull the trigger if I got to go to Ullmark.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with either side. With Ullmark, he was hurt down the stretch, especially Game 5 and Game 6 against the Panthers. He was physically hurt. Jim Montgomery didn't switch to Swayman until it was too little too late. Well, not exactly too little too late, but Game 7, by the time the final buzzer sounded, it was already too late. Right,
you're right, because that's how it was. You could have thought about that for a couple of games ago in that series, and you'd think that Montgomery's going to learn his lesson. I imagine he would. Touch pass, right in the middle of circles. Fowler says no. Rucker McGorty with a chance. This one will go wide near the right side. Dodd in the crash course collision near the right side boards. My goodness, as this is now left out one-timer. And this one knocked away. You better look out of here if you're the Wolverines, as this is going to kill some more time for the Eagles. We'll take a safer play. Throw it back into their own end. Rucker McGorty now gets a steal. Here's a setup right side short chance. That could have been a tripping call. Loose side in front wide for Fowler somehow off the 1T. Picked up again between the circles. Michigan cross. McGorty. One more off the outside of the bar. My, oh my. As this is now a chance near the high slot. Here's fake of a slapper. Michigan working this puck around quite well. Here's a one-timer. Fowler's got that too.
Now, it goes without saying for the Montreal Canadiens, even though Jacob Fowler's on the Canadiens prospect system, with him and Caden Primo as the young netminders that are up and coming, they're currently going Primo as their starter of the future right now. But if Fowler's going to make a case for being a 1B to Primo, this NCAA tournament run could certainly provide it.
You're right, Alec. Again, I hadn't had a chance to watch a lot of him in the Team USA side for the gold medal because of Trey Augustine, but this is big-time opportunity for BC and Fowler. He's been good all year, and if that's a tandem that they can get, that'll be a good future there for the Canadians. They're still trying to build, because I think Martin St-Louis has done a good job with what he's had, but we know that there's still a lot of work left to do. Michigan on their power play. 10:55 left to go in their season as this one goes up and out of play.
I can't really be all too mad about Michigan getting to this point. give Boston College an early scare, but then Boston College goes on to turn on the Jets and put on their big boy pants, remembering their identity. And given that Michigan and their expectations for where they were going to finish in the Frozen Four tournament, that it could be either a loss in the regional semifinal or the regional final, given that they faced North Dakota and Michigan State. They could have easily lost those two in the first and second rounds. But kudos to them in making it to the Frozen Four. I may sound like a broken record saying this, but they deserve to be in the spot.
No, and I appreciate it again, Alec, not just as your friend or a Michigan fan. I really appreciate that because you're right. When you look at it, Michigan wasn't supposed to be here. You kind of thought that Michigan State was going to be able to get the job done. You played a rival 6 times. Eventually, the other team's going to win, correct? That happens sometimes. And then you had third period runs in important times for Michigan to get past North Dakota and Michigan State. 3 goals in the first game, 4 goals against State. They found a way to come through when it mattered. And right now, for the Michigan fans that are there, they're just happy to see their team play in another meaningful game.
It's just, you want to be happy having your team play meaningful games. Yeah, the Florida Panthers and the Miami Heat experienced this as an 8 seed last year, even though they lost in their championship rounds. They're more than happy to be competing in games where they go into the deeper rounds. I feel the Heat, they're, as we speak on the NBA, they're right around the 8th seed as of now. And they could be at that moment where they could make some serious noise as long as they make it deep.
Yeah, and I think for a team like the 76ers, it's more important for them to stay out of the play-in rounds. And for Miami, wherever they lined up, they have that championship culture, the Heat culture. I feel like they're going to be fine. And again, as I shift my focus, because I agree with you on the Heat, for the Sixers, you got to stay out of that play-in.
Yeah, you have to, especially that you have the Pacers ahead of you. But just like with the NHL, this could be the most stacked playoffs that we may have ever seen in this decade in the NBA.
And we'll definitely link up on the NBA side as well. I know that goes in around the same time with the NHL, but we'll find some games where you and I can work together and try to cover out some of that as well, because I enjoyed that. And again, partially my apologies. I wasn't able to get to the NCAA tournament because I was sick, and then I also had plans as well. So it's been tough to try to get some other things working out, but I'm glad during this time of year you and I can cover Frozen Four, NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs. We'll have a lot still to do. 9 minutes left to go. Here's a wrister. This goes out now for Moldenhauer as this gets picked up off the backhand. Do you want to take some of this here, Alec?
So, I'll go ahead and do some of it as well. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and finish out some of this.
So, for where my view stands is at 8:20 of this third period, and by all accounts, it may look like a BC versus Denver national championship. Denver reaching their second national championship in a span of 3 years. Last year, they were upset as the defending national champions by the Cornell Big Red 2-0. This year, they get their revenge on Cornell, beating them 2-1 in the regional final. And every one of their games has been decided by the exact same score. 2-1 in double overtime, 2-1 in regulation, 2-1 in overtime, just as Moldenhauer may have tripped the 14 Gentry Schamberger of Boston College. There's no penalty arm in the air. We'll play onwards, but given the track record of the game being going on, it feels like the referees, they just want to let this game run out the rest of the way, and they don't want to call any further penalties. Just let this one run out. At Boston College advance, call as little penalties as possible to everyone's points around. 7:20 to go.
So now Moldenhauer, he goes in near the right side boards, and we'll see what happens with that. I agree with Alec. There's not going to be a lot of penalty calls here. It doesn't look like. When we do get a stoppage, I do have to ask Alec another sports question because that just keeps popping up across the bar, and I got to throw that out there. But 7:15 left for me. I know you're a little bit ahead as BC dumps it in.
So on my end, there was a one-timer in which there was absolutely stopped. There was a fireball shot from BC. Barshetsky held his own. That was a shot from the middle of the SWAT. The Eagles could have scored another one there to make it 5-0 as another player falls down. Goes again. Jacob Fowler sticks it aside, making his
on to it.
So, Alec, I know this is a story. I know it's baseball, but this game is done, and I got to really ask you this question. With the interpreter, Shohei Ohtani, all that stuff in bank fraud, I understand he trusts some people. I know Ohtani makes hundreds of millions of dollars that he will with the Dodgers. But how the heck do you go ahead and turn off Ohtani's bank statements on his phone every time you go ahead and make a deposit and have Ohtani still not know about it, however? Because, man, oh man, if somebody took $15 million away from me, even when I have about $350 in my bank, I would certainly know about it.
Yeah, I would certainly know about it. And by the time I know about it, I would feel betrayed by my own interpreter.
Right. It's crazy. I mean, look, you have that big deal, and I know that there's so much going on in baseball now. You got uniforms, you got other teams moving, a lot of other things to talk about. But it's not like Ohtani left LA to go to some other team. He left LA to go to LA. So it's not like he's going to escape any other sorts of controversy either.
Yeah, just a drive up the I-5,
Right.
basically.
So, I mean, that's crazy. And now we see on the ESPN side, it could be 30 years in prison for bank fraud. So hopefully when all that stuff bowls over, Shohei Ohtani can just get back to playing baseball.
Yeah, focus his mind on baseball because this is just too much distraction off the baseball field for him to go through. He's by far and away the best player in baseball. And to have it surrounded by controversy like this, it's mentally draining not only for Ohtani, but everyone reading the story.
Yeah, it is. And again, you kind of wonder where the Dodgers would be if they didn't have an all-star team the way that they do. And especially, holy cow, Mookie Betts, he's on fire to start the year.
Yes, man. How do you shut this life off? Well, I just don't know.
You can't, Alec.
We speak of baseball. I'm not going to mention a certain event, but Nick Castellanos does not have a home run to start the season.
Yeah, that's another one of those ones that we always talk about. I know what you're referencing there, but you think about that, and then you also think about the complete reversal for the Houston Astros and what a miserable start it's been for them.
And if you were to tell me that the Royals would have a better record than the Astros at this point in time to start the season, I'd stare at you in complete disbelief.
Yeah, it's been completely crazy in a fully loaded sports year. Take it away. You got less than 6 minutes.
Yeah, at this current moment, well, we're seeing the back of Jacob Fowler's helmet at this current stoppage. Oh, basically, it's a Florida license plate that has his name on it.
Is that really his? Wow, that's really his. Man, you could think you could come up with something better than that, couldn't you?
The Florida license plate? Well, I guess he's from Melbourne, Florida, which is one of those cities in Florida, but what? I don't know what the sign is about. I mean, it was a little too simple.
Yeah, it seems too plain for me. I'm glad that you agree with me, Alec, because I would have felt bad if we would have gotten a disagreement with that. But you're an awesome goaltender. At least get an awesome goalie mask.
I mean, the oranges could be at the sides of the helmet.
Sure.
Because he is from Florida. It's a reference to Sunshine State, and oranges are grown around Florida. The majority of the U.S.'s oranges are grown around Florida. You heard of Tropicana, Florida's natural?
Right.
Orange juice is made there.
No, you're right. And again, I would just think for Jacob Fowler, in Florida roads and some of the old cars that are nice, you don't want to have the same license plate on the back of your helmet as the beat-up pickup trucks do.
Oh, boy. So that makes it funnier down for the stretch. And I know this could get to something else. While this may not be a topic that's brought up often, but I know Kyle Larson's trying to pull off a racing double. He's testing out IndyCar. He is an IndyCar driver for Hendrick Motorsports in partnership with one of the IndyCar teams in the number 17. That is the Xfinity Series number in which Hendrick uses at NASCAR. Normally he's driving a 5-4 Hendrick, but anytime a driver pulls off a double between IndyCar and NASCAR, that has to be something of note.
And Alec, for me, it's one of those situations where you kind of equate it in sports and you go from high school to college and then from college into the pros and how hard that's going to be. That's a heck of a transition. It's not easy to go from NASCAR to Indy or Indy to F1. Those are whole nother levels, and that's going to be a challenge for Larson.
Yeah, it is a challenge, but once again, he is one of the best, if not the best drivers in the world. Forget about saying best driver in NASCAR. We already know that we already know that by many, it is a popular opinion to say that he is the best driver in NASCAR, even with William Byron chasing his tail. He has 3 wins on the year, but Larson still is the consensus #1 driver by many of the popular opinion. But he can definitely, if there's someone among any active driver who can pull a NASCAR IndyCar double, it's Larson. Tony Stewart has done it before. Mario Andretti and AJ Foyt, they've done it before.
Yeah, there's been plenty that have done that before. And remember what Danica Patrick did that, correct? So she was able to do that for a little bit and then also make a ton of money in endorsements. So yeah, a lot of talent across the board, and I would expect Larson to do a good job with it.
You would expect Larson to do well with IndyCar. I know it's tough, but I think he is up for the task.
I think so too. He's one of the well-known drivers. Again, I don't follow the sport as much, but I'm right there with you on that. So I feel like it would be something that's very confident for him. And also, like I told you before, if you get a chance to go ahead and see the Indianapolis 500 or go to a NASCAR race, but especially Indy 500, that's pretty big. And I think you would really enjoy your time in Indianapolis. But I will tell you one thing, Alec, if you do that, bring some sunscreen.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking about going to the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte. It's a night race at Memorial Day weekend. That was one time I was considering going to that. Unfortunately, those plans fell apart. But I would still want to tune in to the Coca-Cola 600, maybe even cover it here on Spaces and Twitch once they have the first match set up on April the 20th for my first live stream on Twitch.
Hey, you might have to. I might have to pick your brain as far as some of the Twitch things because YouTube's worked fine for me, and we've got a good amount of people in there considering the matchups that we do. Because you and I try to pick high-profile games and we'll try to get some foot traffic. But let me know how things go on Twitch because maybe I can broaden my horizons as well.
And perhaps we're hoping on Saturday, maybe if the playoffs start with Florida, Toronto, perhaps.
Hey, I'm down with that because, again, I'm open for next week, and then the following week I have my local assignments I got to take care of with the Sharks. So I could be down with that next weekend.
Yeah, we can monitor the playoff standings basically every day now because it's tightening up. We know about what's happening over the West, the Wild West. Vegas, LA, St. Louis, they're actively hunting down those last 2 spots, especially with St. Louis still alive. They're not out of it. They do have 3 games left. Vegas has 4 games left on their schedule. 4:07 until it's wraps. And moving this one up is 19. Carter Gauthier, quick shot from 24 as they get a number. That's Andre Gasseau. This is their second line out there. Their first line comprising of freshmen and Will Smith, Ryan Leonard, and Gabe Perron. Gauthier has been so good, they don't even need him on the first line. They're deploying him on the second line with Gasseau and Oscar Yelvik.
That's the thing that scares me, Alec, about this team. Even against Denver, I don't know how you match up with the depth as you talk about, but also the top-end talent is probably superior to any team in college hockey.
Yeah, that top-end talent, that is one to fear. Denver hasn't faced a team like Boston College in the Frozen Four tournament, but if I remember correctly, you did mention that Denver, they beat BC or BU? Who was it?
No, they did beat BC in their only matchup by 1 goal.
4-3 was the score?
Mm-hmm.
And so this is going to be the interesting part. You see if BC's high in talent and their depth all around will be able to shut down Denver's depth talent and their top scorer, Jack Devine, and not to mention, while BC, they have the best defense in the NCAA, you can argue that Denver has the best defensive pairing in the NCAA between Zeke William and Sean Barons.
Yeah, and again, Barron spent some time with the Team USA program as well. Honestly, I don't have to really worry about who I'm going to root for because a lot of the kids, we've already seen them win a gold medal, and then we've already seen them be drafted by NHL teams. So whatever happens on Saturday, I'm expecting a good game. It's not going to be like BC and Michigan. I probably expect a one-goal game. It's going to be a nail-biter.
It's going to be a nail-biter as well between BC and Denver. Where we were expecting BC and BU, many were expecting that with the Macklin Celebrity show going on until the national championship game. That's not happening anymore. Just one goal by the Terriers against the Pioneers. The Eagles just scored 4 this far as we're in the final 153 until the Eagles can go dancing onto the night for 2 more nights before they get back in business. But can we really call it dancing for 2 more nights when they have to focus on business for 1 more night until the big game?
Yeah, really, Alec, because it's going to take all attention for both squads, Denver and Boston College, to be able to beat each other. I mean, if you go out, I think, honestly, from what we're seeing right now, I'll just say it. If Denver's only activating around 70% or the same for Boston College, one of them is going to get beat on Saturday pretty convincingly if they're not playing to full strength.
Yeah, very convincingly. If it's not 100%, the last year we saw both Quinnipiac and Minnesota give it their 100% up against each other. So Minnesota, they had the early 2-0 lead. It was Quinnipiac, a ballsy move to pull Gade Perez with around 4 minutes left, and it paid off.
Yeah, again, that was pretty crazy considering, remembering all that and covering them last year. We're getting a little late cross checks here for Keenan Draper. I think he's probably going to the box. And in his face look right there, I really can see the resemblance with his dad.
Well, like father, like son.
Yes.
Not only with the looks, but also with the role that they play, third line checking forwards.
They showed it with Brandon Arado. Michigan's never been shut out in Frozen Four history. I don't think it's anything to be embarrassed about. I'm not even saying it as a Michigan fan. You went up against the Boston College Eagles. It's a completely different type of team and game in front of you.
I mean, it's one thing to face the Michigan State Spartans, but it's another thing to face a team like BC or BU. Those are absolute juggernauts.
Yep, that's exactly where it is. And Michigan's season looks like they're going to come down to an end with 45 seconds left to go in this third. It'll be flipped back around. I'll just take the rest of it so I can do the little post-mortem here. Here's a pass for Jake Barcheski. Here's a shot across, and foul. We're able to get a glove hand on it. The Eagles are going to move on to play the Denver Pioneers. It's going to be one hell of a game on Saturday. Alec will probably join me at some point in the middle of the action, but nonetheless, definitely going to be happy to have him here. He worked a long shift today as we went all the way across the NHL. We covered in between the Islanders, Canadians, Pittsburgh, Detroit, and now Michigan, BC, fully loaded. I'll have a half and half write-up posted in a little bit. But Michigan goes down. Jacob Fowler gets his shutout. And the Boston College Eagles have a date with the Denver Pioneers this weekend.
Here you have it. The best team against the best team depth-wise. We're talking unstoppable force and immovable object coming on Saturday at 6 Eastern.
Alec, again, thank you, my friend. This was a lot of fun. We ended up saving each other's voices a little bit. We got some intrigue. Hey, you also got a gigantic win with the Pittsburgh Penguins. I know Detroit got a point. Best of luck to you on the – when do the Penguins play again? Do they play on Saturday?
I think they do play on Saturday. That is a big test, knowing that we played the Bruins on Saturday. It is an 8 p.m. game. We're not really that fond of afternoon games, so we may have dodged both the schedule favoring the night game side for the Penguins, but still was a tough task nonetheless. Still, we're expected to be the underdog. Many are going to count us out, but I feel the Penguins, now that we're back on a hot run, anything can happen now. Do you remember that we did take down the Hurricanes, the Lightning, the Avalanche, the Leafs?
Mm-hmm.
Those are some good teams all around.
And again, I think it'll be in behest of my part, I think I might have to do a little bit of a double feature as well if you're going to join in. We can look between the Wings, the Leafs, the Pens, and the Bruins, and also the NCAA final between Denver and BC. We're going to have a lot to do again on Saturday, it sounds like.
Yeah, it feels like 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Eastern. I mean, what is this, triple header?
Yeah, we'll try to get to everything that we can get to. We didn't quite do triple header, but we kind of hit a little bit everything across the board. I think that's what we'll do again to try to save us. I know it's a lot of work, but we're at the point of the season, honestly, where we really can't avoid it, Alec. This is where we are right now with playoff chases across the board. So you get some rest and you recharge. I'll do the same, and I'll see you on Saturday.
See you then, John.
All right, sounds good. Take care, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed. We will talk soon. BC gets a 4-0 win over Michigan. We went over Pittsburgh and Detroit. We went over some of the other playoff chases in between the Islanders and the Canadiens. A little bit of a 4.5-hour stream. It was a lot of fun, and we'll do it again on Saturday. Have a good one.